Chapter 12:24. Boy, it's not that I'm looking down on you. How can you refine a mortal shedding pill? Wang Ba's tone was filled with doubt. Believe it or not, it's up to you. According to the part of my memory that I haven't lost, the medicinal efficacy came from a pill called the rebirth pill that I refined myself. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly after he easily destroyed the first bolt of lightning. Rebirth pill? What's the main ingredient? Wang Ba asked again. I think it's the red Luan's blood. Duan Lingtian said after pondering for a while. What? The red Luan's blood? Wang Ba shouted before he scolded. Boy, you actually wasted the red Luan's blood like that? You should know that even the worst alchemist in the Dao Martial Saint Land can refine a saint initiation pill with the red Luan's blood. A slightly better alchemist can even use the red Luan's blood as the main ingredient to refine a saint-grade pill. You actually refined it into a mortal shedding pill? What a waste! What a waste! Wang Ba was so excited that he could not help but curse a few more times. This isn't the Dao Martial Saint Land. Since the red Luan's blood is mine, I can use it however I want. It's not up to a bastard like you to lecture me. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Based on his words, it seemed like he did not feel it was a waste to waste the red Luan's blood at all. To him, the Dao Martial Saint Land, Saint Initiation Pill, and Saint Grade Pill were all far away from him. He only wanted to recover his memory as soon as possible. He did not care about anything else. In the end, it was just a mere worldly possession. Humph! Brat, if this sage sees you wasting precious herbs in the future, this sage will remind you again. This sage will be a bastard. Wang Ba snorted in dissatisfaction when he heard Duan Lingtian's nonchalant words. He raised his voice as he spoke. You're a bastard, Duan Lingtian said as a matter of fact. You! Wang Ba was furious. At the same time, he cursed the old man who had named him. Why did he give him such a misleading name? Brat, I want to change my name. I want to change my name. Wang Ba said angrily. If you want to change it, just do it. You don't have to tell me. No matter what name you change to, I'll call you bastard from now on. It's so easy to call you that. Duan Lingtian said. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Ba was speechless. Boom! Another clap of thunder rang out. It was the second lightning tribulation. It came down menacingly and its target was Duan Lingtian's head. However, although this thunder tribulation was fierce, it was still destroyed by a faint sword light when it approached Duan Lingtian. The first-level void-prying stage origin energy coupled with the Emperor stage sword profundity was as easy as eating and sleeping to go against the 6-9 heavenly tribulation that this first-level void-prying stage martial artist was facing. Just the Emperor stage sword profundity alone was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Bastard! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to call out to Wang Ba. What? Wang Ba replied impatiently. It was obvious he was still upset about what had happened earlier. He was a saint stage powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land back then. Now that he was living under someone else's roof, he did not even have the right to change his name. Of course, it was not that he could not change his name. However, even if he changed his name, it was meaningless for Duan Lingtian to still call him bastard. During this half a month, I've recovered some of my memories. Although I still can't remember where I came from, there's a ZZ in my memory. However, in my memories, there was a fellow named Zishang who seemed to have a soul residing in his body. Every time a black flame mark appeared between his brows, his strength would rise by a few levels. Moreover, his voice would change into another person's as well. Duan Lingtian frowned and said, Can you help me raise my strength like that as well? Humph! Boy, what you're talking about is only a devil cultivator with a weak cultivation base. If a powerful devil cultivator like me were to forcefully control a body like yours, your body would definitely turn into ashes. Wang Ba snorted. So, you better remember this. Even if you really encounter any danger in the future, I won't be able to help you even if you die. In fact, it was precisely because of this that Wang Ba did not seize the opportunity to occupy Duan Lingtian's body when Duan Lingtian's soul was suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet's energy. This was because even if he occupied Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian's body would not be able to withstand his soul. His soul needed a strong body to support it. However, this boy's soul seems a little strange. When his soul was suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet's soul remnant energy,
I might be able to occupy his body and let his soul turn into ashes.
But now, this saint feels that even if this saint uses my own soul to attack his soul, I might not be able to take his body. His soul seems to have something that this saint's soul is afraid of. Once this saint gets close, this saint's soul will involuntarily tremble. Wang Ba thought to himself. He was slightly afraid of Duan Lingtian's soul. However, Wang Ba did not know that Duan Lingtian's soul came from another world. That world was also the world where Earth was. After Duan Lingtian came to this world, the soul of Emperor Wu of Samsara wanted to destroy his soul. Then, the soul of Devil Cultivator Black Nether in the Devil Seal Tablet wanted to destroy his soul as well. However, both of them turned into ashes without exception. Due to the restrictions of different worlds, no one could replace Duan Lingtian's soul with a soul. Of course, it was different if it was a soul attack. For example, the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal Tablet suppressed Duan Lingtian's soul. It was equivalent to a soul attack. It could completely destroy Duan Lingtian's soul and make it impossible for Duan Lingtian to rise again. Can't your soul use a soul attack to help me? Duan Lingtian asked. Soul attacks were spiritual attacks. Usually, only powerhouses at the level of Emperor Wu and above could master them. Of course, if it was some demonic beasts with extraordinary talent, they would have been able to grasp spiritual power attacks long ago, because they had inherited the soul skills from their bloodline. Soul skills were spiritual power attacks, which were also spiritual attacks. What do you know? If you want to use a soul attack, you'll need the support of your body. For example, my soul is currently in the state of a wandering soul. Unless I use my soul to fight with my life, I won't be able to attack at all. Wang Ba said angrily. Doesn't that mean you're useless? Duan Lingtian said with a frown. If what Wang Ba said was true, then Wang Ba was no different from trash to him. Boy! How can you say that? No matter what, I'm still a saint stage powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Wang Ba wanted to recount his glorious deeds as he spoke. Then, aren't you still suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet? However, Duan Lingtian's interruption caused him to be at a loss for words. How could he continue? Boy, I won't argue with you, Wang Ba said angrily. Duan Lingtian did not bother with Wang Ba anymore and allowed his body to fly in the air. Now that I've cultivated to the void prying stage again, I can finally fly again. Although my origin energy is still weak, with a combination of the fused profundity and sword profundity, my speed is still very fast. Duan Lingtian was quite satisfied with this. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the third to sixth lightning tribulations struck one after another. Each lightning tribulation was stronger than the previous one. However, when these lightning tribulations landed on the five-colored light shield that rose around Duan Lingtian's body, they did not leave any marks on it. It was as though they were just tickling Duan Lingtian. After overcoming the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, Duan Lingtian returned to the city he was in. He returned to the inn and his room. After he returned to his room, he continued to cultivate. While he was cultivating, he did not forget to comprehend the fused profundity and the sword Dao from the word sword in his mind so that he could improve his sword profundity. Although he had lost a part of his memory, he did not lose the part of his memory on how to cultivate. With the help of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian's Dantian could be considered to have been reconstructed after destruction, it allowed him to cultivate twice the result with half the effort. Due to this reason, his cultivation base was rising at a terrifying speed. Lost Stone Forest. Ever since the red-robed old man, Qi Hua, left with Feng Tianwu, Emperor Wu had been studying the stone tablet with a missing corner in his hand in an attempt to understand its profundity. That day, that purple-clad young man whose strength was weaker than Zhou Yi managed to defeat me with just this stone tablet. There must be a huge secret behind this stone tablet's power. Now that almost a month has passed, I still can't find anything extraordinary about this stone tablet. Could it be that I'm not fated with it? In the spacious stone house, Emperor Wu, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, muttered to himself as he looked at the stone tablet with a missing corner in his hand. At that moment, he could not help but be lost in his thoughts. While he was lost in his thoughts, his hand loosened, and the stone tablet fell to the ground. He only regained his senses when it hit the ground with a loud thud. This, however, when he looked at the stone tablet that had fallen to the ground, his eyes could not help but narrow as horror dawned on him. There was a tiny crack on the surface of the stone tablet. It extended to both sides of the stone tablet, as though it was going to split the stone tablet into two. Impossible. With a lift of his hand, Emperor Wu picked up the stone tablet.
With a slight force, he split the stone tablet into two with a loud thud.
It's fake. Emperor Wu's expression changed completely. This stone tablet was fake. In other words, it was replaced by someone else. This stone tablet in the purple-clad young man's hand could even fight with the quasi-royal grade spirit spear in his hand. How could it be broken so easily? Zhou Yi. Needless to say, Emperor Wu immediately thought of Zhou Yi. This was because only Zhou Yi would have the chance to replace the stone tablet. Whoosh. In the next moment, Emperor Wu disappeared from the stone house into thin air. Chapter 1225. Zhou Yi. How dare you deceive your master and betray your ancestors?
Looking at the layer of dust in the stone house, if Emperor Wu still did not know what was going on, then he would have lived for so many years in vain.
Zhou Yi, the direct disciple he doted on the most, had stolen the mysterious stone tablet in his hand and fled. It seems like he was lying when he said he was going to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. His real intention was to escape. I hope I can still find him in a month's time.
If I find him, I'll let him know the consequences of deceiving his master and betraying his ancestors.
Emperor Wu's face was grave.
His eyes flashed fiercely before he disappeared from the spot. After so many years, this was the first time he walked out of Lost Stone Forest to look for his unfilial disciple. He did not even dare to think about this in the past. Emperor Wu left Lost Stone Forest to look for Zhou Yi. As for whether he could find him or not, it would depend on his luck and ability, as well as whether Zhou Yi was hiding well. Near Ling Tian Peak in the south of the Inner Land, two fiery red figures stood there. An old man in a red robe and a red-clad lady stood side by side. The lady's beautiful face had a hint of fatigue on it. Tian Wu girl, we've searched the surrounding area, but we still can't find that elder brother Duan of yours. I think he might have gone somewhere else. The red-clad old man said. Then I'll look for him somewhere else. The lady had a determined expression on her face. It was as though she would not give up until she found her elder brother Duan.
I hope we can find him in the next 2 months. The red-clad old man did not object to this. The red-clad old man was undoubtedly Qi Hua. As for the red-clad lady, she was Feng Tianwu. For the entire month, Feng Tianwu had been searching for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. With Qi Hua's help, she had traveled to many places in the west and south of the Inner Land. Feng Tianwu did not know that the person she was looking for was currently near the center of the Inner Land. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
3 figures rose into the sky from the north of a city and disappeared in the sky in just a blink of an eye.
Above the clouds, 3 young men walked side by side. Duan Lingtian, it's only been a short 1 month and you've actually cultivated to the void-prying stage again? The red-clothed youth looked at the purple-clothed youth in shock. Void-prying stage? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and declined to comment. Void-prying stage? That was more than half a month ago. Do I need to undergo the 6-9 heavenly tribulation again to re-enter the void-prying stage? The red-clothed young man asked. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. You haven't sensed it yet? The red-clothed youth asked again. I've already passed it a few days ago. Duan Lingtian said. Immediately, the red-clothed youth was dumbstruck, and the blue-clothed youth beside him couldn't help but be moved. The red-clothed and blue-clothed youth were precisely the 2 brothers, Nangong Yi and Nangong Chen, who'd accompanied Duan Lingtian to Lingxian Peak to participate in the selection of disciples and followers of Emperor Wu under Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian, what you mean is, you've cultivated to the void-prying stage again a few days ago? Nangong Yi gasped and couldn't help but ask in the end. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How long ago? Nangong Chen rarely spoke out and asked. Half a month ago. Duan Lingtian said. For a time, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi looked at each other and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Freak! Such a thought appeared in their minds at practically the same time. Breaking through from the first level of the core formation stage to the void-prying stage in half a month. Duan Lingtian, you're really a freak. Nangong Yi sighed with emotion. Although Nangong Chen didn't speak, one could discern from his flickering eyes that he agreed with Nangong Yi. Duan Lingtian, you broke through to the void-prying stage half a month ago.
Now, you wouldn't have broken through to the void initiation stage or even the void interpretation stage, right? Nangong-yi took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally before asking. This time, Duan Lingtian only smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. Seeing this, although Nangong-yi was curious, he didn't ask any further. This was because he could see that Duan Lingtian had no intention of answering. When we reach Lingxian Peak, we'll be able to see many martial monarch powerhouses from all over the world. If we want to successfully become the disciples and followers of the spirit profound Emperor Wu, we can only stand out by stepping on them. Nangong-yi's face was filled with anticipation at first, but in the end, his eyes were filled with excitement. Lingxian Peak. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. If I can really recover my memory in a year, it'll naturally be a happy ending. If not, I hope that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu has a way to let me know about my past. Although he had lost most of his memory, the remaining memories were telling Duan Lingtian. On Cloud Continent, powerhouses like Emperor Wu were supreme, and there was almost nothing that they could do. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to do something. Time passed by quietly. 3 days later, Nangong-yi and his brother deliberately slowed down their speed. Duan Lingtian followed suit and slowed down as well. Duan Lingtian, Lingxian Peak is right in front of us. Nangong-yi pointed ahead and said to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he lifted his head and looked over. Behind the cluster of mountains in front of him, all he could see was a blur. He could not see the situation inside at all. Lingxian Peak is hidden in the fog? Yes. Nangong-yi nodded. It said that Lingxian Peak is hidden in the fog all year long. Unless one knew that Lingxian Peak is here, it's very difficult to find Lingxian Peak. Usually, Lingxian Peak is heavily guarded. There are many Emperor Wu's followers patrolling everywhere. It's difficult for outsiders to even take half a step into the minefield. However, since Lingxian Peak is recruiting Emperor Wu's disciples and followers this time, Lingxian Peak is allowing outsiders to get close. Of course, although outsiders can get close, they must follow their rules and go to the accommodations that they've arranged. Nangong-yi said slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other two were getting closer to the fog in the distance, the sound of wind whistling came from the left in front of them. It was getting closer and closer. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the other two saw 5 figures flying towards them from the front. They didn't come with good intentions. Don't tell me they're bandits? Duan Lingtian muttered softly. In his memory, there were many martial artists who robbed people on Cloud Continent. They were collectively known as bandits. When the 5 of them approached, the young man in the lead was looking at Duan Lingtian and the other two with a murderous gleam in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you're right. Nangong-yi smiled wryly. He was not afraid of ordinary bandits. However, he had no choice but to be afraid of the bandits that he encountered near Lingxian Peak. The news that Lingxian Peak was recruiting Emperor Wu's disciples and followers had long spread out. There were very few people who did not know about it. Since the 5 bandits in front of them dared to rob passers-by like them at this time, it meant that they were not weak and were confident in themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, the 5 bandits led by the young man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the other two. When they came to a halt, 5 strong gusts of wind swept toward Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions, causing their robes to flutter noisily. Hand over your spatial rings and live. If not, die. The young man in the lead glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other two and said slowly. His words were extremely domineering. The young man looked to be about 35 years old. He was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were gleaming with a murderous gleam. This green-clad young man was obviously the leader of this group of bandits. If you want us to hand over our spatial rings, you should at least show us your strength, right? Otherwise, how would we know if you're trying to gain something without risking anything? Nangong-yi said in a deep voice with a grave expression on his face. Looks like you won't give up until you see the coffin. Upon hearing Nangong-yi's words, the green-clad young man's eyes gleamed fiercely. The origin energy on his body suddenly stirred and transformed into a multicolored energy in the blink of an eye. To be more precise, the origin energy had merged with many different profundities. That was why such a scene appeared. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually solidified. First, an ancient black dragon's silhouette appeared. Then, there were 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Ninth level martial monarch stage. Upon seeing this, Nangong and his brother's expressions changed. Nangong Yi could not help but exclaim out loud. Using origin energy to activate the heaven and earth energy to solidify such a heaven and earth phenomenon was the symbol of a 9th level martial monarch stage. A 9th level martial monarch stage bandit was rare even in the entire Cloud continent. However, one had appeared before their eyes at this moment. At this moment, Nangong and his brother felt that they were too unlucky. Whoosh! The heaven and earth phenomenon did not stop because of this. As the heaven and earth energy continued to stir, another 3 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. Without using any spirit weapon, he had already displayed the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Such a person could be considered as an extremely powerful existence even in the 9th level martial monarch stage. At the very least, with such strength, it was more than enough to become Emperor Wu's disciple. Of course, he would only be an ordinary disciple of Emperor Wu. Although such strength was not bad, it was still slightly lacking if he wanted to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. He can already display such strength without using any spirit weapon. If he uses his spirit weapon then? Before Nangong Yi could finish his thought, his eyes narrowed all of a sudden. This was because he saw an afterimage flashing before his eyes. In the next moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of the green-clad young man, the leader of the group of bandits. Duan Ling Tian? Nangong Yi didn't have time to recover from his shock. The green-clad young man deliberately activated his strength to activate the heaven and earth energy to manifest the heaven and earth phenomenon with a smug expression on his face. Duan Ling Tian moved and appeared in front of him. The fused profundity and sword profundity exploded. Chapter 12:26. You! The expression of the green-clad young man changed drastically when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Before he even had the time to make a move, Duan Ling Tian had already made a move, and the attack that was like a thunderbolt descended onto his body as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Bang! With a loud explosion, the green-clad young man turned into a bloody mist. He did not have time to defend himself, let alone fight back. A 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse who could exert the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons without using a spirit weapon had died in Duan Ling Tian's hands just like that. If he had been slightly more vigilant, he would not have ended up like this. Currently, Duan Ling Tian could only exert the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and less than 1,000 ancient horned dragons even if he used all of his techniques. On the other hand, the green-clad young man could exert the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons if he used a grade 1 spirit weapon. If he had been prepared, Duan Ling Tian would not have been a match for him at all. It could be said that he had died an unjust death. You! How dare you kill senior brother Lu? The other 4 middle-aged men were stunned when Duan Ling Tian killed the green-clad young man. When they regained their senses, horror dawned on them. They stared at Duan Ling Tian as though they had seen a ghost. Whoosh! One of them even shot out a ray of light as he raised his hand. Communication jade slip. Nangong Yi, who had just regained his senses, was horrified. The speed of the communication jade slip became faster and faster. It disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Nobody was confident they could catch up with it. Bang! Another explosion reverberated in the air. Duan Ling Tian had made his move again and killed the middle-aged man who had sent out the communication jade slip. At once, the remaining 3 men were horrified. The purple-clad young man in front of them was like a god of death. He did not even bat an eyelid when he killed 2 of them. You can't kill us. We're from Lingxian Peak, one of the middle-aged men said in a panic. However, before he could finish his words, he was killed by Nangong Chen. Even the other 2 unprepared people were killed by Nangong Chen. After killing 3 people in the blink of an eye, Nangong Chen's fluttering blue robes were not stained with a single drop of blood. He stood in the air with a cold expression like an immovable mountain statue. You broke through? Duan Ling Tian looked at Nangong Chen in shock. Although Nangong Chen was very fast, from the start to the end, the power of the world did not have time to form the mysterious phenomenon. However, Duan Ling Tian, who was intentionally observing him, discovered his cultivation base in just the blink of an eye. LV7 Martial Royal Realm. Duan Ling Tian's Dantian had been destroyed, and he had to recultivate his cultivation base. However, his spiritual energy was still at the 4th level Martial Monarch stage as before. A 4th level Martial Royal Realm spiritual energy was enough to see through the cultivation base of all martial artists below the Emperor Wu stage. Due to this reason, it was easy for him to see that Nangong Chen had broken through.
I just broke through 3 days ago.
Nangong Chen nodded. He knew very well that although he had broken through to the 7th level Martial Royal Realm, it would be difficult for him to kill the 3 of them if they fought face to face. The reason he was able to kill them in one hit was because the 3 of them had their attention on Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they were afraid of Duan Lingtian. If that was not the case, he did not have the confidence to defeat any of the 3 of them, let alone kill them.
Nangong Chen, I thought I'd be able to catch up to you this time. I didn't expect you to leave me behind again.
Nangong Yi looked at Nangong Chen and said with a complicated expression on his face.
Of course, I have to act like a big brother. Nangong Chen replied coolly.
When Nangong Yi heard Nangong Chen's words, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of Nangong Yi's lips. Could it be that he had no choice but to accept his fate and call Nangong Chen his big brother?
Oh, that's right.
Nangong Yi suddenly changed the topic.
Earlier, one of the guys said they were from Lingxian Peak. Don't tell me they're Emperor Wu's disciples from Lingxian Peak?
Nangong Yi guessed when he reached the end of his sentence.
So what if they're Emperor Wu's disciples? They can't blame us for their own deaths.
Nangong Chen continued to say coolly.
I know that.
However, the problem is...
Earlier, one of the guys sent out a communication jade slip. I'm sure it won't be long before someone else finds out we killed them.
Nangong Yi said with a hint of fear in his voice.
5 of them.
With the young man in green as the leader, I'm guessing only the young man in green is Emperor Wu's disciple.
As for the other 4, they should be Emperor Wu's disciples.
Do you think the 5 of them would be able to make Emperor Wu's direct disciples, or even Emperor Wu of Lingxian Peak, attack us? Nangong Chen glanced at Nangong Yi indifferently and asked.
That seems to be the case.
Nangong Yi nodded his head as realization dawned on him.
Then he added, however, based on the current situation, this is just our guess. We don't even know if they're the Martial Emperor's disciples or followers from Lingxian Peak. Let's go. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 continued to move forward.
They passed through the clouds in front of them and entered a gray world. With the eyesight of the 3 of them, they quickly saw a steep mountain behind the fog. The mountain peak was so tall that it pierced through the clouds like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the clouds. I heard that Lingxian Emperor Wu was a powerful sword cultivator. Back then, he comprehended the Emperor stage sword profundity in front of this mountain peak. From then on, he was like a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate and soared into the sky. Nangong Yi muttered as he looked at the steep mountain peak that pierced through the clouds like a sword. After that, he broke through to the Emperor Wu stage and became an Emperor Wu powerhouse. He stayed on this mountain peak to cultivate.
This mountain peak became his cultivation place. He named it Lingxian Peak. Nangong Yi continued.
His face was filled with admiration as he spoke.
Duan Lingtian was not too interested in this. He came to Lingxian Peak to ask Lingxian Emperor Wu for help in finding out about his past. He did not care about anything else.
Stop right there. When Duan Lingtian and the other 2 approached Lingxian Peak, they were stopped by a middle-aged man who was patrolling around Lingxian Peak.
I'm Emperor Wu's follower of Lingxian Peak. Who are you?
We're here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that will be held in Lingxian Peak in 6 months. Nangong Yi explained the purpose of their visit. When the middle-aged man heard that, his gaze first fell on Nangong Yi. After sizing up Nangong Yi for a while, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen before he nodded.
Follow me. Don't wander off. As he spoke, he took the lead and flew towards Lingxian Peak.
Duan Lingtian and the other 2 followed closely behind. Soon, under the guidance of Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu's follower, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 arrived at the mountainside of Lingxian Peak. There was a vast stone platform there. On the stone platform, groups of 3 to 5 people landed one after another. These people had followed the people from Lingxian Peak. It was obvious that they were here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that would be held in Lingxian Peak in 6 months.
All of you wait here for a moment. Later, someone will show you your cultivation base. According to your cultivation base, you'll be assigned a place to stay for the next 6 months.
The Emperor Wu's follower who brought Duan Lingtian and the other two over said to Duan Lingtian and the other two. After he finished speaking, he flew away without waiting for Duan Lingtian and the other two's response. Among the other groups of people, a few people also left one after another. For a time, only Duan Lingtian and the other two were left to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers.
Time passed quietly.
Soon, a few more people were brought over. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes to rest and waited quietly.
Naturally, he was not just resting with his eyes closed.
At the same time, he was also cultivating calmly and comprehending the sword Tao that originated from the word sword in his mind.
Boy, why do you have such a terrifying sword intent in your mind? Wang Ba suddenly spoke.
There was a hint of dread in his voice. In fact, he had long discovered the sword intent in Duan Lingtian's mind. In the beginning, he did not pay much attention to it. However, as time passed, he realized the sword intent was a great threat to him. If Duan Lingtian controlled the sword intent to attack his soul would definitely be destroyed.
Sword intent?
Are you talking about the sword concept? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled.
What sword concept? Sword intent is sword intent.
Don't tell me that even you don't know the origin of the sword intent stored in your mind. Wang Ba said.
I really can't remember.
I only know that comprehending it can improve my sword profundity.
Duan Lingtian said.
Why? Is it very powerful? Duan Lingtian asked again.
It's more than powerful.
Forget it, even if I tell you now, you won't understand. All in all, the sword intent in your mind must be left behind by a ridiculously powerful saint stage powerhouse. There was a hint of dread in Wang Ba's words. It was a dread that came from his soul.
Whoosh!
As a breeze blew, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed it and opened his eyes. With just a glance, he saw 3 old men descending from the sky and appearing in front of him and the people around him. They stood there as though they were one with the heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian immediately extended his spiritual energy and probed one of the old men's cultivation base. 9th level martial monarch stage.
Emperor Wu's disciple?
Duan Lingtian guessed inwardly. When he was about to probe the second old man, his spiritual energy trembled for no reason. This was because he discovered that when his spiritual energy approached the old man also emitted a majestic spiritual energy.
Inscription Master.
Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. This old man was an inscription master, and his spiritual energy was stronger than his. It was fortunate that he withdrew his spiritual energy in time. Otherwise, he would have been discovered and dragged out. The old man who was an inscription master stood between the other 2 old men with a slight frown on his face. He glanced at his surroundings and only regained his senses when he did not notice anything out of the ordinary. Next, each of you will use your origin energy to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon.
Don't use your profundity.
Your cultivation base will affect the quality of your cultivation environment for the next 6 months.
Chapter 12:27. Cultivation base? Most of the people, including Duan Lingtian, did not think much of it.
However, Nangong and his brother could not help but frown. Nangong Yi could not help but ask, why are we only looking at cultivation base? Isn't profundity a part of one's strength?
Why? Do you have a problem with my decision?
The old man in the lead did not expect someone to be so presumptuous in front of him. His face darkened as he asked coldly. He looked at Nangong Yi with a cold gleam in his eyes. It was as though he would kill Nangong Yi if Nangong Yi dared to say another word. Although Nangong Yi was furious, he did not dare to say anything else. The old man in front of him gave him a lot of pressure. Moreover, he was actually speaking up for Duan Lingtian because he wanted to fight for justice. After all, Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was at the void initiation stage or void interpretation stage at most. If they only looked at cultivation base, it would be unfair to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength mainly depended on his profundity. However, he soon realized that Duan Lingtian did not seem to care about it, so he did not dwell on it anymore. Why should he be anxious when the person involved was not in a hurry? Subsequently, the people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that would be held in Lingxian Peak 6 months later demonstrated their cultivation base one after another. They activated the heaven and earth energy and formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. Not long after, apart from Duan Ling Tian and the other two, everyone was the first to demonstrate their cultivation base. These people's cultivation bases were between the 3rd level martial monarch stage and the 8th level martial monarch stage. After they demonstrated their cultivation base, they followed the old man's instructions and were divided into 3 groups that stood nearby. Those below the 4th level martial monarch stage were in one group. Those above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage were in another group. Those above the 7th level martial monarch stage were in another group. Among them, the middle group had the most people. Before Duan Ling Tian, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi displayed their cultivation in front of the 3 Lingxian Peak elders. Nangong Chen was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Nangong Yi was at the 6th level martial monarch stage. Just like Nangong Chen, he had made a breakthrough recently. For a moment, the Nangong brothers separated. Since the Nangong brothers were twins, they attracted the attention of many people from the moment they appeared until they finished displaying their cultivation base. "You're the only one left." The old man's gaze quickly fell on Duan Ling Tian. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was the only one who had yet to reveal his cultivation base. Including the Nangong brothers, most of the people's gazes fell on Duan Ling Tian. As the last person to display his cultivation base, he received a lot of attention. Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and faced the 3 old men in front of him. The origin energy on his body quietly rose and shrouded his body in just a blink of an eye. It was like wisps of white mist lingering in the air. Upon seeing this, apart from the Nangong brothers, everyone, including the 3 old men from Lingxian Peak, was stunned. They were stunned because they could see that the origin energy on this purple-clad young man was not even comparable to the origin energy of many void interpretation martial artists. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head and consolidated into the heaven and earth phenomenon in just a blink of an eye. Everyone, including the Nangong brothers, had their eyes fixed on the space above Duan Lingtian's head. To be more precise, they were looking at the heaven and earth phenomenon that was consolidated by the heaven and earth energy that was triggered by Duan Lingtian's origin energy. There were 20 lifelike silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovering in the air. For a moment, the entire place was dead silent. First level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian actually broke through to the void interpretation? The Nangong brothers who were mentally prepared were the first to react. Nangong Yi muttered with a stunned expression. His tone was filled with shock and disbelief. He went from the 1st level core formation stage to the 1st level void interpretation in a month's time. This kind of cultivation speed was simply abnormal among abnormal. Although Nangong Chen was relatively calm, his eyes were filled with disbelief as well. In just a short month's time, his cultivation base had undergone such a drastic change. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not dare to believe it at all. Am I seeing this right? This is the 1st level void interpretation? Soon after, someone reacted and said with a strange expression on his face. A mere 1st level void interpretation dares to come to Lingxian Peak to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? Isn't he seeking death? Many people mocked. That's right. With such a weak cultivation base, I won't be able to hold back and kill him if I were to fight him. Humph. A 1st level void interpretation is no different from an ant in my eyes. I can crush an ant like this with just one finger. Someone looked at Duan Lingtian with a murderous gaze. In short, after Duan Lingtian displayed his 1st level void interpretation cultivation base, other than the Nangong brothers, the rest of the people found it unbelievable. If you ask me, when the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers begins, he won't even have the courage to compete with us. Someone guessed. I also think he won't have the courage to compete with us. I even think he came to Lingxian Peak to watch us compete with each other. If I knew we could join in the fun like this, I would have brought more people. The group of people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak half a year later could not help but discuss among themselves. Most of them looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. A first-level void interpretation martial artist standing in front of a group of martial monarchs who were at least at the third-level martial monarch stage was an eyesore. Young man, are you sure you're here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Xianxia Peak half a year later? Among the three old men, other than the old man who led the group who had a gloomy expression, one of the other two old men asked.
Yes.
Duan Ling Tian nodded nonchalantly.
Hermf.
You're just a first-level void interpretation martial artist. What right do you have to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Xianxia Peak? Another old man snorted.
Why?
The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Xianxia Peak this time has a restriction on cultivation base? Can't a void interpretation martial artist participate? Duan Ling Tian asked as he stared deeply at the old man. The old man frowned when he heard that. The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Xianxia Peak this time did not seem to have such a rule or restriction. Indeed, the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Xianxia Peak this time does not state that void interpretation martial artists are not allowed to participate. However, once you participate, it means that you have to fight with the others. You have to admit defeat without fighting. Can you do that? The old man who led the group who had not spoken all this while glanced at Duan Ling Tian indifferently and asked. Based on his words, it was obvious that he wanted Duan Ling Tian to back off in the face of difficulties. He had to admit defeat without fighting. This meant that he wanted Duan Ling Tian to fight head-on with the others. He believed that as long as this void interpretation martial artist before him was rational, he would definitely back off in the face of difficulties. After all, if he did not back off in the face of difficulties, he was destined to die. As the old man in the lead spoke, apart from Nangong and his brother, the other people present looked at Duan Ling Tian with contempt and disdain.
Do you think he'll back off in the face of difficulties? Isn't that obvious? The senior from Xianxia Peak has already said so. If he still doesn't back off in the face of difficulties, he'll be a complete idiot.
I think so too. I'll be the banker and bet that this purple-clad young man won't leave.
The payout is 1 to 10.
If you have the guts, be the banker and bet that this purple-clad young man will leave.
The payout is 10 to 1. Do you dare?
The people present discussed animatedly. There were even people who openly wanted to be the banker. Of course, most of them did not dare to place their bets because they felt that it was a losing deal.
Are you sure you want to be the banker?
However, they soon realized that someone wanted to place their bets. The people who placed their bets were none other than Nangong and his brother. They looked at the middle-aged man who said he wanted to be the banker and asked for confirmation.
What? Do you want to place your bets?
The middle-aged man smiled brightly. Although he knew that the twin brothers in front of him were with the purple-clad young man, he did not think that the purple-clad young man would choose not to leave just because the twin brothers had placed their bets. After all, if he did not leave, he would die. Once a void interpretation stage martial artist went up against a martial monarch, he would be killed in the blink of an eye. He would be reduced to dust in the air. It was impossible for him to admit defeat in time. In this world, nothing was more important than one's life. Therefore, he was certain that the purple-clad young man would back off in the face of difficulties.
If you have enough primal stones,
I'll bet 10 supreme-grade primal stones and 300,000 high-grade primal stones. Nangongyi looked at the middle-aged man and said nonchalantly. 20 supreme-grade primal stones and 200,000 high-grade primal stones.
Nangongchen said coolly.
Wah! The moment their words left their mouths, there was an uproar. Even the three old men who were suspected to be the disciples of Xianxia Peak's Emperor Wu were attracted by Nangong and his brother. They did not expect the two of them to be so crazy. Initially, they thought Nangong and his brother were just putting on a show to encourage their companion. He did not expect that they would take out so many primordial stones as a wager. Their bets add up to 30 supreme-grade primal stones and 500,000 high-grade primal stones. If they win, they'll have to pay 300 supreme-grade primal stones and 5 million high-grade primal stones. Someone could not help but mutter. His words entered the ears of the people present. Many of them did not agree with him. That's only if they win. I think they dare to bet so heavily because they have confidence in the purple-clad young man. Although I don't know why they have confidence in him. Someone made the same guess. In my opinion, they're betting so many primal stones on purpose to make the banker back off in the face of difficulties so that their companion can regain some face.
Chapter 12:28. All right. I'll accept your bet.
The middle-aged man who said he wanted to be the banker looked at the Nangong brothers greedily as he said with a burning gaze.
In his opinion, the two fellows before him were giving him origin stones. You can accept our bet, but you must prove that you have the capital to lose. 300 supreme-grade origin stones and 5 million high-grade origin stones. Nangong said nonchalantly. Humph. I won't lose. The middle-aged man said. So, you're trying to get something for nothing? Do you think there's such a good deal in this world? Nangong mocked. It seems like you have no intention of betting at all. The middle-aged man sneered. Naturally, he would not be able to take out 300 supreme-grade origin stones and 5 million high-grade origin stones in one go. In fact, he was certain that, among the people present, including the 3 old men who were suspected to be Ling Xian Peak Emperor Wu's disciples, no one would be able to take out so many origin stones in one go. It seems like they have no intention of betting at all. They're certain that the other party doesn't have that many origin stones as a bet. To think that I thought they were really confident in their companion. So, this is what's going on.
Many people whispered among themselves.
Have no intention of betting at all? Nangong smiled.
He smiled so much that his eyes narrowed unconsciously.
How about this? Both of us will still bet. If we lose, you'll take away all of our origin stones. If you lose, apart from leaving behind your spatial ring, we'll also take your life.
When Nangong reached the end of his sentence, the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil grin.
Whoosh!
The moment Nangong words left his mouth, everyone, apart from Duan Ling Tian and Nangong Chen, including the 3 old men who were suspected to be Ling Xian Peak Emperor Wu's disciples, was shocked. That included the middle-aged man who said he wanted to be the banker.
You want me to bet my life with you?
The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as his eyes flashed.
Do you dare? Nangong asked nonchalantly. For a moment, the two were at each other's throats.
The gazes of the majority of the people present also fell upon the two of them.
Why wouldn't I dare? Soon the middle-aged man, whose expression changed, gritted his teeth and agreed bluntly.
At the same time, he looked at the 3 old men who were suspected to be the disciples of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. My 3 lords, please bear witness to the bet between me and these two. The old man who was the leader of the 3 nodded.
Sure.
The leading old man looked at the Nangong brothers and said unhurriedly, If the 2 of you lose and can't take out that many primordial stones,
I will destroy your dantians and expel you from Ling Xian Peak.
Then, he looked at the middle-aged man.
If you lose, your life will no longer belong to you.
My lord.
At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at the leading old man and asked respectfully, I'd like to ask, if someone insists on participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later, but he doesn't dare to participate by then, what will happen to him? Anyone who decides to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later will have no way out. Nobody can regret it. Even if you regret it, you must at least participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later. Otherwise, you'll be seen as toying with Ling Xian Peak. There's only one outcome for toying with Ling Xian Peak: death. When the leading old man reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. At the same time, he intentionally glanced at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing quietly at the side, as a warning to Duan Ling Tian. A first-level void interpretation martial artist actually dared to come to Ling Xian Peak to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. In his opinion, this person did not take Ling Xian Peak seriously at all. As Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciple, he felt that Ling Xian Peak, which he regarded as a sacred place, was being desecrated. He was filled with rage. Haha. All right. I'll bet with them. Upon hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man laughed loudly and agreed readily. In his eyes, greed was even stronger. It was as though he could already see 30 supreme-grade origin stones and 500,000 high-grade origin stones entering his pocket. What's there to be proud of? Do you really think you've won? Nangong smirked and looked at the leading old man. We'll bet with him as well. The old man nodded. At the same time, he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing at the side, and said, Do you insist on participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that Ling Xian Peak will hold 6 months later? If you insist on participating, there'll be no turning back.
At the very least, you'll have to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later. Or a death test against a martial monarch powerhouse, or a battle with a martial monarch powerhouse. The leading old man said slowly. In his opinion, as long as this purple-clad young man did not want to die, he would definitely not insist on participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later. A martial artist at the first-level void interpretation would definitely die if he participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. When the old man asked Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes also landed on Duan Lingtian. Apart from Nangong and his brother, everyone else felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely not insist on participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers 6 months later. I won. I won. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian's mouth moving slightly and was about to speak. An incomparably brilliant smile appeared on his face. However, the smile on his face quickly froze when Duan Lingtian spoke. I'll participate. Duan Lingtian looked at the leading old man and said nonchalantly. Boom. Duan Lingtian's words were like a bolt from the blue to most of the people present on the scene. Especially the middle-aged man. Apart from the smile on his face that had completely froze, his eyes were filled with fear. It was fear of facing death. Madman. Madman. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and cursed. Then, he moved his body and wanted to leave. He did not want to lose his life. However, was this a place where he could leave just because he wanted to? The middle-aged man had just moved when an old figure appeared in front of him out of thin air and blocked his path. It was one of the 2 old men other than the leading old man. Good, very good. After the leading old man recovered from his shock, his face darkened slightly as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. In the next 6 months, I'll monitor your every move. Before you participate in at least one round of the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, don't even think about leaving Ling Xian Peak. Then I'll have to trouble you. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian's nonchalance stunned the people who regained their senses one after another. This guy doesn't seem to be afraid of death at all. Not only is he not afraid of death, but he seems to be very confident as well. Could it be that he's confident that he'll be able to survive one round of the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? How's that possible? Let alone the fact that he's only a first-level void interpretation martial artist. Even if he's a first-level void transformation martial artist or even a 9th-level void transformation martial artist, he still won't be able to escape death in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak. If that's the case, this guy is intentionally seeking death. Based on the current situation, that should be the case. Everyone present on the scene felt that Duan Lingtian was intentionally seeking death. After all, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was only a first-level void interpretation martial artist. According to common sense, no matter how high a first-level void interpretation martial artist's comprehension was, he would only be able to comprehend some void interpretation concept. Such an existence was no different from an ant in their eyes. I hope you'll still be as calm as you are now 6 months later. I'll wait and see. The old man in the lead said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Duan Lingtian. With a flash of his body, he arrived in front of the middle-aged man who was betting with the Nangong brothers. His eyes were as cold as ice and did not contain any emotions. Sir, I was just joking earlier. I won't bet anymore. I won't bet anymore. The middle-aged man looked at the old man in the lead who was close to him and said in a panic. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear. It was fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. Others might not be afraid of death, but it did not mean he was not afraid of death. If he knew that the purple-clad young man was not afraid of death, he would not have accepted the bet with the Nangong brothers. Boom. The old man in the lead ignored the middle-aged man's begging. With a raise of his hand, he killed the middle-aged man. As for the spatial ring and profundity fragments left behind by the middle-aged man, with a shake of his hand, they were pulled by an invisible force to the Nangong brothers. The scene before their eyes caused everyone to sigh. This outcome was completely out of their expectations. Thank you, sir. After Nangong put away the spatial ring and profundity fragments, he smiled and thanked the old man in the lead. The old man nodded his head nonchalantly. Subsequently, he looked around. His gaze landed on a few martial artists above the 7th-level martial monarch stage, including Nangong Chen.
The few of you, follow him to where you'll be staying for the next 6 months.
When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at one of the 2 old men next to him. At this moment, the old man brought Nangong Chen and the others away.
All of you follow him.
Subsequently, the old man in the lead looked at Nangong Yi and the others, as well as the other old man. The group of people, including Nangong Yi, were all above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage.
Duan Lingtian, I'll make a move first.
Before Nangong Yi and the group of people left with the old man, he greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile.
It seemed like he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's situation at all.
When the old man in the lead saw this, there was a hint of doubt in the depth of his eyes.
Was this person not worried about his companion at all? Was he confident in his companion? Or did he not care about his companion's life or death? At this moment, the old man's gaze instinctively landed on Duan Lingtian. His heart skipped a beat. He was more inclined to the latter. It'd be strange if a first-level void interpretation martial artist could stir up a storm in Lingxian Peak. He thought to himself. All of you follow me. Chapter 1229. There were a total of 3 people left, including Duan Lingtian. The 3 of them were below the 4th level martial monarch stage. Their residence for the next 6 months would be completely different from the other 2 groups of people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
The 3 of them followed the old man and headed to the other side of Lingxian Peak. In the next 6 months, I'll protect all of you with another disciple of Emperor Wu from Lingxian Peak. I'm Qiao Zhong, the disciple of Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu. The old man said to Duan Lingtian and the other 2.
Emperor Wu's disciple.
Upon hearing Qiao Zhong's words, other than Duan Lingtian who had a calm expression from the beginning, the other 2 were shocked. However, when they recalled Qiao Zhong's words earlier, they looked at each other and were speechless.
Protection?
As the cultivation place of martial emperors, Lingxian Peak was usually off-limits to outsiders. How could anyone possibly pose a threat to them? No one could threaten them, let alone protect them. Protection is a lie. Surveillance is the real deal. Both of them thought to themselves. Not long ago, Qiao Zhong had said that those who came to Lingxian Peak to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were not allowed to run away. At the very least, they had to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers.
Introduce yourselves. Soon after, Qiao Zhong spoke again.
Upon hearing Qiao Zhong's words, other than Duan Lingtian, the other 2 could not help but be stunned. They knew very well that Qiao Zhong had an ulterior motive for asking them to introduce themselves.
Qiao Zhong did not care to know the names of insignificant people like them. It was obvious why Qiao Zhong asked for their names. He wanted to know the name of the purple-clad young man. As expected, Qiao Zhong only nodded nonchalantly when the 2 of them introduced themselves. He did not mind at all. His gaze landed on Duan Lingtian who had yet to speak. He asked nonchalantly, "What's your name?"
Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. He did not raise his head to look at Qiao Zhong from the beginning until the end. Qiao Zhong was slightly annoyed. A kid at the 1st level void interpretation dared to put on airs in front of him? Humph. The name was not bad. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong path. Qiao Zhong snorted.
Hearing Qiao Zhong's words, Duan Lingtian did not react at all, treating it as a passing wind. On the other hand, the other 2 deeply agreed. They didn't think that Duan Lingtian could survive after half a year. For a moment, they looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Soon, Qiao Zhong brought Duan Lingtian and the other 2 to the mountainside on the other side of Lingxian Peak. There were 2 spacious stone platforms here. Between the 2 stone platforms was a long flight of stairs. On the stone platform above, there was a pavilion that was surrounded by a layer of white mist. It was like a jade palace in a fairyland. The white fog around the pavilion gathered from all directions.
Elemental drawing array.
Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. With just a glance, he could see there was an inscription array on the stone platform where the pavilion was located. This inscription formation had completely gathered all the origin chi that came from top-grade origin stones and high-grade origin stones, forming an extremely good cultivation environment. Cultivating in this pavilion would yield twice the result with half the effort. However, this was only for ordinary martial artists. To Duan Lingtian, Even if the origin chi from supreme-grade origin stones was gathered with the elemental drawing array, it would not be of much help to him. His current cultivation base was advancing by leaps and bounds. It was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Even if the origin chi from supreme-grade origin stones were gathered together, it was just icing on the cake to him. It was not worth mentioning. There's an elemental drawing array on the stone platform where the pavilion is located. This elemental drawing array was personally set up by Emperor Wu, Lord Emperor Wu, who is an inscription master of Lingxian Peak. While Duan Lingtian was observing the pavilion, Qiao Zhong began to introduce it to him. Cultivating there will allow one's cultivation base to advance very quickly. It's not inferior to directly absorbing supreme-grade origin stones to cultivate. Gasp! Gasp! Upon hearing Qiao Zhong's words, the other two could not help but take a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they looked at the pavilion in the distance. The other stone platform. As Qiao Zhong's gaze shifted, Duan Lingtian and the other two's gazes also shifted to the other stone platform below the stairs. Compared to the stone platform above, this stone platform was slightly inferior. Or rather, it was ridiculously inferior. Compared to the stone platform above, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. On this stone platform, there were cottages that were casually built with weeds and wood. These cottages were scattered around the stone platform and looked very shabby. All of you will find a cottage on this stone platform to stay in. For the next 6 months, all of you are not allowed to leave the area within a radius of 1,000 meters. Otherwise, you'll be regarded as a deserter and only death awaits you. Qiao Zhong said to Duan Lingtian and the other two. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. Don't even think about getting lucky. Qiao Zhong's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he continued to say, for the next 6 months, this place will be guarded by me and another disciple of Emperor Wu from Lingxian Peak. Usually, one of us will go and fetch people while the other will guard this place. Lord Qiao Zhong, we're going to stay in these cottages? The other two looked at the cottages in front of them and could not help but frown with a look of disdain on their faces. Why? You think it's dirty? Qiao Zhong smirked. If you really think they're dirty, you can change your living environment. Also, I'd like to remind all of you of something. When Qiao Zhong reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, killing is allowed here. We won't care even if those who are weak die. Qiao Zhong glanced at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. When Qiao Zhong's words left his mouth, the other two looked at Duan Lingtian in unison with fear on their faces. At this moment, their mood improved a lot. Compared to this purple-clad young man, they were undoubtedly much safer. After all, they were at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. In this place, the most powerful martial artist was only at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. Go. After Qiao Zhong said that, he left and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the other two stepped on the air and landed. Little brother Duan, you're too rash. With your strength, you might not even be able to survive half a year in this place. One of them looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. You might be able to live a little longer if you tuck your tail between your legs. If I were you, I'd find a cottage to stay in and shut myself in until the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers half a year later. The other person scoffed. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He was mocking Duan Lingtian for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. When they saw Duan Lingtian keeping quiet, the two of them felt bored and did not say anything else. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the stone platform that was scattered around the cottage. It stinks. As soon as they got closer, the other two frowned. Their faces turned extremely pale. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also smelled the stench that was coming at him. The stench came from the cottages in front of him. To be more precise, it came from the weeds on the cottages. The smell of all kinds of bird feces was extremely pungent. Compared to this place, the pavilion on the stone platform above is simply heaven. The gazes of the other two simultaneously turned towards the stone platform at the top of the stairs. There was a residence that one could only dream of. It was a place for cultivation. However, that should be the residence of Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciple who oversees us. One of them guessed. It should be. The other person nodded. We have to stay in such a god-forsaken place for half a year. How are we supposed to live? Soon after, The two of them looked at the cottages in front of them and sighed.
Why don't we stay in the cottages? Why don't we cultivate on the mountain rocks further away? Or we can sit cross-legged in the air and cultivate. One of them suggested.
That's a good idea.
The other person's eyes lit up. Do you think you're the only ones who can come up with this idea?
At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and said calmly, "Look at the footprints at the entrance of these cottages.
It's obvious that many people have stayed here. Do you think they're willing to stay here?"
Just as the other two were stunned, a familiar voice was clearly transmitted into their ears. "Those who have no intention of fighting or killing, and have the intention of staying 10 meters away from the residence will die."
They could tell that it was Qiao Zhong's voice.
Although Qiao Zhong's words were short, the meaning was clear. You can either fight or kill with other people or stay within 10 meters of the cottage and enjoy the unique smell in the cottage.
Upon hearing Qiao Zhong's words, horror dawned on the duo's faces. They hurriedly looked for an ownerless cottage and entered it before vanishing completely. Duan Lingtian also found a cottage and entered it.
There was nothing in the cottage.
If they wanted to cultivate, they could only sit cross-legged in the air and cultivate.
The stench in the thatched cottage was getting thicker and thicker, but it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all.
Even Duan Lingtian himself found it strange. I actually don't dislike this smell. How strange. Duan Lingtian did not know.
In the part of his memory that he had lost, there was a memory that belonged to him when he was still on Earth in his previous life.
In his previous life, he was the strongest soldier on Earth.
In his career as a Special Forces soldier and a mercenary, he had experienced countless hardships.
He had encountered even worse environments.
To him in his previous life, the stench from the cottage was not worth mentioning at all. Although he had lost that part of his memory, he could instinctively accept the stench and was not disgusted by it. Sitting cross-legged in the air, Duan Lingtian slowly closed his eyes and calmed his heart to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. 7th Form. Currently, his cultivation base was only at the first level Void Interpretation, so he could only cultivate the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique for now. He could only cultivate the 8th form when he broke through to the Void Transformation stage. To him, the Void Transformation stage was not far away.
Boom! Chapter 1230.
Before he woke up, Duan Lingtian did not forget to comprehend and improve his fused profundity and sword profundity while he was cultivating.
Naturally, he was annoyed that he was suddenly interrupted.
Therefore, the moment he woke up and opened his eyes, Duan Lingtian's face turned completely gloomy.
"Get out here!"
A loud voice resonated from outside the cottage door that was kicked open.
The voice was filled with impatience. A cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes.
He who was sitting cross-legged in the air slowly descended and stood on the ground. Then, he walked out of the cottage slowly. After he came out, Duan Lingtian saw a person standing outside the cottage with just a glance. It was a muscular man with a ferocious and ugly face. The muscular man had a pair of triangular eyes that were staring at him with a cold gleam.
"Boy, I really admire you."
A mere first-level Void Interpretation martial artist actually dares to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? The ugly muscular man's words were filled with sarcasm.
"Huh!"
Upon hearing the muscular man's words, Duan Lingtian frowned. Not many people knew that he was a first-level Void Interpretation martial artist. In this godforsaken place, only 2 people knew about it. For a moment, Duan Lingtian looked around and noticed that most of the people in the cottage had walked out and were watching him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian recognized 2 people from the crowd. They were the 2 third-level martial monarchs that Qiao Zhong had brought along with him. They were also the only 2 people who knew about his background. One of them was looking at him with pity. The other person, on the other hand, was looking at him with a sneer. "Did you instigate this guy to look for trouble with me?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the muscular man coldly. There was no need for him to guess. He knew the reason the muscular man looked for him was because someone had revealed his background. Moreover, it was done intentionally. "So what if I did?" The person who was looking at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on his face generously admitted to it when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Duan Lingtian, the cottage here is already filled with people. This brother has just arrived and doesn't have a place to stay. No matter what, it should be you, a void interpretation stage martial artist, who should give up the cottage. As he spoke, the mocking smile on his face deepened. He especially emphasized the words void interpretation stage martial artist. Kid, since I've broken through to the martial monarch stage, I've never made a move against a void interpretation stage martial artist. Today, I'll properly taste the feeling of crushing an ant to death with a single finger. The ugly brawny man slowly grinned, and a smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his hideous face. At the same time, he took a step forward towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! At that moment, the origin energy on his body seemed to have transformed into a milky white flame that soared up and emitted a majestic aura. It caused the surrounding air to vibrate and set off a series of faint air explosions. As 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the brawny man's head, his palm swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian fiercely like a fan. He used his origin energy to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It was the symbol of the second-level martial monarch stage. He's going to die. He's only at the first-level void interpretation stage, yet he still dares to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? Who will die if he doesn't? The spectators thought to themselves as their hearts jolted. Above the void, two elderly figures stood there. When they saw the brawny man attacking Duan Lingtian, one of the old men said to the other, "Xiao Zhong, it seems like he won't be able to last until the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 months." The other old man was Xiao Zhong, the person who brought Duan Lingtian here 3 months ago. Upon hearing the former's words, Xiao Zhong said nonchalantly, "This is his own choice." Then, the two old men lost interest and even retracted their gazes. In their opinion, everything that happened next was without a doubt. Duan Lingtian would definitely be killed by the brawny man who had a cultivation base at the second-level martial monarch stage. Bang! In the next moment, a deafening loud sound reverberated in the air. The gazes of the two old men once again extended outwards, overlooking the area below. Their eyes froze almost at the same time, and a horrified expression appeared on their faces at the same time. The scene in front of them was completely out of their expectations. In their opinion, the person who should have died did not die, but the person who should not have died had died. To be more precise, he had turned into a bloody mist and died without a burial place. Idiot! As the ugly brawny man turned into a bloody mist, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. At this moment, everyone present saw it. Although the brawny man had exploded into a bloody mist and was only a foot away from the purple-clad young man, there was not a single trace of blood on the purple-clad young man's body. He's a void interpretation stage martial artist? You must be kidding. A second-level martial monarch stage martial artist did not even have time to react before he was killed by him. Did you see his movements clearly? I only saw a fleeting afterimage. The scene was in an uproar. The group of people looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. There was a hint of reverence in their eyes. How's this possible? The third-level martial monarch stage martial artist who betrayed Duan Lingtian had a horrified expression. He could not believe what he had just seen was real. 3 months ago, the person who displayed a cultivation base at the first-level void interpretation in front of him had killed a second-level martial monarch stage martial artist in just a second. Moreover, the person's movements were so fast that even he could not catch a glimpse of it. Soon after, the third-level martial monarch stage martial artist's eyes narrowed. Before he could react, a figure had already appeared in front of him. It was a familiar figure. Duan. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he could not finish his sentence in the end. This was because Duan Lingtian had killed him in a flash. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had become the god of slaughter in the eyes of everyone present. All of them looked at him with dread in their eyes. Fortunately, I didn't scheme against him like that idiot did. The other person who came with Duan Lingtian earlier secretly gasped. At the same time, he felt a little relieved in his heart. It was precisely this fellow who was just killed that spread false news everywhere, saying that this violet-clothed young man was a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist. He probably never would have imagined even in his dreams that not only did he cause the death of another, he even caused his own death. If such a powerhouse is only a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist, doesn't that mean I'm not even a void prying stage martial artist? With his strength,
He shouldn't be here at all. The group of people discussed animatedly. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian. These people either came earlier than Duan Lingtian or later than Duan Lingtian. However, they had one thing in common. All of them were martial artists below the 4th level martial monarch stage. Qiao Zhong. Are you sure he's a void interpretation stage martial artist? High up in the sky, an old man in a green robe asked Qiao Zhong with a strange expression on his face. How's that possible? Qiao Zhong ignored the green-robed old man. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief when they landed on the purple-clad figure. 3 months ago, he had witnessed the purple-clad young man's cultivation base at the 1st level void interpretation stage with his own eyes. It could not be fake. However, the purple-clad young man's strength was not inferior to the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage. He had also witnessed it with his own eyes. It could not be fake. It was precisely because of this that he could not figure it out. What exactly was the reason that allowed a 1st level void interpretation stage martial artist to possess such a terrifying strength after 3 months? Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at the source of the voice. Soon after, he noticed that the person who communicated with him through voice transmission was the other person who had followed Qiao Zhong to this place that day. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, with your strength, you're completely capable of defeating the people in the pavilion behind the staircase and occupying that pavilion for yourself. The environment there is much better than here. A voice transmission sounded out once more to remind Duan Lingtian. Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at the other end of the stairs that was even higher. There was another stone platform there, and there was an exquisite pavilion standing on the stone platform. When he first arrived, he had already seen the pavilion. At that time, he only thought that it was the residence of Qiao Zhong and another disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. He did not think much of it. Now, someone was telling him that he could defeat the people in the pavilion and take it for himself? From the very beginning we were wrong. That pavilion was also a residence for us to live in. However, only the strongest person among us is qualified to stay there. The person who reminded Duan Lingtian seemed to have guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts and continued to speak through voice transmission. Although Duan Lingtian did not mobilize the heaven and earth energy to condense the heaven and earth phenomenon in the 2 attacks earlier, he could tell that the person in front of him was very strong. However, he could see that Duan Lingtian's strength was not something the person who occupied the pavilion could compare to. No matter how strong that person was, he was only at the 3rd level martial monarch stage. That person definitely did not have the ability to kill the 2 people who were killed by Duan Lingtian in just one move. If you really think that it's dirty, you can change your living environment. At this moment, Qiao Zhong's words seemed to echo in Duan Lingtian's ears. That day, Duan Lingtian was still puzzled about why Qiao Zhong would say such a ridiculous thing. Now he understood. Looks like there's going to be a show to watch. That fellow has occupied that pavilion for 2 months. It's time for him to move his nest. Many people noticed that Duan Lingtian was looking at the pavilion on the stone platform behind the stairs. They could guess what Duan Lingtian wanted to do, and they were excited and filled with anticipation. Then, all eyes fell on Duan Lingtian. You're the one who killed my brother? A cold voice descended from the sky, startling everyone and attracting everyone's attention. High up in the sky, there were 3 figures descending from the sky. Chapter 1231. Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at the green-robed middle-aged man who descended from the sky with 2 people behind him and asked nonchalantly, "Your brother is one of those 2 fellows just now?" Ever since he came to Ling Xian Peak, he had only killed 2 people, and they were the 2 people just now. My brother is Lu Yi, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. The green-robed middle-aged man said coldly. His eyes gleamed with a ferocious gleam as if he was going to devour someone. Waves of terrifying killing intent faintly radiated from his body, causing many people present to feel terrified. Emperor Wu's disciple. Duan Lingtian killed Emperor Wu's disciple? The moment the green-robed middle-aged man spoke, the entire place burst into an uproar. At once, everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Their faces were filled with shock. He killed Emperor Wu's disciple?
The third-level martial monarch stage martial artist who followed Duan Ling Tian here with Xiao Zhong 3 months ago looked at Duan Ling Tian in a daze. He clearly remembered the scene from 3 months ago. At that time, Duan Ling Tian indeed only displayed the cultivation base of the first-level void interpretation. This could not be faked. Today, 3 months later, Duan Ling Tian killed a second-level martial monarch stage martial artist and a third-level martial monarch stage martial artist. This already shocked him to the core. He could not figure out how Duan Ling Tian's improvement could be so exaggerated. Now, someone came with ill intentions and said that Duan Ling Tian had killed his brother, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. He must have mistaken me for someone else, he thought to himself. Many people present had the same thought as him, including Xiao Zhong and the old man beside him. Lu Yi? Emperor Wu's disciple? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. A figure immediately appeared in his mind. Are you talking about that bandit leader? Bandit leader. As soon as Duan Ling Tian said this, Xiao Zhong and the old man beside him looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yi, disciple of Emperor Wu of Ling Xian Peak. His favorite thing to do was to bring a few of Emperor Wu's disciples outside to act as bandits and rob the area around Ling Xian Peak. Now, when Duan Ling Tian said the words bandit leader, they vaguely realized that it was very likely that Duan Ling Tian had really killed Lu Yi. It really is you. The light in the eyes of the green-robed middle-aged man grew even brighter. Taking a step forward, the yuan power on his body surged, transforming into a milky white flame that soared into the sky. His aura was like a rainbow. Bang! He took a step forward, and the ground of the entire stone platform cracked. Hideous cracks spread in all directions, as if they had turned into a giant spider web. One could see how furious he was at that moment. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the green-robed middle-aged man took a step forward and was about to attack him. However, a ghostly figure stood in the way of the green-robed middle-aged man. The appearance of this figure was out of everyone's expectations. It's him! Duan Ling Tian recognized the figure in front of him at a glance. It was Xiao Zhong, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu who had brought him here previously. Xiao Zhong, what do you mean by this? The green-robed middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he said sternly, You better stay out of today's matter. Lu Zhong. Xiao Zhong glanced at the green-robed middle-aged man indifferently. I don't care if your brother died in his hands or not. He's with me now, so he's someone I have to protect. Before the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers begins, I won't let anything happen to him. Xiao Zhong's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. Xiao Zhong, don't forget that you're just a loser to me. Lu Zhong sneered. As the saying went, where there are people, there will be fights. It was the same in Ling Xian Peak. In Ling Xian Peak, there were 3 direct disciples of Spirit Profound Emperor Wu under his command. The eldest disciple usually cultivated beside Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Just like Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, they were elusive. The entire Ling Xian Peak was usually managed by the second and third disciples. As time passed, it was inevitable that there would be some friction between the two. This also caused the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu to fight against each other, forming 2 camps. Lu Zhong was not only one of the top 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu in Ling Xian Peak, but he was also part of the camp of Emperor Wu's second direct disciple. Because of his strength, he was highly valued by Emperor Wu's second direct disciple. Xiao Zhong was part of the camp of Emperor Wu's third direct disciple. Because the 2 of them were in different camps, they were like fire and water. Today, Lu Zhong wanted to take Duan Ling Tian away under Xiao Zhong's nose. Naturally, Xiao Zhong would not let him succeed. Whoosh! As Lu Zhong laughed mockingly, a gust of wind blew past. A figure appeared next to Xiao Zhong. It was the old man who was with Xiao Zhong earlier. He was also the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, who was supervising the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. This disciple of Emperor Wu was in the same camp as Xiao Zhong. Lu Zhong, if you're confident that you can defeat the 2 of us together, you can attack us. Xiao Zhong said nonchalantly. His words were filled with provocation. Lu Zhong's face darkened. He really did not have much confidence in fighting the 2 martial emperor's disciples in front of him alone. Although his strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the group of Emperor Wu's disciples in Ling Xian Peak, he was on par with the 2 people in front of him. In a one-on-one battle, He could defeat any one of the two people in front of him. However, if the two people in front of him attacked together, he knew that he was no match for them. As for the two people he brought with him, they were only Emperor Wu's followers. They could only be cannon fodder in the face of the two disciples of Emperor Wu. They would not be of any help to him at all.
Qiao Zhong, are you trying to outnumber us? Lu Zhong's eyes gleamed coldly. He had already decided to leave to call for help. Outnumber us? Qiao Zhong seemed to have guessed Lu Zhong's thoughts. He looked at Lu Zhong deeply. Lu Zhong, if I were you, I wouldn't be so stupid as to call for help. Don't forget that the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was set by Emperor Wu.
It's also Lord Emperor Wu's order for us to protect the people who are participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. However, I'd like to see what will happen to you if you disobey Lord Emperor Wu's order.
At that time, I hope that your master will be willing to plead for you.
Qiao Zhong's face was filled with mockery when he reached the end of his sentence.
Lu Zhong was enraged by Qiao Zhong's words.
However, he suppressed his anger in the end.
After Qiao Zhong's reminder, he calmed down. I'll let you live for another 3 months.
I hope you'll be able to pass the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 months. At that time, I'll kill you with my own hands to avenge my brother.
Lu Zhong no longer bothered with Qiao Zhong. Instead, he glared coldly at Duan Lingtian and threatened him fiercely.
After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and left hastily with the two disciples of Emperor Wu behind him. They came and went like the wind as though they had never been there before.
From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face. His mood was not affected by Lu Zhong's threat at all. In fact, he did not take Lu Zhong seriously at all. Duan Lingtian, did you really kill Lu Yi?
Soon after, Qiao Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a complicated expression.
I think so.
Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression.
He did not know if that person was Lu Yi or not.
However, he remembered that after he killed that person, the people around him seemed to have addressed him as senior brother Lu.
I think so.
When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, everyone, including Qiao Zhong and the old man next to him, was speechless.
3 months ago, I misjudged you. You shouldn't have stayed here.
However, since you've offended Lu Zhong, you can continue to stay here.
Qiao Zhong said with a complicated expression. As for that pavilion, you can stay there.
As Qiao Zhong spoke, he looked at the pavilion on the stone platform behind the stairs.
The pavilion was surrounded by heaven and earth primal qi.
A moment later, Qiao Zhong stepped into the air and arrived in front of the pavilion.
His mouth moved slightly, but no one knew what he was saying. Soon after, a person flew out of the pavilion.
It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man.
Milord, isn't this pavilion for those who are able to obtain it? Can I take it that you're abusing your power for personal gain by doing this?
Unlike Qiao Zhong, who spoke softly, the middle-aged man deliberately raised his voice.
His voice was clearly heard by everyone, including Duan Lingtian. For a moment, most people had a strange expression on their faces. Abusing his power for personal gain?
This fellow really dared to say anything.
I'm only suggesting that you give up this pavilion. If you're willing, then naturally, everyone will be happy. If you're unwilling to listen to my advice, then fight with him for the ownership of this pavilion. Qiao Zhong also raised his voice and turned to look at Duan Lingtian at the same time.
As everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian became the center of attention. The middle-aged man who came out of the pavilion also looked at Duan Lingtian. Although I don't know what relationship you have with this sir to be able to make him ask me to give up this pavilion. If you want to live in this pavilion, you'll have to defeat me or even kill me first. The middle-aged man stepped into the air and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye.
He looked down at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice.
Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words and seeing his stance, the people present on the scene had a strange expression on their faces.
The ignorant are fearless. The same thought popped up in their minds at the same time. Many people even looked at the middle-aged man with pity on their faces.
At this moment, they were almost certain that Duan Lingtian had indeed killed one of Emperor Wu's disciples from Lingxian Peak.
Even his brother had come to kill him. It was unlikely that this matter was fake.
However, at this moment, They were faced with Duan Lingtian, who had the ability to kill Emperor Wu's disciple. The middle-aged man who walked out of the pavilion was one of the best among the third-level martial monarch stage martial artists. He openly challenged him because he did not know his strength or his past deeds. Although there were many people present on the scene, none of them warned the middle-aged man. Perhaps, they were dissatisfied with the middle-aged man for staying in such a good place for so long and wanted to see him make a fool of himself. I don't like people standing on top of me.
Chapter 1232.
As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a five-colored energy rose from his body and transformed into a gigantic hand above the middle-aged man's head in just a blink of an eye.
Rumble.
When the gigantic hand landed, the air vibrated and produced a sound that sounded like an earthquake. In an instant, before the middle-aged man could even react, he was enveloped by the gigantic hand and was pressed against the ground.
Bang!
A loud sound reverberated in the air as the gigantic hand landed on the ground and left a huge palm print on the stone platform before it disappeared without a trace.
Barf!
Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was slammed into the ground of the stone platform. He was severely injured and only moved after a long time. When he moved, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with blood clots. Subsequently, he looked at the purple figure nearby with fear on his face and fainted immediately.
Silence. The scene was dead silent.
After glancing at the unconscious middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian moved and leaped up the stone platform behind the stairs and entered the pavilion in just a blink of an eye. Apart from Qiao Zhong and the other Emperor Wu's disciple, nobody could see Duan Lingtian's movements clearly.
His ability is not inferior to ours.
Qiao Zhong and the other Emperor Wu's disciple looked at each other and spoke in unison through voice transmission.
Their words and actions were in sync.
As for the remaining group of people, while they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed, they looked at the unconscious middle-aged man in unison.
A hint of schadenfreude could be seen on their faces.
Qiao Zhong, with his ability, it's certain that he'll become Emperor Wu's disciple in 3 months. Why don't you seize this opportunity to rope him into our camp? The other Emperor Wu's disciple asked curiously when he arrived next to Qiao Zhong.
Are you afraid that he'll be roped in by that camp?
Qiao Zhong smiled. Realization dawned on Qiao Zhong. With Lu Zhong's enmity toward Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for Lu Zhong to let Duan Lingtian join their camp. When he's on the opposite side of that camp, we'll make an appearance and ask him to join us.
At that time, he'll be grateful to us.
Qiao Zhong said.
You really are an old fox.
The former could not help but sigh. After that, he seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously, by the way, do you know why he only revealed his cultivation base at the first-level void interpretation 3 months ago? I'm guessing that he used some sort of secret technique to hide his true cultivation level.
Qiao Zhong said solemnly. There's such a secret technique?
The former had a strange look in his eyes. If there really is such a secret technique, it doesn't seem to have any other use other than pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, right?
It's enough to play the pig to eat the tiger.
Qiao Zhong sighed. Don't forget, before this, even we were fooled by him. The interior of the exquisite and spacious pavilion was dazzling. Compared to the cottage Duan Lingtian had lived in before, it was like 2 completely different worlds. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. After he entered the pavilion, he sat on the soft couch and prepared to start cultivating again. I can't believe that 3 months have already passed. 3 months later, Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection will begin. At that time, I'll definitely amaze the world and attract the attention of that powerhouse, Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He did not forget his purpose of coming here. The most important thing now is to continue improving my strength. Only with a powerful strength can I sweep away all obstacles and attract the attention of that powerhouse, Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. While he was cultivating, he also began to comprehend the fused profundity and sword profundity in his own way. Time passed by quietly, and Duan Lingtian's strength was improving every second. A month later, in the north of Cloud Continent, there were 3 towering snow peaks in an area that was covered in snow all year round. In the middle of the 3 snow peaks was an ice lake that was constantly emitting fog. Even though the temperature was terrifyingly low, the water in the ice lake was not frozen.
It was only emitting bone-chilling cold air. It was extremely unique. The ice lake had a nice name, Yuhan Lake. With Yuhan Lake as the center, there was another name for the place surrounded by the 3 towering snow peaks. Yuhan Valley. Yuhan Valley was also the cultivation place of Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. That Emperor Wu was known as Yuhan and was known as Yuhan Emperor Wu. Speaking of Yuhan Emperor Wu, she was definitely the strongest female powerhouse on Cloud Continent. Her strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the 9 known Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. Because of this, when Yuhan Valley released the news that Yuhan Lake was going to hold the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection half a year ago, many female martial artists came from all over. The reason why there were only female martial artists was that Yuhan Valley did not accept male disciples and followers. In Yuhan Valley, there were only female martial artists, including Yuhan Emperor Wu. There was no exception. Today, there were 2 uninvited guests in the sky above Yuhan Valley. They were 2 women, young women. One of the ladies was wearing a light purple dress. She was extremely beautiful and had an invisible charm that seemed to be able to turn everyone upside down. The other woman wore light yellow clothes, and her appearance was not inferior to the former. However, unlike the former, her peerless appearance seemed to be mixed with some youthfulness. If the lady in front was described as a passionate red rose, then, the woman behind him was a pure and unsullied snow lotus who had emerged from the mud. The 2 ladies were equally beautiful, but they each had their own unique features. Fortunately, we came here early in the morning. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to make it in time for the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection. The lady in the light purple dress mumbled. Yes, I didn't expect Yuhan Valley to hold the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection a year in advance. The other lady nodded lightly. She then frowned as if she was worried. I wonder if we can become Emperor Wu's follower with our current abilities. Kerr, you must believe in your own abilities. The lady in the purple dress comforted her softly. Sister Fei. I miss young master. When do you think we can see young master? The lady who was called Kerr said in a trembling voice. We'll go back to look for the bad guy after we've avenged master and senior sister. The lady in the purple dress trembled slightly. Her voice sounded a little off and she only recovered after a while. Kerr, let's go in. The 2 ladies were Kerr and Li Fei. They were Duan Lingtian's 2 fiancés who had not seen each other for many years. After they had escaped from the Yinyang sect, they headed north and headed straight for Yuhan Valley. To their surprise, they heard that Yuhan Valley would be holding the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection 2 months later when they arrived at the northern region of the Inner Land. Compared to what they had heard before, it was a full year earlier. As Kuer and Li Fei continued to fly into Yuhan Valley, they were soon stopped by a lady in blue. She asked expressionlessly, Are you guys here to join the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers that will be held in Yuhan Valley 2 months later? Yes. The 2 ladies nodded. Follow me. The lady in blue called out to Kerr and Li Fei and brought them into Yuhan Valley. After a while, Kerr and Li Fei were brought to an independent valley. There were many wooden houses built in the valley. The wooden houses were covered in snow as if they were covered in a layer of silver. There are 2 empty wooden houses. You can stay in them. If you're any later, you'll have to snatch other people's wooden houses. The lady in blue said expressionlessly, Killing is allowed in this place. The strong ones are respected. You're on your own. The lady in blue left as soon as she finished speaking. Only Kerr and Li Fei were left. They looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Kerr, let's go in. Li Fei called out to Kerr, and the 2 of them were about to enter the 2 ownerless wooden houses that were next to each other. Wait. Just as the 2 ladies were about to enter the ownerless wooden houses, a sudden voice stopped them. Then, a lady walked out of the other wooden house. She was the one who had spoken earlier. The lady was limping as she walked with a limp. Moreover, she was blind in one eye and had a hideous scar on her face. It looked like a centipede that was lying there. She looked extremely scary. Seeing this woman, Li Fei was still okay and kept calm. However, Ke could not help but frown slightly. The lady's appearance frightened her. Such a crippled and ugly woman, compared to Li Fei and Ke, who were as beautiful as flowers and jade, were simply 2 extremes, a difference of thousands of miles. These 2 girls are going to be in trouble. Then, many ladies walked out of the other wooden houses.
They looked at Li Fei and Ke with pity in their eyes. So far 8 of them have died.
Including them, there are 10 of them.
A lady sighed.
Although the 8 who died earlier were beautiful, they were not as good as them. These 2 girls are going to be in a worse state.
Another lady shook her head. The ladies who walked out of the wooden houses had one thing in common, and that was they were not beautiful.
What are you trying to do?
Seeing the ugly woman walking towards the 2 of them, Li Fei's face sank as she shouted in a delicate voice.
If there's an afterlife, remember not to be so good-looking.
A femme fatale. The ugly lady looked at Li Fei and Ke with a ruthless gaze as if she was looking at 2 dead people.
So, you're an ugly freak who can't stand other people being good-looking. Li Fei sneered when she heard the ugly lady's words. At the same time, she took out her spirit weapon and was ready to attack. Chapter 1233. A silhouette of an ancient black dragon and 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the hideous lady's head. She was able to trigger the heaven and earth energy to form such a heaven and earth phenomenon with only her origin energy. That was the mark of an 8th-level martial monarch martial artist. As the hideous lady's multicolored energy rose again, Li Fei and Ke knew that she was communicating with a profundity that she had comprehended. Wait!
Li Fei stopped her with a grave expression.
What? Do you have something to say before you die?
The hideous lady asked in a deep voice. Her origin energy and profundity were ready to be unleashed.
She was ready to kill Li Fei and Ke any time.
You want to kill us just because we're prettier than you?
Li Fei asked after taking a deep breath.
It's not that you're prettier than me.
Women who look like demons deserve to die.
The hideous lady said in a deep voice. What if the one who looks good is Emperor Wu of Yuhan? What if it's Emperor Wu's direct disciple or Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley? With your ability, I'm afraid you're only a threat to Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley.
Li Fei continued.
I'll admit that women who look like demons are more powerful than me.
Those who are weaker than me won't be able to live. The hideous lady continued with her fallacious logic. At the same time, she quickened her pace and went straight for Li Fei and Ke. Li Fei's expression changed drastically. She just realized that the hideous lady before her was a crazy woman with a twisted mind.
She hurriedly said to Ke, you go first.
I'll stop her.
As she spoke, Li Fei's figure moved and she extended her hand to meet the ugly woman. Although she knew that she was no match for the hideous lady, she still wanted to fight for Ke's life.
Bastard. We'll meet again in the next life. While facing the ugly woman, Li Fei was completely disheartened. A purple figure appeared in her mind.
It was a tall, handsome young man in purple clothes.
Sister Fei, Ke shouted, and at the same time, she also moved to meet the ugly woman. The 3-foot-long sword that appeared in her hand was instantly covered with a layer of ice.
It was entwined with a bone-chilling sword aura as it swept towards the ugly woman. A sword came from the west, as if it had the help of the gods.
Although Li Fei asked her to leave, how could she leave just like that? If something really happened to Li Fei, even if she was lucky enough to survive, she would be depressed for the rest of her life. Just thinking about that kind of life made her afraid.
Young master, if there is a next life, Ke would still be willing to be a little girl by your side. Ke's eyes were brimming with tears as she wielded the 3-foot-long sword that exuded an extremely cold aura. The same figure as the one in Li Fei's mind appeared in her mind.
A mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the face of Li Fei and Ke's attacks, the ugly woman sneered disdainfully. She did not even bother to use her spirit weapon as she swept her palm across. At the same time, 3 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared in the void above her head as she attacked. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Li Fei and Ke in an imposing manner. Compared to the 3 silhouettes of ancient black dragons, the silhouettes of ancient black dragons and thousands of ancient horned dragons that appeared in the void above Li Fei and Ke's head seemed exceptionally small. What a pity!
At that moment, many ladies who came out of the wooden houses to watch the show closed their eyes as they could not bear to watch. It was as if they could already foresee the scene of 2 peerless beauties being brutally killed.
Boom!
Ah! As a deafening loud sound reverberated, waves of rolling airwaves spread in all directions.
A shrill scream followed, piercing everyone's eardrums.
Something's not right. At that moment, many ladies felt that something was amiss. This voice. When they opened their eyes again or regained their senses, They realized that there was a beautiful figure in front of the two unharmed beauties, protecting them behind her. On the other hand, the ugly woman was sent flying. She crashed heavily on the mountain wall that was covered in snow, leaving a human-shaped mark on it. Barf! The ugly woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale as she looked at the lady who was protecting Li Fei and Kerr. She said in a deep voice, "Isn't killing prohibited here? Are you trying to protect these two lowly servants for personal reasons?" Slap! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. It was the woman who was standing in front of Li Fei and Conqueror. She disappeared into thin air and reappeared in front of the ugly woman. She raised her hand and gave her a slap. "It's not up to you to tell me what to do." The lady who was standing in front of the ugly woman was a delicate lady. She was dressed in white and looked like she was one with the ice and snow. Although she looked delicate, there was a terrifying power hidden in her body. Otherwise, the ugly woman would not have been defeated by her. At that moment, the ugly woman did not dare to say anything. Although her ability was great, she would at most become a martial emperor's follower in the Yuhan Valley selection of martial emperor's disciples and followers 2 months later. She knew that very well. However, the lady in front of her was one of Emperor Wu's disciples in Yuhan Valley. She was far more powerful than the ugly woman. Therefore, although she was unwilling, she did not dare to say anything. "Two lowly servants. I'll let you live for 2 more months. In the selection of Emperor Wu's disciple and follower in 2 months, I'll make you disappear from this world completely." The ugly woman looked viciously at Li Fei and Kerr as she thought to herself, "Thank you for saving our lives, sister." At that moment, Kerr and Li Fei thanked the lady in white. They knew very well that if the lady in white had not helped them, they would not have escaped death today. However, they were filled with doubts. The lady in blue who had brought them in earlier was one of Emperor Wu's disciples in Yuhan Valley, and one of Emperor Wu's followers. She had told them from the beginning that killing was prohibited and that only the powerful ones were respected. However, the lady in white who they suspected to be Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley had saved them. They found it strange. Why did the lady in white want to save them? "Follow me." After glancing at the ugly woman coldly, the lady in white turned to look at Kerr and Li Fei. She nodded slightly and stepped into the air. Although they did not know where the lady in white was bringing them, Kerr and Li Fei chose to listen to the lady in white and followed her out of the valley. After Kerr and Li Fei left, there was a commotion in the valley. "Who do you think those 2 girls are? They should be one of Emperor Wu's disciples? Otherwise, why would she save them? I heard that some women don't like men but prefer women. Do you think she's one of them?" She saw that those 2 girls were pretty, so, "Now that you mention it, it's possible." As the saying went, 3 women make a show. When a group of women gathered in the valley, they could even turn black into white. At that moment, the ugly woman returned to her wooden house with a grave expression. On the other hand, Li Fei and Kerr followed the lady in white silently and headed to the other side. "Sister, where are you bringing us?" Kerr could not help but ask softly. "To see senior sister Sue." The lady in white turned around to look at Kerr. A rare smile appeared on her face that was as calm as an ancient well. It was a smile that was like the blooming of a green lotus. It was refreshing. Seeing this scene, Conqueror was still fine and only returned a smile. However, there was a flash of surprise in Li Fei's eyes. She realized that the lady in white, who was suspected to be Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley, seemed to be very polite to Kerr. What was the reason? Her heart was filled with doubts. Soon, the lady in white brought Kerr and Li Fei to the mountainside of one of the snowy peaks around Yuhan Valley. There was a wooden house that was covered in white snow. It was impossible to see the wooden house from afar. They could only see it clearly when they got closer. "Senior sister Sue." After the lady in white brought Kerr and Li Fei over, she greeted the wooden house that was covered in thick snow respectfully. Li Fei and Kerr's gazes also landed on the wooden house. To be precise, they were looking at the door of the wooden house. They were curious about the person who was about to come out from the house. "Kerr, the lady in white who saved us must be Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley. I guess she has to be the direct disciple of Yuhan Valley's Emperor Wu to be treated so respectfully," Li Fei said to Kerr through voice transmission. Kerr's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Before she could reply, the door of the wooden house opened with a creak. At the same time, a beautiful figure walked out slowly from the house. It was an ordinary-looking young lady in green. She looked to be in her early 30s with a cold face. She looked straight at the lady in white when she walked out. "What's the matter?" The green-clothed lady spoke unhurriedly. Her voice was so cold that it seemed to have come from an extremely cold ice cave, causing Li Fei and Ku Er to involuntarily shiver. "Senior apprentice Sister Su, I saw someone using a sword skill similar to the one you used." The lady in white seemed to feel the pressure when facing the lady in green. She took a deep breath and said, "The sword skill that I used?" The lady in green frowned. "It's the sword skill that came with the technique that Emperor Wu passed on to you." The lady in white reminded her. "What?" As the white-clothed woman's voice fell, the green-clothed woman's face could no longer remain calm, and her expression changed completely. "Who?" At the same time, she looked at Li Fei and Kerr. "It's her." The lady in white looked at Kerr and said to the lady in green. "You show me your sword skill," Yi Futian said. At this moment, the lady in green tried her best to calm herself down and said to Kerr. When Kerr heard that, she looked at Li Fei. After seeing Li Fei's nod of approval, she moved and displayed the sword skill that she had mastered. "Is your sword skill derived from a technique called Han Bing's Holy Sword Technique?" Chapter 1234. How did you know? Kerr looked at the lady in green and asked in surprise. Only a handful of people knew the name of her cultivation method, and they were all close to her. But today, someone spoke the name of the cultivation method she cultivated through the sword skill she displayed, which made her feel inexplicably shocked. Whoosh! Facing Kerr's surprise, the lady in green did not answer. She raised her hand slightly. In an instant, a sword appeared in her hand. It was a sword that was completely formed by Yuan Li. In the next moment, she moved. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the sound of the sword, the lady in green's action was exactly the same as Kerr's when she performed the sword skill. The sword was also filled with a bone-chilling cold air. Of course, the cold air on the lady in green's sword was even more terrifying. Wherever the sword passed, the air seemed to freeze. When the breeze blew, it turned into a bone-chilling cold wind. How did you know this sword skill? As the lady in green kept her sword, Kerr was dumbfounded. The sword skill displayed by the lady in green was exactly the same as the one she practiced. No matter the movement or the charm. Of course, the lady in green's attainment in this sword skill was far better than hers. Where the sword tip points, the world will be frozen. The lady in green did not answer Kerr's question. Instead, she suddenly said these words to Kerr. Hearing these words, Kerr's eyes suddenly shrank. She said with a face full of shock. You also practiced Han Bing's God sword skill? No one knew these words better than Kerr. These were the last words of the general outline of Han Bing's God sword skill, and also the most important words. Once Han Bing's God sword skill was cultivated to the extreme, where the sword tip points, the world will be frozen. Han Bing's God sword skill. Li Fei, who was standing at the side, was puzzled by what had just happened. Now, after hearing Kerr's words, she was completely enlightened. The woman in green in front of him actually cultivated the same cultivation method as Kerr? That's not right. According to what Scoundrel said back then, no matter if it was the art of the sun and moon star that he passed on to me or the Han Bing God sword technique that he passed on to little sister Kerr, there shouldn't be a second person who knows them. Li Fei shook her head. She couldn't figure it out. Now, she finally understood why the woman in white had saved her and Kerr. It turned out that the woman in white had recognized the sword skill that Kerr had cultivated. Scoundrel, you know what? The cultivation method you passed on to little sister Kerr saved both my life and hers. Li Fei muttered in her heart. If I'm not wrong, you're practicing the complete Han Bing's God sword technique. The woman in green looked at Kerr, her eyes gleaming as she muttered, I can't believe that there's a third person who has cultivated the complete Han Bing's God sword technique on Cloud Continent apart from Master and me. Apart from you, there's another person who has cultivated the Han Bing's God sword technique? Kerr was shocked. She was already shocked when she saw another person who had cultivated the Han Bing's God sword technique. However, from what the woman in front of her had just said, there seemed to be a third person who had cultivated the Han Bing's God sword technique. Senior Sister Su's cultivation method was passed down personally by Lord Emperor Wu. It's also the most powerful cultivation method in Yuhan Valley. Regardless of the generation of Yuhan Valley Master, he would only pass it down to one person. At this moment, the woman in white standing at the side spoke. As she spoke, she did not forget to look at the woman in green with respect. The person who has passed down the cultivation method is also the future successor of Yuhan Valley. Lord Emperor Wu. Once the woman in white said that, Li Fei looked at the woman in green and could not help but exclaim, You're really Emperor Wu's lineal disciple? Although she had already guessed it, Li Fei was still shocked when it was confirmed. Not only is senior sister Su the lineal disciple of Emperor Wu, but she's also the future successor of Yuhan Valley. Sooner or later, she'll become a powerful person like Emperor Wu. As the woman in white spoke, her eyes were filled with fanatical admiration for the woman in green. Emperor Wu's lineal disciple. Li Fei's words also shocked Ke. Ke could not help but look at the woman in green in shock. Your Han Bing's God Sword technique was passed down to you by Yuhan Emperor Wu? That's right. The woman in green nodded. The frost on her face that was originally as cold as ice seemed to have melted. Come with me. Master will definitely be very interested in you. Who knows, she might even make an exception and take you in as her lineal disciple. The woman in green said. Lineal disciple. The woman in green's words not only shocked Ke but also Li Fei. The woman in green's master was the owner of Yuhan Valley, Yuhan Emperor Wu. Becoming her master's lineal disciple meant that she would become Yuhan Emperor Wu's lineal disciple. I can go with you, but Sister Fei, has to go too. Ke said. Humph. Little girl, senior sister Su is bringing you to see Lord Emperor Wu. It's your good fortune. Now, you still dare to negotiate with senior sister Su? The woman in white who was standing at the side snorted and frowned. If Sister Fei, doesn't want to go with me, then I won't go either. Ke ignored the woman in white and looked at the woman in green stubbornly. Seeing that, Li Fei felt warmth in her heart. She knew that Ke was fighting for her opportunity. At the same time, Li Fei looked at the woman in green with fear. She was afraid that Ke would anger her because of that. That would be a loss. Let's go. Surprisingly, the woman in green nodded and agreed to Ke's condition. At the same time, she stepped into the air and slowed down, intentionally waiting for Ke and Li Fei. Ke and Li Fei looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Then, they followed the woman in green. Along the way, they also found out the full name of the woman in green. Su Rong. Under Su Rong's lead, Ke and Li Fei arrived at the peak of a snowy peak. The peak of the snowy peak was covered in clouds. From afar it looked like a vast expanse. Through the clouds, they could see a vast stone platform standing there. On the stone platform, there was a palace made entirely of ice. This was a sparkling and translucent palace. It was so beautiful that it looked like a palace that only existed in the heavens. Master. Su Rong led Ke and Li Fei to the ice palace and bowed respectfully. Almost as soon as Su Rong finished speaking, Ke and Li Fei did not have time to react before a woman appeared in front of them. It was a young woman. The young woman looked to be in her 30s, but Ke and Li Fei knew that the woman in front of them was at least 100 years old. The young woman stood in front of them. Her aura was restrained and she looked just like an ordinary person. Lord Emperor Wu. Facing this ordinary-looking young woman, Ke and Li Fei did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly bowed respectfully as they were filled with excitement. It was their first time seeing a powerhouse like Emperor Wu in their lives. However, from the beginning to the end, the ordinary-looking young lady did not even look at Ke and Li Fei. She looked at Su Rong and asked indifferently, Rong, why are you looking for me? Master, she has cultivated the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique just like us. Su Rong looked at Ke and said to the young woman, Who was Yuhan Emperor Wu? The reason why she said she had cultivated the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique was because the other lineal disciples of Emperor Wu in Yuhan Valley had more or less cultivated the surface of Han Bing's divine sword technique. The incomplete Han Bing's divine sword technique that they had cultivated was passed down to them by Yuhan Emperor Wu under the pretext that he had kept it a secret. Yuhan Valley's rule was that the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique could only be passed down to one person. It had been that way for generations. As Su Rong spoke, Yuhan Emperor Wu's calm face finally changed. At the same time, her gaze landed on Ku Er. Her eyes suddenly became sharp as she asked in a deep voice, Have you really cultivated the complete Han Bing's God Sword technique?
Yes.
Ke could not breathe as she looked at Yuhan Emperor Wu, who was looking at her fiercely. Subsequently, under Martial Emperor Yuhan's request, Ke performed the sword skill that came with Han Bing's divine sword technique. It was a sword skill that could only be performed by those who had cultivated the complete version of Han Bing's divine sword technique. It's really the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique. Yuhan Emperor Wu was shocked. But shouldn't only Yuhan Valley have Han Bing's divine sword technique? Yuhan Valley had been passed down for 3,000 years. In these 3,000 years, there had been many powerful Emperor Wu in Yuhan Valley. They had all become Emperor Wu because they had cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique. Of course, not everyone could become Emperor Wu by cultivating Han Bing's divine sword technique. It also depended on one's talent. Han Bing's divine sword technique is a cultivation method passed down by our Yuhan Valley's ancestor. According to the handwritten record left behind by our ancestor, she obtained Han Bing's divine sword technique from a martial emperor's tomb. Yuhan Emperor Wu quickly suppressed his shock. He calmed down and pondered seriously. According to her judgment, the tomb of Emperor Wu had been passed down for at least 10,000 years, or even longer. The Emperor Wu who was buried in the tomb was the one who had excavated the tomb. She was a female Emperor Wu, the Ice Emperor Wu. Back then, apart from Han Bing's divine sword technique, our ancestor had also obtained a voice transmission jade slip. The voice transmission jade slip contained the last words of the Ice Emperor Wu. The Ice Emperor Wu was an Emperor Wu who had existed 20,000 years ago. According to the Ice Emperor Wu, the Han Bing's divine sword technique that she had cultivated had only been passed down to one person before she was buried in the tomb. That person was an Emperor Wu who was even more powerful than her. That Emperor Wu was known as Samsara, and was known as Samsara Emperor Wu. According to the Ice Emperor Wu, the cultivation method that Samsara Emperor Wu had cultivated was called 3-Live Samsara Technique. The 3-Live Samsara Technique had the ability to reincarnate.
Chapter 1235.
The Frost Emperor Wu knows a little about the 3 Lives rebirth technique. It's said that the reincarnation Emperor Wu can reincarnate once every 10,000 years. When he entered the Emperor Wu realm during his third reincarnation, he would be considered to have cultivated the 3 Lives rebirth technique to its peak. All of this was recorded in the handwritten letter left behind by the Yuhan Valley's ancestor. Looking at the time, it should be the time for the reincarnation Emperor Wu to reincarnate for his third reincarnation. Once he cultivates to the Emperor Wu realm in this reincarnation, the 3 Lives rebirth technique will be perfected. The Yuhan Emperor Wu was shocked when he thought of this. The reincarnation Emperor Wu from 20,000 years ago had gone through 3 reincarnations just to cultivate a cultivation method called the 3 Lives rebirth technique to its peak. Just how powerful was this set of techniques? One should know that the reincarnation Emperor Wu could defeat the Frost Emperor Wu, who cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique in his first reincarnation. One could only imagine how powerful the reincarnation Emperor Wu was. It seems like the Han Bing's divine sword technique that this little girl is cultivating was passed down to her by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his third reincarnation. The Yuhan Emperor Wu looked at Ke as he speculated in his heart. Ke, who was being stared at by the Yuhan Emperor Wu, could not help but feel uneasy when she saw that the Yuhan Emperor Wu did not respond after a long time. No matter what, the person standing in front of her was an Emperor Wu, the supreme existence on Cloud Continent. Who passed down the Han Bing's divine sword technique to you? Finally, the Yuhan Emperor Wu regained his senses and asked this question as soon as he opened his mouth. It's young master who passed it down to me.
Ke took a deep breath and said slowly,
Young master. The Yuhan Emperor Wu raised his eyebrows. He is the fiancé of my sister Ke and I. Seeing that Ke seemed to be a little restrained, Li Fei answered for her.
Fiancé?
Upon hearing this, the cold Emperor Wu's eyes lit up imperceptibly. It seems, the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu hasn't fully matured yet. According to the records left behind by my ancestors in Yuhan Valley, the Frost Emperor Wu mentioned in the voice transmission jade slip that she left behind. Apart from being a powerful martial artist, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was also a heaven-defying alchemist. Grade 1 is the limit for an ordinary alchemist. On the other hand, Emperor Wu of the reincarnation cycle blazed a new trail and became a quasi-royal grade alchemist, or even a royal-grade alchemist. It's said that the royal-grade healing pill refined by the reincarnation Emperor Wu can even revive a dead person and grow flesh and bones. Moreover, the reincarnation Emperor Wu has gone through 2 reincarnations. He must have left many good things for his 3rd reincarnation. Greed flashed in the depth of the Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes as she thought about this. Subsequently, she snapped back to her senses and looked at Kerr. "I'd like to take you in as my direct disciple. Are you willing?" Although she had no idea why the fiancé of the reincarnation Emperor Wu would come to Yuhan Valley in his 3rd reincarnation, she naturally had to make good use of her since she was here. Reincarnation Emperor Wu. The things that you left for your 3rd reincarnation after 2 reincarnations are destined to be mine. The Yuhan Emperor Wu thought to himself. I can be your direct disciple. However, you must take Sister Fei as your direct disciple too. Kerr's eyes lit up when she heard what the Yuhan Emperor Wu said. She then looked at Li Fei who was next to her and said to the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Su Rong frowned at the side. This ungrateful girl. Never mind that she was talking about conditions in front of her. How dare she talk about conditions in front of her master? The high and mighty Yuhan Emperor Wu? I agree. Su Rong thought that her master would be angry. However, she was surprised to find that not only was her master not angry, she even agreed to Kerr's condition without hesitation. Thank you, Sir Emperor Wu. Kerr's eyes lit up when she heard that. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sir Emperor Wu. Li Fei also expressed her gratitude. Are you still calling me Sir Emperor Wu? The Yuhan Emperor Wu smiled faintly and asked meaningfully. Master. Kerr and Li Fei immediately reacted and bowed respectfully to the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Right now, they were completely overwhelmed by joy. They were completely unaware that a huge trap was being set up for them and their fiancés. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. Another month passed just like that. There was only a month left until the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak. There was a long flight of stairs halfway up the mountain on one side of Lingxian Peak that completely separated the 2 stone platforms. The flight of stairs was like a natural moat that separated the 2 stone platforms into 2 different worlds. There was an exquisite pavilion on the stone platform above. The pavilion was surrounded by heaven and earth origin energy that was almost tangible. The cultivation environment was so good that it was enough to make others envious. On the other hand, the stone platform below had cracks on the ground that looked like a huge spider web. There were also cottages on the platform that were filled with a stench that would not go away for a long time. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air in front of the pavilion. It was a purple figure. It was Duan Ling Tian who had been in closed-door cultivation for another 2 months. There's only a month left. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Then he moved and stepped into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had left the place he was at previously. From the beginning until the end, he was not stopped at all. Of course, it was not because Qiao Zhong and the other disciple of Emperor Wu did not know that Duan Ling Tian had left. Although they knew, they did not plan to stop Duan Ling Tian. Not to mention that they might not be able to stop Duan Ling Tian with their strength. However, with Duan Ling Tian's strength, since he had decided to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak, he would definitely not go back on his word. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not go back on his word. He left temporarily because he wanted to take a breather. As he stepped into the air, he performed his movement technique, Dragon Soaring 9 Heaven, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon. He circled around Lingxian Peak and headed to the peak at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian saw many of Emperor Wu's followers. However, none of them noticed him. Soon, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the peak of Lingxian Peak. The peak was completely shrouded in clouds. As soon as he entered, Duan Ling Tian heard the clear sound of a sword chime. There's someone else practicing sword here? Duan Ling Tian continued to go deeper while he was puzzled. He soon discovered that there was someone practicing sword on the peak of Lingxian Peak. This person did not use his origin energy or profundity when he practiced the sword. He was completely using his spiritual energy to control the spirit sword. It was similar to the 9 Tribulations sword control technique that Qin Yi cultivated. Inscription Master? Duan Ling Tian guessed when he discovered that the person was controlling the sword with his spiritual energy.
That was why he did not use his spiritual energy to probe the person's cultivation base. The person was an inscription master, so it would be easy for him to discover his spiritual energy probing. It was impolite to probe other people's cultivation base. The person controlling the sword with his spiritual energy was a young man. He was tall and wore a green robe that moved with the wind. He looked elegant and carefree. Since his back was facing Duan Lingtian could not see his face clearly. One had to admit that the young man's attainment in the sword Dao was quite profound. If it was the Duan Lingtian from before, he would definitely admit that he was not as good as him. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head at this moment. What? You can do better than me? Suddenly, a voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, and it shocked him to the point he shuddered and completely returned to his senses. He only realized now. The young man who had his back facing him had somehow noticed his presence and was talking to him. When the young man was talking to him, he turned around and revealed his face. It was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was handsome. He stood there as though he had transformed into a sharp sword that was ready to soar into the sky at any time. You think you're doing well? Duan Lingtian, who regained his senses, asked in a slightly amused manner. The young man in front of him used his spiritual energy to control the sword. It was far better than the 9 tribulation sword control technique that he had used in the past. However, it was not worth mentioning to him now. After comprehending the sword Dao comprehension that had accumulated in his mind, his attainment in the sword Dao had improved tremendously. You're all talk and no action, the young man said. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man nonchalantly. Without wasting any time, a 3-foot-long green sword appeared in his hand. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Subsequently, he did not split the quasi-royal grade spirit sword into 9. Instead, he used his spiritual energy to control it to fly in the air. It began to circle around him and its speed became faster and faster. His attainments in the sword Dao that had been raised recently due to his comprehension of the sword Dao was fully displayed. The young man stood to the side, and his gaze gradually changed from the initial disdain. In the end, it was filled with shock. Who is he? There's such a person in Lingxian Peak? The young man muttered softly. Soon, the young man's gaze became a little dull. His mind was completely immersed in Duan Lingtian's movements. To be more precise, he was immersed in the movements of the spirit sword around Duan Lingtian's body. After all, Duan Lingtian did not move at all. He stood there as still as a mountain. The young man's gaze changed from the initial sluggishness to confusion, and then to enlightenment. His expression was changing with every passing moment. You can do that? Amazing. Amazing. As time passed by, the young man could only sigh in admiration at the attainment Duan Lingtian displayed in the sword Dao. He felt ashamed of his inferiority. What's your name? As Duan Lingtian withdrew his spiritual energy and the spirit sword returned to his hand, the young man could not help but ask curiously. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied calmly. Duan Lingtian? You're Emperor Wu's disciple from Lingxian Peak? The young man's eyes gleamed as he asked. No. Chapter 1236. You're here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that will be held in Lingxian Peak a month later? The young man could not help but be surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. With your attainments in the sword Dao, it's only a matter of time before you comprehend the Emperor stage sword concept. I don't think there's a need for you to become a disciple of Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, right? Comprehending the Emperor stage sword profundity was only a matter of time? Duan Lingtian snickered inwardly. He had already comprehended the Emperor stage sword profundity a long time ago. However, he did not point it out. I'm not interested in becoming a disciple of that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. I'm here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in Lingxian Peak mainly because I want that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu to do me a favor. If I have to become his direct disciple in order to get his help, then I can only force myself to do it. If it's possible, of course, I'm not willing to become his direct disciple. Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. Force yourself to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple? Duan Lingtian's words made the young man's mouth twitch slightly. In the entire Cloud continent,
There were countless martial artists who wanted to become a direct disciple of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. However, the purple-clad young man before him did not care about it at all. If someone else had said that, he might have mocked them. However, the purple-clad young man before him had the right to say that because of his previous performance. Soon after, the young man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "What do you want from spirit-profound Emperor Wu?" To him, it's just a small favor. But to me, it's extremely important. Duan Lingtian muttered softly. Although he had regained some of his memories in the past few months, he still knew nothing about his identity and origin. That memory seemed to have been completely sealed away. He did not know where he came from or where he was going. He felt that there was only one reason for him to live, and that was to understand his past. That was all.
I see.
The young man nodded and continued. As far as I know, Ling Xian Peak Spirit Profound Emperor Wu is extremely picky when it comes to choosing his direct disciples. Over the years, he has only accepted 3 direct disciples. Although your attainments in the Tao of the Sword are high, he might not make an exception and take you as his direct disciple.
The young man said to Duan Lingtian.
Hearing you say that, it seems like you know quite a bit about Spirit Xian Emperor Wu. You wouldn't be one of the 3 direct disciples of Spirit Xian Emperor Wu, right?
Duan Lingtian took a deep look at the young man and asked.
In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, the young man only smiled mysteriously and did not answer.
Duan Lingtian, I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Also, remember that I'm called Yang Hui.
Yang Hui.
After introducing himself, Yang Hui left.
In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared behind the clouds and mist before Duan Lingtian.
If you are, then you are. If you aren't, then you aren't. What's there to be so mysterious about? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly and left the peak of Ling Xian Peak as well.
He returned to the pavilion where he cultivated earlier and continued to cultivate and comprehend the fused profundity and sword profundity.
At the same time, south of the inner land of Cloud Continent,
an old man in a fiery red robe looked at the red-clad lady next to him and said softly, "Girl, we don't have much time left.
It's time to leave."
When the red-clad lady heard this, her delicate body trembled slightly. A hint of worry could be seen on her peerless face that seemed to be covered with a layer of frost.
Elder brother Duan, where are you? Tian Wu is very worried about you. Do you know that?
The red-clad lady was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had been looking for Duan Lingtian for half a year.
She was muttering to herself. In the end, she sighed inwardly.
Elder brother Duan, my intuition tells me that you're still alive.
When Tian Wu achieves something, she'll definitely come back to look for you.
Feng Tianwu muttered in her heart.
The 2 figures disappeared in the sky in just a blink of an eye and headed north. They were like 2 streaks of red lightning that flashed across the sky.
Their speed was so fast that it was terrifying.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
When Feng Tianwu left with the red-clad old man, Qi Hua, on the other side of Ruoshui River, 4 figures appeared out of thin air in the outer land of Cloud Continent. Among the 4 of them, the leader was a young girl who looked about 15 or 16 years old. The young girl was dressed in yellow, and her youthful appearance was beautiful. One could tell that she would definitely be a devastatingly beautiful woman when she grew up. There was a hint of slyness in her eyes. With just a glance, one could tell that she was a mischievous young girl. There were 3 children who were 2 heads shorter than the yellow-clad young girl standing next to her. There was a little boy in black, a little girl in white, and a little girl in gold. The black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl looked very similar. It was as though they were carved out of the same mold.
They looked like a pair of twins.
As for the golden-clad little girl, she looked like the black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl.
She was only 7 or 8 years old. Her pink little face was very cute, and it made one want to reach out and pinch it.
However, there was a hint of slyness in her eyes that was similar to the yellow-clad young girl's.
It was obvious that she was also a mischievous young girl.
Cloud Continent, Han Shu and I, am back. The yellow-clad young girl's mischievous eyes flashed as she muttered. There was a hint of excitement in her tone. She had obtained her father's permission to come out this time. She finally did not have to worry about being brought back by the people her father sent.
Sister Xuan, do you think brother will be able to recognize us when he sees us like this?
The white-clad little girl looked very quiet.
Although she was young, she already had the potential to become a little lady.
She looked at the yellow-clad young girl and asked with her bright eyes. If the three of you appear together, Brother Ling Tian will definitely be able to recognize all of you.
Han Xuanai sized up the three children by her side.
A playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
How about this? When we find Brother Ling Tian, I'll go see him first. All of you don't appear first. We'll come out one by one later. I guarantee that he won't be able to recognize us.
Sure. Sister Xuanai, you'll see brother first, then I'll see him.
Then Little White. Then Little Black. The golden-clad little girl agreed with Han Xuanai's words. At the same time, she came up with a plan.
Humph.
Little Gold, why should I be the last to see brother? Sister Xuanai, I should be the first to see brother. You should be the last to see him because you're the most disobedient. You're a bad child. The black-clad little boy snorted in dissatisfaction and said angrily. You're the bad child. Your whole family are bad children. No, Little White is also from your family. You're the only bad child. The golden-clad little girl called Little Gold made a funny face at the little boy and playfully stuck out her tongue. Moreover, you're a man. Don't you know that ladies go first?
I'm not a man.
I'm just a little boy. The black-clad little boy said. All right, both of you stop quarreling. My head hurts from quarreling. After we find Brother Ling Tian, you can use rock, paper, scissors to decide who will see him first. Han Xuanai said with a slight headache. She originally thought that she was mischievous enough.
However, in front of these three little fellows, she had no choice but to admit defeat.
These three little fellows were the three demon beasts that Han Xuanai took away from Duan Ling Tian back then. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. Little Black and Little White were the two mutated little pythons that had been following Duan Ling Tian since a long time ago. After that, they were taken away by Han Xuanai twice. After so many years, they had also transformed into human form. Little Gold was the mischievous little golden mouse that was taken away by Han Xuanai along with Little Black and Little White. Of course, to be precise, it was not Han Xuanai who wanted to take them away. It was Han Xuanai's Qing Nu who wanted to take them away. All right. I'll listen to Sister Xuanai.
Little Gold nodded and then made a funny face at Little Black.
You impolite brat who doesn't know that ladies go first. Brother will definitely not like you when he sees you.
Humph.
Brother will not like you. Little Black snorted in dissatisfaction. All right, both of you stop quarreling. You're really born to be enemies.
Little White stood at the side and shook her head lightly, looking like a little adult.
Little White is still the sensible one. Han Xuanai stretched out her hand and rubbed the white-clothed little girl's head before looking at Little Gold and Little Black. She felt a wave of helplessness in her heart. Although the three little fellows before her had transformed into human form and had matured intelligence, their temperament had always remained at the stage of a human child. Besides Little White, who was more sensible, the other two were like children that would never grow up.
Of course, the three little fellows had transformed into such an appearance. Unless they could break through the shackles of the congenital stage, otherwise, they would not be able to transform a second time.
Being unable to transform a second time also meant that they would only be in such an appearance for their entire lives. After all, before breaking through the shackles of the congenital stage, any demon beast only had one chance to transform. If they wanted to transform a second time, they must first break through the shackles of the congenital stage. Let's go. Let's go to the Skydog Fort to look for that big dog. I told him before I left that if he still hasn't found Big Brother Ling Tian's whereabouts by the time I come back, I'll stew him and eat him. At Han Xuanai's command, she led the three brats towards the south. Big dog? I hope he can't find Brother's whereabouts. I haven't eaten dog meat yet.
Little Gold's eyes lit up as she spoke.
Humph. You only know how to eat. You'll die from eating sooner or later. You've forgotten about Brother just because of a meal of dog meat.
What a heartless fellow. Little Black snorted in displeasure.
Little Gold, I won't help you this time. How can you forget about Brother just because of a meal of dog meat? Although I really want to taste dog meat as well. Little White stuck out her little tongue and licked her dry lips as she spoke. When Han Xuanai heard the first half of Little White's sentence, she was still secretly praising Little White for being sensible. However, when she heard the second half of Little White's sentence, she felt that something was amiss.
There really are 3 little devils.
Little White muttered to herself. Chapter 1237. In next to no time, Han Shu and I brought along the 3 little fellows and arrived at the ancient desert city in the northern desert. In the Sky Wolf Fort, the fort master, Qing Lang, was shocked when he saw Han Shu and I return. Fortunately, he told Han Shu and I about his meeting with Duan Ling Tian in time. Otherwise, he would have probably been stewed and eaten. The 3 little fellows that followed behind Han Shu and I looked at him covetously as if they were looking at a plate of delicious delicacies.
3 pairs of bright little eyes caused him to feel a chill run down his spine.
I should return to the 10 dynasties to take a look first. The clues Qing Lang gave were of no use, so Han Shu and I decided to return to the 10 dynasties to take a look and see if her big brother Ling Tian was still in the Dark Han dynasty. The Dark Han dynasty was the root of her big brother Ling Tian. Little Black, Little White, Little Gold. Let's go. Han Shu and I called out to the 3 little fellows and took the lead to flash out, leaving the ancient desert city and heading towards the south. That was the direction of the 10 dynasties. After Han Shu and I left with the 3 little fellows, the fort master of Sky Wolf Fort, Qing Lang, returned to his senses after a short while, and he heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Those 3 little fellows seemed to not be humans. They gave me the feeling as if I was facing my ancestor when they stood before me. Of course, the feeling wasn't so strong. Qing Lang felt a slight lingering fear when he recalled the scene from before. As a demon that was close to the dog type, his sense of smell and intuition were extremely acute, and he noticed that the 3 little fellows by Han Shu and I's side weren't humans. Not only weren't they human, those 3 little fellows that seemed harmless even gave him a feeling of horror.
Especially the gazes they shot at him seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to swallow him alive.
Han Shu and I brought the 3 little fellows along, and entered the area of the 10 dynasties before long. They went to the Dark Han dynasty and circled around, yet they weren't able to find a trace of Duan Ling Tian. For a time, they left the Dark Han dynasty and the 10 great dynasties. They passed through the northern desert and headed north. If Big Brother Ling Tian really left, he should have left from this direction. Han Shu and I secretly guessed. After leaving the northern desert, they continued to head north.
Not long after, she brought the 3 little fellows to the northern mountain land.
She finally found a clue in the northern mountain land. Big Brother Ling Tian once stayed in the Lu clan in the northern mountain land? This was the news that Han Shu and I learned. However, when she was about to go to the Lu clan, she heard that the Lu clan had been destroyed and no longer existed. Who is it? How dare he annihilate the Lu family where Brother Ling Tian used to live? Han Xuanai's expression darkened as she muttered in a cold voice. Her eyes were filled with a cold light. If I find out who did this, I won't let him off. I'm going to eat him. Little Gold said through gritted teeth. However, she looked like a little girl now. She did not look ferocious at all. Will Big Brother be all right? Little Black and Little White were worried. Soon after, Han Shu and I found out about another matter. It was related to her big brother Ling Tian. Big Brother Ling Tian left the Lu clan before it was annihilated? It's very likely that he crossed the Ruoshui River and went to the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Han Shu and I learned about this from someone who was close to the clan leader of the Lu clan in the past.
Let's go to the inner land.
Han Shu and I would not let go of any clue that she could find.
She brought the 3 little fellows and continued to head north.
Soon, they arrived at the Ruoshui River. The Yin Yang sect's swift boat no longer existed at the Ruoshui River. It was replaced by the Ling Tian sect's swift boat. Initially, Han Shu and I did not plan to take the swift boat.
With her and the 3 little fellows' strength, the Ruoshui River was no threat to them.
They had crossed the Ruoshui River to come to the outer land previously.
The Ling Tian sect?
However, Han Shu and I coincidentally overheard people talking about the Ling Tian sect at the Ruoshui River this time. Han Shu and I frowned slightly. I remember the last time I came to the Cloud Continent. The swift boat at the Ruoshui River should belong to the Yin Yang sect or something. It's only been a few years. How did it change to the Ling Tian sect? This Ling Tian sect has the same name as Big Brother Ling Tian. Don't tell me it's related to Big Brother Ling Tian? Soon after, Han Shu and I and the 3 little fellows looked at each other and saw the same thing in each other's eyes. What's the Ling Tian sect that you're talking about? I remember the swift boat here belonged to the Yinyang sect a few years ago. Han Shu and I landed on the ground and stared at the person who mentioned the Ling Tian sect and asked bluntly. Little girl, you don't know about the Ling Tian sect? The person looked at Han Shu and I from head to toe in surprise and said, the Yinyang sect that you mentioned is a thing of the past. The Yinyang sect changed its name to the Ling Tian sect 2 years ago. Why did it change its name? At this moment, Han Shu and I vaguely realized that the Ling Tian sect might really be related to her big brother Ling Tian.
This was because the time when the Yinyang sect changed its name to the Ling Tian sect and the time when her big brother Ling Tian left the Lu clan were only a few months apart. It said that a powerful person came to the Yinyang sect and became the sect leader of the Yinyang sect after killing the peak master of the Yinyang sect's Yang Peak out of anger for a woman. The person who was questioned by Han Shu and I told her everything he knew. After that, he changed the name of the Yinyang sect to the Ling Tian sect. Speaking of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, he's really a legendary figure. First, he killed many leaders of first-rate forces on his own. Later on, he recruited a large number of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists for the Ling Tian sect.
He sighed emotionally as he spoke. Do you know his name? Han Shu and I's breathing quickened as she asked quickly. Duan Ling Tian. The person who was questioned replied immediately. It's really Big Brother. Little White's eyes lit up immediately. Her chubby little face flushed instantly. It was a beautiful sight. Big Brother actually became the sect leader. I want to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect.
Little Black's eyes lit up as he said excitedly.
Humph. I want to be the great guardian of the Ling Tian sect. Little Gold said, unwilling to fall behind. She wanted to be superior to Little Black. I want to be the great guardian. Little Black said again.
If you want to be the great guardian, then I'll be the great guardian.
Little Gold said. Seeing that Little Black and Little Gold had begun to argue again, Han Shu and I could not help but feel a headache coming on. However, a smile appeared on her face again when she thought about the news about the Duan Ling Tian sect. Many people in the surroundings were speechless when they heard the conversation between Little Black and Little Gold. They want to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect? Just these two little brats?
In the beginning, they thought it was impossible for these two terrifyingly young children to have the ability to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect. However, when they thought about it again, they felt that something was amiss.
My goodness! How old are they? How can they fly? Many people reacted and revealed astonished expressions. If they want to fly, they must at least break through to the void-prying stage.
Could it be that the cultivations of these 3 little kids have all broken through to the void-prying stage?
Even more people were shocked by this.
No matter how they looked at it, the 3 little kids before them were not more than 10 years old.
Void-prying stage martial artists that were not more than 10 years old? Could it be that they're demons? Some people guessed like this. However, it was quickly rejected by some people. Look at their pure and innocent innocence. It's completely something that a child should have. Demons that can take human form are basically all old. Do you think they can maintain this innocence? The words of these people obtained the agreement of many people. For a time, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold became the center of attention. Little Black, Little White, Little Gold. We ought to go.
Under the gazes of everyone, Han Shu and I called out to the 3 little fellows before taking the lead to fly out towards the Rua Shui River, and her figure vanished before the eyes of everyone at the Rua Shui River.
So fast.
The group of people at the Rua Shui River never imagined that the young girl that looked to be only 15 or 16 years old would actually possess such a terrifying strength. Just by looking at the speed, they were able to discern that the young girl's strength was extraordinary. They were unable to capture the young girl's figure, and this indicated that their strength was inferior to the young girl. However, in next to no time, they were stunned. Because they noticed that the 3 little boys and girls that they guessed to be void-prying stage martial artists had chased after the young girl in the blink of an eye, and their figures vanished before their eyes.
How is this possible? I'm actually unable to capture their speed in the slightest. Looks like it's very likely that they're really demons that have taken human form. Because they lack communication with humans and demon beasts, they're able to maintain their innocence. Now, even more people guessed that Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were demons. Han Shu and I wasn't spared as well. After all,
A young girl that looked to be around 15 or 16 years old possessed such terrifying speed. According to common sense, it was very unlikely for her to be a human. They're heading towards the Ruoshui River. Could it be that they want to cross the Ruoshui River with their bodies? In next to no time, someone reacted and realized that the direction that Han Shuanai and the three little fellows were flying towards was precisely the direction of the Ruoshui River, and for a moment, they broke out in cold sweat for them. Figures that can cross the Ruoshui River with their bodies are all extremely terrifying existences. If they're not courting death, then their strength is absolutely beyond our imagination. Someone gasped and said, "They don't seem to have the intention of courting death. In this way, it would seem that they're four extremely formidable demons." Someone guessed, "They should be." His guess obtained the agreement of many people. Han Shuanai didn't know what happened at the Ruoshui River after she left. She was currently flying swiftly across the Ruoshui River with the three little fellows and heading towards the inner land. Big brother Ling Tian is actually a sect leader. When I see him this time, I'll ask him to arrange a position for me to play with. Chapter 1238. The Ling Tian sect was located at the south of the northern desert. Ever since the sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, left without returning, the senior officials of the Ling Tian sect were in low spirits. Gold Thug and Xiong Quan, who left with Duan Ling Tian, did not know whether Duan Ling Tian was alive or dead because they did not enter the Lost Stone Forest. To the Lost Stone Forest, Duan Ling Tian's intrusion was undoubtedly a taboo. Emperor Wu had personally issued a gag order so none of Emperor Wu's disciples or followers dared to spread the news. Under such circumstances, the Ling Tian sect was much more low-key compared to before. However, after losing Duan Ling Tian, it was like the Ling Tian sect had lost its backbone. As time went by, the sect's cohesiveness began to weaken. The first to bear the brunt of this were the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. They had come to the Ling Tian sect mainly to improve their weapon refining Dao and medicine refining Dao. Initially, when they had just arrived at the Ling Tian sect, they had received pointers from the sect leader, Duan Ling Tian. They had learned a lot and felt the trip was worth it. However, with Duan Ling Tian's disappearance, many Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists began to have thoughts of leaving the Ling Tian sect. If it was not for the fact that they did not want to be the first to leave and bear the infamy of being ungrateful, they would have left long ago. Whoosh! Today, the Ling Tian sect welcomed an uninvited guest. It was an old man dressed in a gray robe. He was skinny and had a cold expression. His eyes were cloudy, but they were filled with killing intent. Is this the sect that the Duan Ling Tian who killed here is in charge of? The gray-robed old man muttered as he looked down at the mountain peak beneath his feet. A person from the outer land has become the leader of a first-rate force in such a short time. Although it's only a low-level first-rate force, it's still not bad. Unfortunately, you killed someone you shouldn't have killed. Murderous intent shot out from the gray-robed old man's eyes as he muttered. Duan Lington, you have 10 breaths to appear in front of this old man. Otherwise, this old man will exterminate your entire family. When the gray-robed old man spoke, he secretly used Yuan power. When his voice was transmitted, it was earth-shattering, causing a commotion in the entire Ling Tian sect. Within the Ling Tian peak where the Ling Tian sect was located, from the Ling Tian sect's higher-ups to the members of the Ling Tian sect, all of their expressions changed. This voice. It's him. In a wooden house on the north side of Ling Tian peak, a figure flew out of the sky with an extremely unsightly expression. This was a young man. His expression was ugly, and his eyes were filled with deep hatred. It was hatred that came from the bottom of his heart. The young man was none other than Liu Bai. He was the second young master of the Liu clan in the northern mountain. After the Liu clan was destroyed, he crossed the Ruoshui River and came inland to the Ling Tian sect. After that, he stayed in the Ling Tian sect to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. He only came out a few days ago. I have to warn Duan Ling Tian. Liu Bai's figure moved, heading to the south side of Heaven Ascension Peak. Since Liu Bai had only come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago, he did not know that Duan Ling Tian had gone missing for a long time. It was only when he met Gold Thug and Xiong Quan that he found out that Duan Ling Tian was no longer in the Ling Tian sect. You know that person? Gold Thug lifted his head and looked at the peak of Ling Tian Peak. Although he could not see the situation clearly, The voice earlier came from there. He did not come with good intentions. He's a powerhouse from the Han clan. Our Lu clan was annihilated by him. It seems like he has found out about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. That's why he came to Lingtian Peak. Lu Bai said in a deep voice. He could guess many things since the other party came here. Lu clan? Gold Thug frowned. I know a little about this matter, Xianxia said. Lu Bai nodded. He had already known about it when Lu Bai came to Lingtian sect. He had also learned about the Lu clan's annihilation from his young master. He even knew the reason behind it. It was all because his young master had killed Jianghu, the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. Jianghu himself was nothing. However, the problem was that Jianghu had an uncle who was a powerhouse from the Han clan. The Han clan was one of the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent. They were also the two great forces on Cloud Continent. Even Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent had to be wary of them. The Han clan had been around for 10,000 years. It was already a powerful force on Cloud Continent 10,000 years ago. After 10,000 years of inheritance, its foundation had become extremely powerful. Not many people would believe that the Han clan did not have a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Of course, the Han clan did not have a powerhouse like Emperor Wu on the surface. Even so, Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent did not dare to offend the Han clan. Who knew if a crazy powerhouse would suddenly appear in the Han clan? Don't tell me the Han clan you mentioned is one of the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent? At this moment, Gold Thug finally regained his senses. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. That's right. It's the Han clan. Lu Bai nodded. A powerhouse from the Han clan. How did Master offend him? Gold Thug was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. After all, the ancient clan, the Han clan, was too famous. In the entire Cloud Continent, even Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses could not do anything to it. Otherwise, as a powerful force on Cloud Continent, it would not have been able to survive until today. After all, the bird that pokes its head out gets shot. After so many years, there must be many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who did not like it and even attacked it with the intention of destroying it. Even so, it still managed to survive. One could only imagine how powerful it was. Since it has come to this, we can only face it calmly. Xianxia sighed. Soon, the peak of Lingtian Peak was filled with people. A group of high-ranking officials and Lingtian sect disciples gathered together. All of them looked at the gray figure in the sky with fear on their faces. The gray figure was an old man in a gray robe. He was also a powerhouse from the Han clan, Han Jing. There's still 3 breaths of time left. Han Jing calmly looked at the crowd before him and said nonchalantly, after 3 breaths of time, if Duan Lingtian doesn't come out, I'll annihilate the entire Lingtian sect. Of course, before that, all of you can choose to leave the Lingtian sect. As long as you leave the Lingtian sect, you'll be able to escape death. Han Jing continued to speak. The moment Han Jing's words left his mouth, the group of people from the Lingtian sect looked at each other. However, no one dared to take the lead. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Han Jing, and I'm from the ancient Han clan. Of course, I'm just a nobody in the Han clan. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Han Jing's eyes narrowed. The origin energy on his body stirred and caused the heaven and earth energy in the sky to surge. In just a blink of an eye, it formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. An ancient black dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually appeared. 9th level martial monarch stage. Upon hearing the old man's self-introduction and seeing the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the old man's origin energy stirring the heaven and earth energy, many people's faces changed drastically. The group of high-ranking officials from the Lingtian sect, including the 2 vice-sect leaders, Luo Ping and Zhang San, had a grave expression on their faces. They did not expect this old man to be a powerhouse from the Han clan. Moreover, he was a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse. A 9th level martial monarch stage martial artist's cultivation base was obvious. Naturally, the profundity that he had comprehended would not be weak. Disregarding the old man's identity, just his strength alone was enough to render the entire Lingtian sect helpless. Ever since the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, left, the Ling Tian sect no longer had a powerful powerhouse who could stand in the limelight. The reason the Ling Tian sect could continue to exist was because of their sect leader's reputation. Of course, it was mostly because the news of Duan Lingtian's disappearance was not known by many people, so it had not spread out. However, at this moment, someone who was not afraid of Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, had come knocking on their door and announced that he would annihilate the Ling Tian sect. Senior Han, our sect leader has not returned since he left the sect some time ago. Zhang San took a deep breath and looked at Han Jing anxiously. Duan Lingtian is not here? Han Jing raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, I'll give all of you another 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, I won't let go of anyone who has not betrayed the Ling Tian sect and stands behind me. When Han Jing reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with killing intent. As though it was supporting his words, the milky white flame on his body was entwined by a multicolored energy in just a blink of an eye. The milky white flame also transformed into a multicolored flame in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an even more vast heaven and earth energy appeared above Han Jing's head and gathered to form an even more terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon. In just a blink of an eye, a total of 5 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 6,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above Han Jing's head. This was the heaven and earth phenomenon that Han Jing had not even used his spirit weapon. Once he used his spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength, his strength would definitely be more than 6 ancient black dragon strength and 6,000 ancient horned dragon strength. How powerful! At once, many people from Ling Tian's sect narrowed their eyes in shock. Whoosh! 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 Soon after, many people took the lead and flew out to stand behind Han Jing. These people were the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had joined Ling Tian's sect previously. They had originally planned to leave Ling Tian's sect, but now that they were forced to do so by a powerhouse like Han Jing, it was only natural for them to do so. You're all ungrateful. Zhang San cursed with a grave expression when he saw that all the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists had left except for him and another person. Vice Sect Leader Zhang, I advise you to stand with us. The sect leader has been missing for more than half a year, and we don't even know if he's coming back. Some of the people standing behind Han Jing advised Zhang San. What? The sect leader is missing? At once, most of the elders and disciples from Ling Tian's sect who were present were shocked. It was their first time hearing this news. Their Ling Tian sect leader had been missing for more than half a year? At once, these people no longer hesitated and hurriedly stood behind Han Jing. Chapter 1239. The 2 vice sect leaders, Luo Ping and Zhang San, were among the few people who did not leave. Following them were Lu Bai, Chen Xiaoshui, Gold Thug, Xiong Quan, and another middle-aged man in a silver robe. Li Si, you're not leaving? Zhang San asked in surprise as he looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man. Apart from being his old friend, Li Si was also an outstanding Grade 1 alchemist. He had just come out of closed-door cultivation a while ago. As soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation, he came to the Ling Tian sect out of admiration. Naturally, Li Si had joined the Ling Tian sect partly because he was here. However, in Zhang San's opinion, Li Si was not like the other Grade 1 alchemists and weapons craftsmen. He did not receive any favor from the Ling Tian sect, so it was reasonable for him to leave. However, Li Si's choice was beyond his expectations. Zhang San, although I'm not convinced by you, since I've decided to join the Ling Tian sect, naturally, I won't betray you. That's not my style, Li Si said. Zhang San nodded. Humph. Since all of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Han Jing did not expect that there would be 7 people who did not know what was good for them and completely ignored his threat. At that moment, he was filled with rage. In an instant, Han Jing took a step forward and raised his hand before he struck out a series of palm strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, along with a series of loud noises, 7 solid palm prints charged towards Xiong Quan's group of 7. They were so fast that they could not react at all. They only had time to notice the strong wind that was coming at them, causing them to almost suffocate. Although they knew that Han Jing was strong, It was only when Han Jing made a move against them that they truly felt Han Jing's strength. Young master, Xianxia will leave first. If there's a next life, Xianxia hopes to still be by your side and be at your beck and call. Xianxia was completely disheartened. Bang! 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 Just when Xianxia and the other 6 thought they were going to die, a deafening sound reverberated in their ears, causing them to regain their senses. This was because they realized Han Jing's attack did not land on them. Unknowingly, an invisible wall seemed to have appeared in front of them. No matter how Han Jing's attack landed on it and caused ripples in the air, it did not penetrate the wall. They knew someone had saved them. Humph! Seeing that his attack was blocked, Han Jing did not even have time to figure out who did it. With a raise, a saber appeared in his hand. It was a grade 1 spirit saber. Whoosh! 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 The sabers rose and fell, and the attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth continued to sweep towards Xianxia and the others, with a ferocious momentum. However, when the saber lights that filled the sky approached Xianxia's group of 7, they were all blocked. The invisible wall in front of Xianxia and the others was extremely sturdy, thus they were not afraid of Han Jing's attacks, even if Han Jing were to use his full strength with his mystical weapon. Whoosh! 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 This time, Han Jing's expression finally changed. It became extremely ugly. His strength was considered top-notch among the peak martial emperors. He believed that it was almost impossible for anyone below the martial emperor realm to be able to block his attack so easily and not reveal themselves in front of him. Therefore, there was only one possibility. The person who attacked was an Emperor Wu powerhouse. An Emperor Wu powerhouse? The moment Han Jing's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At once, those who had regained their senses began to look around as though they were trying to find the Emperor Wu powerhouse who had attacked them earlier. Thank you for saving our lives, sir. At this moment, Xianxia and the other 6 bowed respectfully in the air to express their gratitude. They knew very well that if it was not for the person who had attacked them secretly, they would have been dead by now. No. Perhaps, they would not even have a corpse left. Xianxia, long time no see. Just when Han Jing's face was ghastly pale and cold sweat was breaking out on his forehead, and he did not dare to run away, a tender voice resonated in the air. The tender voice belonged to a little girl. You are. Xianxia was stunned when he heard someone calling his name. Moreover, it was a little girl's voice. Whoosh! Soon, Xianxia's eyes flashed as he saw a golden figure appear in front of him. It was a little girl dressed in golden clothes. The little girl was pink and cute. Were you the one who called my name? Xianxia asked uncertainly as he looked at the little girl in golden clothes in front of him. Who else could it be? Xianxia, have you forgotten about me? The little girl in golden clothes put her hands on her hips and looked at Xianxia angrily. You are. Xianxia looked at the little girl in front of him from head to toe. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find any memory of this little girl. Little girl, I don't think I know you? Xianxia smiled wryly. Little Gold, I told you that Xianxia would not recognize you. At this moment, another tender voice of a little girl was heard as a white figure descended. This time, it was a little girl in white. Just when many people were looking at the 2 little girls in shocked that they could fly at such a young age, another 2 figures descended from the sky. It was a yellow-clad girl and a black-clad boy. Among the 4 people who appeared, the yellow-clad girl seemed to be the oldest. However, she was only 15 or 16 years old. Although Han Jing was shocked by the sudden appearance of 4 people in front of him, his attention was not on them. He was still searching for the martial emperor who was hiding in the dark. Little girl, who are you? Xianxia looked at the little girl in golden clothes, and the confusion on his face deepened. Xianxia, she's Little Gold. At this moment, the little girl in white opened her mouth and explained to Xianxia. Little Gold. Xianxia was at a loss for words. It's that greedy little golden mouse. At this moment, the black-clad boy opened his mouth to remind Xianxia. When Xianxia heard the black-clad girl's words, a light bulb went off in his head. He finally recalled the little golden figure. You're the little gold mouse from back then? Xianxia finally reacted. That's right, I'm the little gold mouse from back then. I'm sure you can guess their identities now, right? Xiao Jing glared at the little boy in black, then pointed at the little boy in black and the little girl in white, and asked Xianxia.
Little Black and Little White. Xianxia studied the little boy and the little girl who looked like a pair of twins in front of him.
Soon, he snapped back to his senses and asked in disbelief.
That's right, I'm Little White, and he's Little Black, the little girl in white said. At this moment, Xianxia felt a little dizzy.
The three little fellows from back then had transformed into humans now?
So they're demons. I was wondering how such a small human child could fly in the air. So it's a demon. Demons can transform into children even if they're over 100 years old. Many people who had betrayed the Ling Tian sect whispered among themselves. Demons? At this moment, Han Jing, who was originally looking around, retracted his gaze and focused on the three children before him. His heart skipped a beat. They're demons? Don't tell me the person who attacked earlier was her? Unknowingly, Han Jing's gaze landed on the yellow-clad girl next to the three children. The yellow-clad girl was obviously the leader of the three children. When he realized this yellow-clad girl before him might be Emperor Wu's powerhouse, Han Jing's expression turned grave. Let's catch up later. Little Gold, didn't you say you'll settle this matter?
The yellow-clad girl was none other than Han Xuanai, who had brought the three little fellows to the Ling Tian sect after crossing the Ruoshui River with her physical body.
They had just arrived when they saw the commotion earlier. Originally, they had already arrived before the group of people who had betrayed the Ling Tian sect. However, they were not in a hurry to come out. After the people who should have betrayed the sect had left, they decided to show themselves.
Before they showed themselves, they had saved the few people who had not betrayed the Ling Tian sect.
If you're not going to settle this, I'll do it.
Little Black looked at Little Gold and said nonchalantly.
You wish. I won this opportunity by beating you with rock, paper, scissors. I'll never give it up to you unless there's something wrong with my head.
Little Gold rolled her eyes at Little Black before she turned around and looked at Han Jing. However, a wry smile appeared on her face soon after.
This was because a yellow figure had appeared in front of her. To be more precise, it was Han Xuanai who blocked her path. Sister Xuanai? Little Gold was stunned. She had no idea what Han Xuanai was trying to do. Little Gold, I'll settle this person.
Han Xuanai's expression was slightly grave as though she had discovered something.
You're from the Han clan on Cloud Continent? Han Xuanai asked in a deep voice as she looked at Han Jing calmly. Yes. May I know how to address you, miss?
Han Jing, who guessed Han Xuanai might be a demon emperor powerhouse, did not dare to be negligent in the face of Han Xuanai's question.
You're not worthy to know my name. In the face of the courteous Han Jing, Han Xuanai did not care about her face as she cried out in a deep voice. Han Jing's face turned grave immediately.
If it was not for the fact that the yellow-clad girl before him might be a Emperor Wu powerhouse, he would have attacked her a long time ago.
Since you're from the Han clan, I'll settle you myself.
How dare you cause trouble for my brother Ling Tian's sect?
There's no need for you to live in this world anymore. When Han Xuanai muttered to herself, she seemed to be talking to Han Jing, but at the same time, she seemed to be muttering to herself. However, Han Jing could not help but have a change of expression when he heard her words. In his opinion,
since the yellow-clad girl before him dared to say such words, it meant she was confident she could kill him.
It seems like she's really the Emperor Wu powerhouse who attacked earlier. Just as Han Jing's heart trembled and was filled with fear, his eyes narrowed almost at the same time. There was a bloody hole in his body, a bloody hole that was emitting cold air. Chapter 1240. The bloody hole that appeared on Han Jing's chest was completely frozen. The ice continued to spread all over his body and eventually turned him into an ice sculpture. Just before Han Jing completely turned into an ice sculpture, a rapid stream of light suddenly shot out from his body.
How dare you play tricks in front of me?
The golden-clad little girl snorted and was about to chase after the communication jade slip that Han Jing had released before he died. Little Gold, there's no need to chase after him. I'd like to see who he can summon. The Han clan on Cloud Continent has been at peace for too long. Perhaps, they've already forgotten who gave them everything they have. Han Xuanai stopped Xiao Jin in time and muttered to herself in a low voice. Then, her gaze landed on Han Jing again. To be more precise, she was looking at Han Jing, who had completely turned into an ice sculpture. Smack! All of a sudden,
Han Shuanai slowly raised her hand. Ferocious cracks began to appear on the ice sculpture before it exploded and turned into ice shards that filled the sky. Han Jing, who was at the peak of the martial monarch stage, was completely dead in just a blink of an eye. At once, the entire place fell silent. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When most of the people regained their senses, their gazes landed on the yellow-clad girl standing nearby in unison. This seemingly harmless yellow-clothed young girl caused their hearts to tremble. The scene earlier was definitely the most shocking scene they had ever seen in their lives. That's a Han clan powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage. He died just like that? Many people sucked in a cold breath. This girl. Could she really be a Emperor Wu powerhouse? She should be a demon emperor powerhouse. The gazes that landed on Han Shuanai were soon filled with dread. This girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old possessed a power that made their souls tremble. Soon after, the group of people who stood behind Han Jing regretted their actions. These 4 powerful demons are obviously related to the Ling Tian sect. I'm afraid we can't return to the Ling Tian sect now that we've betrayed them. If I knew there was a demon emperor powerhouse behind the Ling Tian sect that would appear in such a timely manner, I definitely wouldn't have chosen to betray the Ling Tian sect. I was killed by that Han Jing. Many people said with regret on their faces. However, it did not cross their minds that since they had betrayed the Ling Tian sect, other than not being able to return to the Ling Tian sect, was there really nothing that could happen to them? Could they just swagger away? Soon after, the 2 little fellows gave them the answer. Little Black, let's make a bet. Whoever kills the most traitors will be able to see Big Brother Ling Tian first. The golden-clad little girl, who was also Little Gold, looked at the black-clad little boy at the side and said, "Sure." The little black boy was none other than the little black python, Xiao He. He nodded his head coolly. *T. Little Gold and Little Black's conversation was not soft. It clearly entered the ears of the group of Ling Tian sect's traitors, causing horror to appear on their faces. They did not know the strength of these 2 little fellows. However, they had seen Han Shuanai's strength before. She was definitely at the Demon Emperor stage. Put aside the fact that these 2 little fellows might be stronger than them, even if they were not, they could not do anything to these 2 little fellows. After all, there was a Demon Emperor powerhouse next to them. Run! Run! At once, the group of traitors fled in all directions, not daring to hesitate at all. Trying to run? Little Gold and Little Gold sneered when they saw the group of traitors fleeing. Then they moved at the same time and disappeared into thin air. At the very least, the 2 little fellows disappeared into thin air in front of Xiongquan and the others. Subsequently, the scene before their eyes caused Xiongquan and the others to be dumbstruck. Heavens! What did they just see? In their field of vision, the traitors who were just about to flee suddenly stopped in their tracks and exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. In their eyes, these traitors seemed to have exploded into a bloody mist out of thin air. However, they knew in their hearts that this was not the case. The reason they saw this scene was because they could not catch the movements of the 2 little fellows at all. The 2 little fellows' movements were too fast, to the extent that they could not see them at all. The difference in strength between them was too great. In merely 2 to 3 breaths of time, the group of traitors who betrayed Ling Tian's sect, regardless of gender, were all killed. Not a single one was left alive. I killed 359 of them. At this moment, a calm voice resonated in the air, accompanied by the appearance of a golden figure. It was the little girl in golden clothes, Little Gold. Humph! I killed 362 of them. Almost at the same time, Little Gold appeared and said coolly. Whether it was Little Gold or Little Black, both of them remained calm when they said they had killed hundreds of people. It was as though they were not killing people but cutting grass earlier. At once, Xiongquan and the others felt their scalps go numb. The 2 of them had killed over 700 people, but there was not a single drop of blood on their bodies. This was enough to show how profound their cultivation base was. If I'm not mistaken, they should be Demon Emperor powerhouses as well. Zhang San muttered softly. Among the group of people in Ling Tian's sect who did not leave Ling Tian's sect, his strength was the strongest. He had just broken through to the 8th level martial monarch stage not long ago. Because of this, he had a certain understanding of the strength of a martial artist at the peak of the martial monarch stage. In his opinion, The strength of the little girl in golden and the little boy in black was definitely not as simple as demon monarch powerhouses. If that was the case, there was only one possibility. Both of them were demon emperor powerhouses just like the yellow-clad young girl. If it wasn't for your good luck that there were more people over there, I would have definitely defeated you. When Little Gold heard Little Black's words, she said unhappily, "Remember, you have to be willing to admit defeat." Little Black said coolly, "Humph." Little Gold snorted softly as a form of acknowledgement. "You're Xianxia." Just as Xianxia, Zhang, and the others were stunned, Han Shu and I looked at Xianxia. "I've heard of you, but I've never seen you before." "You are." Xianxia was flattered when he saw Han Shu and I greeting him. "Xianxia, she's Sister Xuan. She's also my good friend and sister." Little Gold said to Xianxia. "So, she's young master's friend." Xianxia finally understood. At the same time, he bowed respectfully at Han Shu and I. Xianxia greets Miss Xuan. "Greetings, Miss Xuan." At this moment, the remaining people, including Zhang San and Luo Ping, also bowed respectfully at Han Shu and I. Even Chen Xiao Shuai and Lu Bai were no exception. Chapter 1241. When did Brother Ling Tian go missing? How did he go missing? Han Xuanai looked at Xianxia and asked with a solemn expression. Between her eyebrows, there was even a hint of anxiety. It was obvious that before she appeared, she had heard the discussion of the group of traitors who had betrayed the Ling Tian sect. That was how she found out about the Duan Lingtian's disappearance. This matter started more than half a year ago. Xianxia sighed. Subsequently, he told her the ins and outs of the matter. In the end, he sighed with a face full of self-blame. "It's a pity that I'm too weak. I can't enter the Lost Stone Forest to find out about young master's whereabouts." Lost Stone Forest, huh? Han Xuanai narrowed her eyes. A cold light flashed across her eyes as she muttered to herself. "Little Black, Little Gold, the two of you stay behind to guard the Ling Tian sect. Little White and I will make a trip to the Lost Stone Forest." Soon after, Han Shu and I looked at Little Black and Little Gold and said, "Sister Xuanai, I want to go as well." The two little fellows hurriedly said, "If the two of you leave as well, what if something happens to Brother Ling Tian's sect again?" Han Shu and I glared at the two little fellows angrily. Subsequently, under the two little fellows' helpless gazes, she asked Xianxia where the Lost Stone Forest was and left with the white-clad little girl. The white-clad little girl was the little white python from back then, Little White. After Han Shu and I left with Little White, Little Gold looked at the other 6 people apart from Xianxia and said, "The few of you are quite lucky." Upon hearing Little Gold's words, the 6 of them could not help but smile wryly. Naturally, they knew why Little Gold said that. If they had betrayed the Ling Tian sect and stood behind the Han clan's powerhouse, Han Jing, from the beginning, they would have been dead by now. "Li Si, it's fortunate that you made a wise choice back then." Zhang San looked at Li Si and spoke through voice transmission. He was glad for Li Si. Li Si smiled awkwardly. He really did think about leaving, but after thinking about it, he felt that it wasn't right. Moreover, his old friend Zhang San didn't choose to betray the Ling Tian sect, so he decided to stay. Now, it seemed that he had made a wise choice. Actually, if one really wanted to talk about the luckiest people, it would not be Zhang San and the others. The luckiest ones were none other than those who had left the Ling Tian sect recently. A group of Ling Tian sect elders and disciples who had left the Ling Tian sect recently still had lingering fears after knowing what had happened today. They had no doubt. If they were present at that time, they would definitely have chosen to betray the Ling Tian sect. After all, the Demon Emperor expert would only descend later. Before that, they wouldn't hold any hope for the Ling Tian sect. Fortunately, I left these few days. Yeah, otherwise we'd definitely be dead. Now, not only have we survived, we can even continue to stay in the Ling Tian sect. I heard that it wasn't just Miss Xuanai who had temporarily left our Ling Tian sect. Even the 2 little ancestors who are currently staying in our Ling Tian sect are suspected to be Demon Emperor experts. With these few Demon Emperor powerhouses, wouldn't our Ling Tian sect be able to surpass all the first-rate forces on Cloud Continent in one leap? The group of Ling Tian sect elders and disciples who were lucky discussed from time to time. When they discussed, besides feeling lucky, their hearts were filled with excitement and joy. On the Cloud Continent, even the upper-class first-rate forces only had a peak martial monarch powerhouse guarding them. There was no martial emperor powerhouse. With a demon emperor powerhouse that was comparable to a martial emperor powerhouse, the Ling Tian sect had already left the first-rate forces on Cloud Continent in the dust to a certain extent. The two little ancestors they were talking about were naturally Little Gold and Little Black. Little Gold and Little Black stayed behind to guard the Ling Tian sect. They were not idle and liked to wander around. As long as it was someone from the Ling Tian sect, they would bully them before. How boring. If I knew this would happen, I would have left you here alone and followed Sister Xianxia to that lost stone forest. Little Gold and Little Black sat on each side of Ling Tian Peak. Little Gold said regretfully, "Do you think I'd let you go?" Little Black asked coolly, "Or perhaps, you think Sister Xianxia asked both of us to stay because she said it casually and didn't mean it?" Humph. Hearing this, Xiao Jin snorted and no longer paid attention to Xiao He. The two little fellows were a pair of quarrelsome lovers. Ling Xian Peak. There were only 3 days left before the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers began. I've regained some of my memories. Unfortunately, I still can't remember who I am. A voice suddenly resonated from the only pavilion on the vast stone platform at the side of Ling Xian Peak. There was a hint of helplessness in the voice. Duan Lingtian, who had just woken up from his cultivation, shook his head, got off the bed, and walked out of the room. After a while, he left the pavilion. Since the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers would begin in 3 days, Duan Lingtian could see many figures in front of the cottages on the other stone platform below when he came out. These figures were all people like Duan Lingtian. Naturally, the same people referred to the fact that they came to Ling Xian Peak with the same purpose as Duan Lingtian. They were all people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak. Currently, these people were gathered in pairs and sparring. It was very lively. Suddenly, as though he sensed something, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he turned to look to his side. Then, a gust of wind blew by his side and a figure appeared. It was an old figure. Upon closer inspection, it was Qiao Zhong, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu who had brought him here half a year ago. Duan Lingtian, the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers is about to begin. You have to be careful in these 3 days. That Lu Zhong is not easy to deal with. Qiao Zhong reminded Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, his expression was non-committal. It was as though he did not take Qiao Zhong's words to heart. Or perhaps, he did not take Lu Zhong seriously at all. Lu Zhong isn't the only one who's strong. Most importantly, he has a martial emperor's direct disciple behind him. That direct disciple of Emperor Wu views Lu Zhong as his right-hand man. If Lu Zhong suffers any losses in your hands, I'm afraid he won't just stand by and watch, Qiao Zhong continued. The more he spoke, the more solemn his expression became. Direct disciple? This time, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as though he was particularly interested in Ling Xian Peak's direct disciple. You mean, if I hurt or kill Lu Zhong, that direct disciple of Emperor Wu behind him will attack me? Duan Lingtian looked at Qiao Zhong and asked with uncertainty. That's right. Chapter 1242. Qiao Zhong quickly realized. Upon hearing his words, the purple-clad young man in front of him suddenly smiled. His smile sent chills down Qiao Zhong's spine. Emperor Wu's direct disciple? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face quickly disappeared. His eyes gleamed brightly as a hint of battle intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Naturally, Qiao Zhong did not notice this. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. He believed that Duan Lingtian was stronger than most of Emperor Wu's disciples in Ling Xian Peak. However, he did not believe that he was stronger than Emperor Wu's direct disciple. At the same time, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of an independent pavilion on a stone platform on the mountainside of Ling Xian Peak. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize the leader of the 3 figures as Lu Zhong. Both of you may leave. At this moment, Lu Zhong spoke calmly to the two people behind him. Yes. The two of them left. After the two of them left, Lu Zhong looked at the independent pavilion in front of him and bowed respectfully. Senior Brother Song. As soon as Lu Zhong finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the independent pavilion. It was a young man dressed in blue. The young man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, the black mole on his right eyebrow was particularly eye-catching. Lu Zhong, are you looking for me? The young man in blue was one of the 3 direct disciples under Ling Xian Peak's spirit profound Emperor Wu. He was also ranked 2nd, Song Ting. Senior Brother Song, I'd like to ask you to give me a spot to supervise the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 days. Lu Zhong did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Song Ting as he spoke respectfully. The supervisor was the person in charge of supervising the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 days. He mainly monitored the people who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers and recorded their results. The person in charge of supervising was the judge. The 2 judges were Emperor Wu's direct disciples. Song Ting was one of them. Therefore, Song Ting had the authority to appoint a supervisor. Why are you suddenly interested in this? Song Ting asked, obviously curious about this. Senior Brother Song, to tell you the truth, the reason I want to be a supervisor is because I want to kill someone. Lu Zhong gritted his teeth and said. He didn't hide anything from Song Ting, nor did he dare to. If he hid the truth and Song Ting found out, he wouldn't have a good ending. To put it nicely, he was Song Ting's right-hand man. To put it bluntly, he was just a lackey, a dog that could be summoned at will. He would bite whoever he told him to. As a master, no matter how much he valued the dog around him, once the dog bit him one day, he would still kill the dog without hesitation. Oh! Song Ting's eyes flashed, and he became more and more curious. You are Emperor Wu's disciple. Why would you have a grudge with someone who is participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? Senior Brother Song, my younger brother, Lu Yi, was killed by him. Lu Zhong said with grief and indignation. Lu Yi was killed by him? Song Ting's face darkened when he heard Lu Zhong's words. In Ling Xian Peak, apart from a small number of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who chose to be neutral, most of the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu had chosen to side with him. They either chose to side with Song Ting, Emperor Wu's 2nd direct disciple, or they chose to side with Emperor Wu's 3rd direct disciple. The 2 sides were opposing each other. Whether it was Lu Zhong or Lu Yi, they were both on Song Ting's side. Now that Song Ting heard that someone from his side had been killed, his eyes could not help but reveal a hint of anger. As the saying went, one has to look at the master before beating a dog. In his opinion, if someone dared to kill Lu Yi, it meant that they didn't take him seriously. Since he was able to kill Lu Yi, it means he's quite strong. Are you sure you can kill him to avenge Lu Yi? Soon after, Song Ting's expression returned to normal as he asked nonchalantly. Yes. Lu Zhong nodded fiercely. He was very confident in his strength. Unless it was someone at the level of Emperor Wu's direct disciple or some extremely strong powerhouses at the peak of the martial monarch realm, he was confident he could deal with the rest. Then you should prepare yourself. 3 days later, we'll go to the place where the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers will be held. At that time, you'll be the supervisor and wait for an opportunity to kill that person, Song Ting said. Lu Zhong nodded respectfully. Yes. Lu Zhong nodded respectfully. His eyes were filled with a hint of madness. It was as though he could already see the scene of the enemy who killed his younger brother falling in front of him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian naturally did not know that Lu Zhong was already plotting against him. At this moment, he was walking up and down Ling Xian Peak. It had been a long time since he came to Ling Xian Peak, but this was his first time looking at Ling Xian Peak in such detail. Unknowingly, this steep mountain peak that shot up into the sky like a sword had given him a brand new understanding. Looking at this mountain peak in front of me, I seem to have absorbed and digested some of the obscure information in the depths of my mind. It won't be long before my sword profundity breaks through again. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he was staring at the mountain peak that looked like a sword in front of him. His eyes were fixed on it, and he was extremely focused. At this moment, The entire mountain peak seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword in his eyes. It was a gigantic sword that soared into the heavens. I heard from Qiao Zhong that the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers will be held in Lingxian Peak this time. Spirit Profound Emperor Wu won't be showing up, and the 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu will be in charge of it. Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses as though he had recalled something. I wonder if Yang Hui is among the 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu. Yang Hui was the person he had met at the peak of Lingxian Peak not long ago. He still remembered that when he met Yang Hui that day, Yang Hui was controlling and practicing his sword with his spiritual energy. Based on his speculation, apart from being an inscription master, Yang Hui was most likely one of Emperor Wu's direct disciples in Lingxian Peak. Today, he had also gone to the peak of Lingxian Peak, but he did not see Yang Hui again. Lingxian Peak was about to hold the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Everywhere in the inner land of Cloud Continent, the cultivation grounds of Emperor Wu's powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses were bustling with activity. This was because their cultivation grounds were also holding the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Emperor Wu's powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on the surface of Cloud Continent were all holding the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. They were wantonly recruiting disciples and followers. When the news spread, it shook half of the inner land. In the extreme cold north of the inner land, there was a valley that was surrounded by mountains. It was cold all year round. It was covered in white snow and was shrouded in mist. It was like a fairyland. However, there was a special lake in this fairyland-like place. It was a lake that emitted dense cold air. Although the weather was so cold that even the flowers and trees were frozen, the lake was still sparkling as usual. It was not affected by the cold air at all. Apart from the lake, there was another bright spot in the huge valley. That was, the people walking in the valley were all female martial artists. They were chattering and it was very lively. There were 3 more days before the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Yuhan Valley would begin. At the place where Yuhan Valley hosted the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, there was a small independent valley. Beautiful figures began to walk out of the wooden houses one after another. The small independent valley became lively all of a sudden. Most of them had anticipation and anxiety on their faces. There was only one person who had a glum expression on his face. Those 2 little cheese haven't come back since they left. Don't tell me they really have a close relationship with that martial emperor's disciple? She was an ugly woman. One look at her would make one lose their appetite completely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 3 piercing sounds of wind whistling were heard. They only stopped when they reached the sky above the small valley. Including the ugly woman, all the people who had left the wooden houses in the valley looked up into the sky. There were 3 women standing side by side. Among the 3 ladies, a lady in green stood in the middle. Beside her stood 2 peerless beauties. One looked enchanting and charming, while the other looked obedient and quiet. Both of them had their own characteristics. It's them! At that moment, many people in the small valley recognized the 2 ladies. Many of them looked at the ugly woman. They still remembered that it was this ugly woman who had almost killed the 2 beautiful ladies. When they thought that the 2 ladies were going to die, they felt that it was a pity. Who knew that things would take a turn for the worse? A disciple of Emperor Wu appeared and saved them. I remember. They haven't come back since the disciple of Emperor Wu took them away. I thought that something had happened to them, but I didn't expect to see them again. The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples organized by Yuhan Valley is about to begin. It seems that they are here because of the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples. That should be the case. But who is this lady in green? Why haven't I seen her before? As the saying goes, 3 ladies make a scene. The group of ladies gathered in the small valley, making it even more lively. Many of them started to look at the lady in green. Even the ugly woman, although she wanted nothing more than to kill the 2 beauties, had no choice but to be wary of this mysterious green-clothed woman. Junior Sister Lee, is she here? Under the gazes of the crowd, the green-clothed woman spoke. When she spoke, she cast a sideways glance at the enchanting and charming woman beside her. The lady was wearing a light purple dress. She was so beautiful that one could not wait to take a bite out of her. Senior Sister Sue, that's her. The lady was none other than Li Fei. She was Li Fei, the one who had become Emperor Wu's direct disciple some time ago. Chapter 1243. When the lady in green called Li Fei junior sister, many people's expressions changed. When Li Fei looked at the ugly lady, everyone, including the ugly lady, reacted and guessed the purpose of Li Fei's return today. You're the one who almost killed junior sister Kerr and junior sister Li? The lady in green looked at the ugly lady and asked calmly. Although she looked calm, there was a murderous intent in her eyes.
That's right. Who are you?
The ugly lady nodded and looked at the lady in green with a gloomy expression.
She had a feeling that the lady in green was not simple.
How dare you?
At this moment, a shout was heard.
A white figure appeared in front of the ugly lady in the blink of an eye. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap rang out, and the ugly woman's head tilted to the side.
She had been slapped in the face. The person who slapped her was the lady in white who had just appeared.
You! The ugly woman reacted.
She was enraged at once.
The origin energy in her body surged.
Her Upanishad followed like a shadow. She wanted to attack the person who had slapped her.
However, when she saw the appearance of the white-robed woman, she swallowed the words that she was about to say. The person who appeared before her was none other than the martial emperor's disciple, who had rescued the two devastatingly beautiful women that she wanted to kill back then. His strength was far from what she could compare to.
Kneel down and apologize to senior sister Su.
The lady in white said coldly to the ugly lady. Then, while the ugly woman and most of the people present were stunned, the woman in white looked at the woman in green and greeted her respectfully. Senior sister Su.
Senior sister Kerr, senior sister Li. Other than greeting the green-clad woman respectfully, the white-clad woman was also respectful when she looked at Kerr and Li Fei. She addressed them as senior sister. Perhaps Kerr and Li Fei were not as powerful as her. However, as Emperor Wu's direct disciples, Kerr and Li Fei were much more powerful than her in Yuhan Valley. Therefore, she had to address them respectfully as senior sister when she saw them. The ugly woman's expression changed when she saw the white-clothed woman greet the green-clothed woman respectfully. An ominous premonition rose in her heart. Now, when she heard the white-clad woman address the two women whom she wished she could kill as senior sisters, her pupils suddenly constricted, and a hint of despair appeared on her ugly face. Boom!
The way the lady in white addressed Kerr and Li Fei was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked everyone who was going to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers.
Senior sister?
This disciple of Emperor Wu actually addressed the two ladies who were going to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers as senior sister? Moreover, the lady's respect was shocking. Could it be? At that moment, many of them guessed something but they did not dare to confirm it. That was because it was simply too frightening. Run! Soon, a swift figure that was dashing out of the valley attracted everyone's attention.
It was the ugly lady. She wanted to run.
This was because she had already vaguely guessed the identity of the green-clothed woman, as well as the identity of the two women whom she wished she could kill.
Emperor Wu's direct disciples.
Only the Emperor Wu's direct disciples would be treated so respectfully by the lady in white who was Emperor Wu's direct disciple.
Humph!
The green-clad lady was Martial Emperor Yuhan's direct disciple, Su Rong. She scoffed casually, and in the next second, a majestic energy gushed out of her body. The vast power appeared quickly and left quickly as well. However, during this period of time, a vast power that only appeared briefly appeared in the ugly woman's path and directly knocked her back.
Pooh!
The ugly woman, who was knocked back by Su Rong's power, spat out a large mouthful of blood before anyone else could react.
Her face turned extremely pale.
How powerful!
Too powerful.
From the beginning until the end, I didn't even see how she made her move.
Of course.
Didn't you see the heaven and earth energy above her head dissipating as soon as it appeared?
Many people were shocked. It seems like she's really Emperor Wu's direct disciple.
Although I had a guess earlier, I didn't dare to believe it. Now that I look at it, her strength is definitely at the level of Emperor Wu's direct disciple. The two ladies next to her must have become Emperor Wu's direct disciples as well. Otherwise, that Emperor Wu's disciple wouldn't address them as senior sister. As Su Rong made her move, everyone guessed her identity.
They also guessed Kerr and Li Fei's current identities. For a time, many people looked at Su Rong with burning desire. Many people looked at Kerr and Li Fei with jealousy. Boom! Before the ugly lady could react, Su Rong made her move again and crippled her dantian at lightning speed before sending her flying. The ugly lady fell heavily in the distance with a loud bang. Her eyes were filled with despair. Junior sister Li, I've already crippled her. You can do it yourself, Su Rong said to Li Fei. Li Fei did not hesitate. With a raise of her hand, she slapped her palm out. A palm seal materialized and slammed heavily on the ugly lady's head. Before the ugly lady could react, Li Fei's palm seal had already landed on her head, killing her with just one strike. From the beginning until the end, even Kerr did not stop Li Fei from making her move. Although Kerr was kind, she was not a blind person. The ugly lady had almost killed her and her sister Fei. Even if she died, she deserved to die. Thank you, senior sister Su. After killing the ugly lady, Li Fei heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She thanked Su Rong together with Kerr. We're sisters. There's no need to thank me, Su Rong said with a smile. Soon after, Kerr, Li Fei, and Su Rong left. They came and left in a hurry. Only the group of women in the valley were left in shock. They only regained their senses when Kerr and the other two disappeared from their sight. Their eyes fell on the ugly lady's corpse in unison. In their eyes, there was only schadenfreude. There was no pity at all. The ugly lady's actions in the past had already enraged everyone. Now that she was dead, everyone felt as though the sky had brightened up. I wonder how those two ladies managed to become Martial Emperor Yu Han's direct disciples. Soon after, someone was curious about this. I thought they were only acquainted with Emperor Wu's disciple. I didn't expect them to become people that I can only look up to when we meet again. Many people whispered among themselves. Their words were filled with awe. At least we can be sure of one thing. They must be very talented. Of course. Otherwise, why would Yuhan Emperor Wu be willing to accept them as his direct disciples? Soon after, many people made their guesses. However, they would never be able to guess it. The reason Emperor Wu of Yuhan accepted Kerr and Li Fei as his direct disciples was not because of their talents but because of other reasons. While the cultivation places of Emperor Wu powerhouses such as Lingxian Peak and Yuhan Valley were bustling with activity. However, it was a different scene in Lost Stone Forest in the western region of Cloud Continent's Innerland. Originally, Lost Stone Forest was bustling with activity because the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers would begin 3 days later. However, the entire Lost Stone Forest fell silent when a young lady and a little girl arrived. Most of the people began to gather in the central area of Lost Stone Forest. The reason for this was because the two uninvited guests were currently in the central area of Lost Stone Forest. Sister Xuanai, don't tell me that Emperor Wu, Xianxia or something, doesn't dare to come out? Under the watchful eyes of the others, the little girl in white asked the young lady in yellow next to her. Her bright eyes were filled with innocence. Upon hearing her words, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were speechless. Did she just say that their Lost Stone Forest's Emperor Wu did not dare to come out? This little girl really dared to say anything. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. He'll come out. Upon hearing the little girl in white's words, the young lady in yellow said calmly. She did not seem to be in a hurry at all. The young lady in yellow was Han Xuanai, who had rushed over from Ling Tian's sect. After she brought the little girl in white, Little White, to Lost Stone Forest, she had barged all the way here. The disciples and followers of Emperor Wu that they encountered along the way could not catch up to them at all. Naturally, when they arrived, many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers attacked them. However, all of them were killed by them without exception. Due to this reason, the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu who gathered around did not dare to attack them anymore. In their eyes, the young lady in yellow who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old, and the little girl in white who did not look more than 10 years old were no different from devils. Who's there? How dare you trespass into our Lost Stone Forest? As a furious voice resonated in the air, 3 figures appeared. They were the 3 direct disciples of the Master of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, Xianxia. After they appeared, they surrounded Han Xuanai and Little White. Little White, I'll leave them to you. From the beginning until the end, Han Xuanai did not even look at the three of them who had just appeared. It was as though she did not care about them at all. Naturally, Han Xuanai did not care about the three of them at all. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, a gleam flashed across Little White's big watery eyes. Then, she disappeared under the watchful eyes of the crowd. At the same time, she also disappeared in front of the three martial emperor's direct disciples. Oh no! At once, the three direct disciples of Emperor Wu had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Horror dawned on their faces. Their current expression was destined to be the last expression they would show in this world. The reason for that was because a hole had appeared on their throats in the very next moment. It was a bloody hole. Chapter 1244. The scene before their eyes shocked all of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who rushed over to Lost Stone Forest. Many of them could not help but rub their eyes hard as though they were trying to make sure their eyes were not playing tricks on them. 3 of Emperor Wu's direct disciples were killed in just a blink of an eye by a harmless white-clad little girl who looked no more than 10 years old? What? They're Emperor Wu's direct disciples? Soon after, some of the onlookers had a drastic change of expression as they exclaimed in shock. These people were here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that was going to be held in Lost Stone Forest. Initially, they wanted to join in the fun and see what would happen to those who barged into Lost Stone Forest. Who would have thought they would witness a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives? 3 tall young men and a middle-aged man disappeared from the spot in just a blink of an eye along with a little girl who looked no more than 10 years old. A bloody hole appeared on their throats at the same time. All of them were dead. This scene had already caused them to feel an indescribable shock. However, although they were shocked, it was not to the point where they found it unbelievable. After all, in their opinion, the little girl might be a powerful demon who had transformed into a human. Her real age might even be their grandmother. However, when they learned the identities of the 3 people who were killed from the mouths of many martial emperor's disciples and followers, each and every one of them was shocked and dumbfounded. The 3 people who were killed were Emperor Wu's direct disciples? They were here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Naturally, they had a certain level of understanding about Emperor Wu's direct disciples. Emperor Wu's direct disciples were either peerless geniuses who had yet to mature or those who were at the peak of the martial monarch stage and had few opponents below Emperor Wu stage. However, today, 3 such existences had been killed by a little girl who seemed to be a demon before they could even react to the situation. Demon Emperor Powerhouse. She must be a Demon Emperor Powerhouse. She killed 3 of Emperor Wu's direct disciples in just a blink of an eye. She must be a Demon Emperor Powerhouse. Oh my god! Why would a shifter emperor expert barge into our Lost Stone Forest and kill 3 of Emperor Wu's personal disciples? From their conversation just now, it seems that they are here for Emperor Wu. Could it be an enemy of Emperor Wu? Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, as well as those who had come to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, were engaged in a lively discussion. When they looked at the white-clothed little girl in the distance again, their gazes were completely different. Why isn't Emperor Wu here yet? Some of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were puzzled. They believed that at this time, their Emperor Wu of Lost Stone Forest definitely knew what had happened here. While some of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were lost in their own thoughts, a voice that seemed to come from all directions rang out and entered everyone's ears. Who are you? Why did you barge into Lost Stone Forest and kill 3 of my personal disciples? Along with this slightly gloomy voice, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the crowd. From his words, it was obvious who he was. Emperor Wu, Shi. Emperor Wu, Shi? As soon as the person appeared, Han Xuanai and Little White's gazes landed on him. Both of them raised their eyebrows. Han Xuanai asked calmly. That's right. I'm Emperor Wu, Shi. A sharp light flashed in Emperor Wu's eyes as he felt the fury in his heart was about to burst out. He only had a total of 5 personal disciples. One of them had escaped after cheating him of his items. Now, another 3 had died. This meant that he only had 1 personal disciple left. He didn't really care about the life and death of his personal disciples. However, he cared about his reputation. If the other Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses found out that 4 of his 5 personal disciples were dead, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Both of you barged into Lost Stone Forest and killed my personal disciples. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Emperor Wu asked in a deep voice. Since the white-clad little girl could kill his 3 personal disciples in the blink of an eye, it meant that she was a demon emperor powerhouse. The other yellow-clad girl was the leader of the 2. Her ability was most likely on par with the white-clad little girl. Therefore, he guessed that both of them were demon emperor powerhouses. Moreover, both of them were demon emperor powerhouses. Explanation. Before Han Shu and I could speak, Little White snorted and smirked. Since you want us to give you an explanation, shouldn't you give me one as well? What do you mean by that? Martial Emperor Shi asked in a deep voice when he realized the white-clad little girl before him was a demon emperor powerhouse. He did not dare to underestimate her just because of her young age. What do I mean? This time, Han Shu and I sneered. You're Emperor Wu, right? I heard that more than half a year ago, you have a personal disciple called Zhou Yi who abducted my brother Ling Tian's confidant? After that, ever since my brother Ling Tian came to your Lost Stone Forest, there has been no news of him at all. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll make you accompany your 3 direct disciples in hell. As she finished speaking, Han Xuanai's pair of lively eyes seemed to have an additional sharpness, as if she was waiting to devour someone. Zhou Yi? Brother Ling Tian's confidant? At this moment, Emperor Wu finally regained his senses. He understood the purpose of the yellow-clad girl and white-clad little girl's visit. As it turned out, they were here for the purple-clad young man who had wreaked havoc in his Lost Stone Forest more than half a year ago. When he thought of the purple-clad young man, he felt annoyed. Fear still lingered in his heart when he thought of the battle more than half a year ago. The purple-clad young man who possessed terrifying strength with the help of the mysterious stone tablet had almost killed him. That was the biggest crisis he had ever faced since he had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. If the purple-clad young man had not left in the end, it was impossible for him to be standing here in one piece. It's Zhou Yi again. When Martial Emperor Shi recalled this matter, he immediately thought of Zhou Yi and gritted his teeth in hatred. In his opinion, Zhou Yi was furious. This matter was instigated by Zhou Yi. If it wasn't for Zhou Yi snatching back the purple-clothed youth's soulmate, there wouldn't have been so many things happening later on. Most importantly, Zhou Yi had actually replaced the mysterious stone tablet left behind by the purple-clad young man. This was definitely the biggest provocation to him. When Emperor Wu thought of how Zhou Yi was still hiding somewhere to study the mysterious stone tablet, he felt annoyed again. Humph! I don't know what you're talking about. Chapter 1245. All I know is that you've killed 3 of my direct disciples. You must give me an explanation today. An explanation that I'm satisfied with. Emperor Wu's eyes gleamed coldly when he reached the end of his sentence. You want us to give you an explanation? Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, disdain could be seen in the depth of Han Xuanai's eyes. At the same time she asked curiously, I wonder what kind of explanation you want us to give you. You've killed 3 of my direct disciples and caused a great loss to Lost Stone Forest. Both of you must be demon emperors. Swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that you'll work for me for 30 years. Emperor Wu said. This was the explanation he wanted. Although he guessed the yellow-clad girl and the white-clad little girl were demon emperor powerhouses, he did not think their strength could defeat him. After all, he was at the 4th level martial monarch stage. With his strength, he could be ranked in the upper middle among Emperor Wu powerhouses and demon emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. In his opinion, the 2 demon emperors before him were no match for him at all. This was because he knew all the demon emperors who were more powerful than him on Cloud Continent. However, the 2 before him were not one of them. Working for you for 30 years? Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, Han Xuanai and Little White were stunned. On the other hand, the eyes of the onlookers, whether they were Emperor Wu's disciples, followers or those who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lost Stone Forest lit up. In their opinion, there was a good show to watch. Do you think Lord Emperor Wu can really force them to work for him for 30 years? I think so. I think Lord Emperor Wu seems to be very confident in his strength. He's not afraid even when he knows these 2 are demon emperor powerhouses. If they really work for Lord Emperor Wu,
Then our Lost Stone Forest will have 2 more Demon Emperor powerhouses.
I'm excited just thinking about it.
Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were excited. I didn't expect to see Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection in Lost Stone Forest before it even started. It is said that Emperor Wu Shiqi has been in the 3rd level of the Emperor Wu realm for a long time. Now that so many years have passed, I'm afraid he has already broken through to the 4th level of the Emperor Wu realm. He should have already made a breakthrough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident in front of 2 suspected demon emperors. The people who were about to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held in Lost Stone Forest were also discussing and voicing their thoughts. For a moment, they were filled with confidence in Emperor Wu's strength.
Xiaobai, someone wants us to work for him for 30 years. Han Xuanai was the first to regain her senses. She looked at Little White and said,
"That will depend on whether he has the ability or not." Upon hearing that, Little White's eyes gleamed coldly as she stared at Emperor Wu.
Her tone was calm, but it was filled with killing intent. "I'll let you know whether I have the ability or not. Very soon, all of you will submit to my strength and be willing to work for me for 30 years.
In the face of Little White's provocation, Emperor Wu refused to back down.
"If that's the case, I'll play with you,"
Little White said nonchalantly.
"I'm more than happy to play with you."
Emperor Wu replied nonchalantly as well. The moment his words left his mouth, his robe fluttered and emitted waves of terrifying aura.
Most of the onlookers could not help but take a few steps back.
Some of the people with lower cultivation bases were even forced to retreat further away. Emperor Wu's strength was too powerful. It was so powerful that it was terrifying. On the other hand, Little White was not afraid of the aura emitted from Emperor Wu's body. It was as though she did not sense it at all.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
In the blink of an eye, Emperor Wu and the little girl in white disappeared into thin air in front of most of the onlookers.
Only the sound of the wind was left. Boom! 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 Boom!
Before they could react to what was going on, they heard a series of deafening booms that reverberated in their ears like thunder. Before they could even focus their eyes, they felt waves of terrifying gales sweeping over, causing most of them to be sent flying like arrows that had left the bowstring. Only Emperor Wu's disciples did not move at all. However, they all squinted their eyes at the same time.
Boom!
Just when the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and more than 90% of the participants in the selection were in a sorry state, another loud sound was heard. It was accompanied by an even more terrifying gust of wind. This time, Emperor Wu's disciples were also sent flying. As for the others, it was even more exaggerated. Their faces were pale and they were vomiting blood. Some of them were even sent flying by the gust of wind and completely disappeared. For a moment, in the center of the storm, other than the 2 people who caused the storm, only Han Xuanai was left standing there. She was as steady as Mount Tai, allowing the gust of wind to sweep her away. Puff! The group of pale Emperor Wu's disciples had just stood still when they heard the sound of someone vomiting blood. As they looked at the center of the storm, they happened to see Emperor Wu vomiting blood. After Shiqi vomited blood, Emperor Wu's face was extremely pale. His hand that was holding a 7-foot-long spear was trembling.
Obviously,
Emperor Wu had even used the quasi-royal grade spirit spear in his hand. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the little girl in white who was holding a short dagger stood there.
She was only panting a few times.
There were some traces of sweat on her forehead, but there was nothing unusual. The difference between the 2 of them was obvious. Lord Emperor Wu is defeated? The group of Emperor Wu's disciples was stunned. They were completely stunned. Emperor Wu, who was like an invincible god of war in their eyes, was defeated? Who are you? While the group of Emperor Wu's disciples was still in a daze and most of the remaining people had yet to react, Emperor Wu looked at the little girl in white with a grave expression and asked with dread in his eyes. However, Little White did not answer him. Instead, she asked nonchalantly, "Now, do you still want us to give you an explanation and work for you for 30 years? When Little White's words entered Emperor Wu's ears, it was especially ear-piercing. It caused his already pale face to turn even paler. Slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. This was the only thought in the hearts of the onlookers. At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and the others finally regained their senses. All of them looked at the scene before them in shock. The owner of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, was defeated in the battle earlier?
He seemed to be injured as well. Tell me, what happened to my brother Ling Tian after he came to Lost Stone Forest? Where is he now? Chapter 1246. Emperor Wu was stunned. He was completely stunned. He did not even hear what Han Xuanai said. The scene from earlier kept replaying in his mind.
He had used his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength when facing the white-clad little girl who did not look more than 10 years old.
However, he was still defeated. At this moment, he finally realized something. Not only was the white-clad little girl a demon emperor powerhouse, but she was also a demon emperor powerhouse whose ability far surpassed his. Moreover, this demon emperor powerhouse was here for the purple-clad young man. Didn't you hear what my sister Xuanai asked you? As the childish voice that was filled with coldness entered Emperor Wu's ears, Emperor Wu shuddered and snapped back to his senses. Naturally, he was no stranger to this voice. It was the voice of the white-clad little girl who had just defeated him.
Instantly, he looked at the yellow-clad little girl who was not far away in fear. There was only fear in his eyes.
What a joke!
That white-clad little girl was even more powerful than him. This yellow-clad little girl whom she called sister was another existence who seemed to be a demon emperor powerhouse. Perhaps, her ability was even more powerful than her.
See, can you say that again? Emperor Wu said to Han Xuanai in fear. His tone was extremely polite.
It was as though he was a completely different person compared to the aggressive him from before. Of course, this was also because he did not know the white-clad little girl's ability. If he had known, he would not have dared to act that way. On Cloud Continent the strong were respected. Even if he was a powerhouse like Emperor Wu who was high and mighty in front of ordinary martial artists, he would still have to be as humble as a grandson in front of someone who was more powerful than him.
Emperor Wu was a powerhouse.
The hardships he had to go through were not something ordinary martial artists could compare to. In order to survive, they would even do anything crazy, let alone admit defeat and act like a grandson.
Han Xuanai glanced at Emperor Wu coldly and repeated her words impatiently.
Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu did not dare to delay and quickly answered. He started from the moment he saw Duan Lingtian until Duan Lingtian obtained a power that was on par with him through a mysterious stone tablet and fought with him. He did not dare to hide what happened after that and told her everything. He told her everything, including how Duan Lingtian lost his mind and left, how Feng Tianwu was taken away, and how his direct disciple, Zhou Yi, swindled the mysterious stone tablet away.
At that moment, he did not care about his reputation. Nothing was more important than his life. He did not dare to lie because it was too risky.
If the two ladies in front of him were not satisfied and killed him in a bad mood, then he would really lose more than he gained.
Stone tablet? Brother Ling Duan Lingtian lose his mind?
Han Xuanai frowned as she looked at Martial Emperor Shiqi and asked, "Now, describe that stone tablet to me." Han Xuanai already had a guess about the mysterious stone tablet that could make people lose their mind and possess terrifying power. However, she did not dare to be 100% sure.
If it's really the Devil Seal tablet,
I'm afraid Brother Ling Tian is in trouble.
Han Xuanai's heart skipped a beat when she asked Emperor Wu. She was worried.
In the face of Han Xuanai's question, Emperor Wu did not dare to be negligent.
He quickly described the characteristics of the stone tablet that he knew. It's strange.
That stone tablet is missing a corner.
It's really the Devil Seal tablet.
After listening to Emperor Wu, Han Xuanai's expression turned grave.
How can there be such a coincidence?
The Devil Seal tablet is actually in Brother Ling Tian's hands?
Han Xuanai still remembered. That year, she came to Cloud Continent with Jianghu.
Apart from the fact that she was here to relax and have fun, Jianghu was here on her father's order to search for the Devil Seal tablet. This was because her father had received news that the Devil Seal tablet should be in Cloud Continent, the mortal continent. She originally thought that to Cloud Continent, she was only a passerby passing by. However, she did not expect to meet her brother Ling Tian and 3 little fellows with extraordinary innate talents here. Because of this, she formed an indissoluble bond with Cloud Continent. That year, Jianghu spent a few years to search every corner of Cloud Continent, but she still couldn't find the Devil Seal tablet. I didn't expect it to be in Brother Ling Tian's hands. At this moment, Han Xuanai's feelings were very complicated. At the same time, she was worried about Duan Ling Tian. She knew very well how terrifying the Devil Seal tablet was. You said my brother Ling Tian left the stone tablet behind and left? Han Xuanai asked again. Yes. Shiqi Emperor Wu did not dare to be negligent and quickly nodded. Not only did he not take the stone tablet with him, but he didn't even take his lover with him. How can you prove that what you said earlier is true? Han Xuanai stared at Shiqi Emperor Wu without blinking. Her eyes narrowed unconsciously as a cold gleam flashed in them. I, Shiqi Emperor Wu, swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation. If I'm lying, I'm willing to be struck to death by the lightning punishment. Emperor Wu's heart trembled when he noticed the cold gleam in Han Xuanai's eyes. He hurriedly swore by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Boom, 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 boom. In just a blink of an eye, 9 claps of thunder resonated in the sky in response to Emperor Wu's oath. The 99 heavenly tribulation was the tribulation of oaths. If one swore by it, even a powerhouse like Emperor Wu could not go against it. Otherwise, he would be struck to death by the lightning punishment. Since Emperor Wu dared to swear by it, it meant he did not lie earlier. Duan Ling Tian had left behind the Devil Seal tablet. In the end, the Devil Seal tablet was stolen by his direct disciple, Zhou Yi, who secretly swapped it out for himself. Feng Tianwu was taken away by a powerhouse called Qi Hua. After swearing, Emperor Wu could not help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, he had foresight and did not lie. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get through the trial earlier. You better pray that my brother Ling Tian is fine. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in the Lost Stone Forest. Han Xuanai glanced at Emperor Wu coldly before she moved and disappeared before Emperor Wu's eyes at an extremely fast speed. From the beginning until the end, Emperor Wu did not see Han Xuanai's figure clearly. It's just as I guessed. Her ability is even higher than that white-clad little girl. Emperor Wu secretly wiped his cold sweat. At the same time, he looked at the white-clad little girl standing nearby with an anxious expression on his face. He was afraid this little girl would not let this go easily. Humph! As Little White snorted softly and left with Han Xuanai, Emperor Wu finally sighed in relief as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. Soon after, Little White caught up with Han Xuanai, who had slowed down. She asked, Sister Xuanai, he actually wanted to kill brother back then. Why didn't you kill him directly? Don't you think it's better to keep him alive and wait for brother Ling Tian to take revenge on him? Han Xuanai said. Little White was suddenly enlightened. Then she seemed to have recalled something and asked worriedly, But what if brother? Little White did not finish her sentence, but it was obvious what she wanted to say. If something really happens to brother Ling Tian, I'll annihilate his entire Lost Stone Forest. No matter where he, Emperor Wu, hides, I'll find him and kill him. Little White's words were like a fuse that completely ignited Han Xuanai, who was a barrel of gunpowder. Brother will definitely be fine. Little White muttered. I hope so too. Han Xuanai nodded, but her eyes were filled with worry. According to Emperor Wu's description, she could guess what her brother Ling Tian had gone through. Brother Ling Tian forcefully activated the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal tablet into his body, and was devilified in one fell swoop. That's how he obtained extraordinary strength. However, after he's devilified, he'll lose his rationality. Now, I can only hope that this is his first time using the Devil Seal tablet. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. This was what Han Xuanai was most worried about. Perhaps there would be some side effects when a person used the Devil Seal tablet for the first time, but it would not be fatal. However, if it was used repeatedly, the side effects would be fatal. Even if the person's body was still alive, it would only be an empty shell. An empty shell that was controlled by the soul remnant energy that came from the Devil Seal tablet. Sister Xuanai, I heard you mention something about the Devil Seal tablet. Don't tell me the mysterious tablet that Emperor Wu mentioned is the Devil Seal tablet that you mentioned? Soon after, Little White recalled Han Xuanai's muttering earlier. Although her voice was not loud, she still heard it. That's right, it's the Devil Seal tablet. Han Xuanai nodded. What's the Devil Seal tablet? How did it allow brother to possess such powerful strength in such a short time? Moreover, the side effects seemed to be quite severe. Little White had learned a lot from Emperor Wu's words. She could not help but ask curiously. The Devil Seal Tablet. It's one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Han Xuanai said. What? Little White was shocked when she heard that. It said that the saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land are all super saint weapons. They're extremely rare treasures. Ordinary people can roam the Dao Martial Saint Land with just one of them. That's just deifying them. No matter how strong a saint weapon is, if the person using it is too weak, it won't be able to bring out its full potential. However, apart from the Devil Seal Tablet, the super saint weapons that can be ranked in the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking are indeed able to help a martial artist increase their offensive strength. Han Xuanai added. Why is the Devil Seal Tablet an exception? Isn't the Devil Seal Tablet a super saint weapon as well? Little White asked curiously. The reason the Devil Seal Tablet can become a super saint weapon and be ranked in the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking is not because it boosts a martial artist's offensive strength. The offensive strength the Devil Seal Tablet boosts a martial artist's offensive strength is far from many ordinary saint weapons. The reason it can become a super saint weapon and be ranked in the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking is because it has a shocking ability to suppress devil cultivators. Chapter 1247. The Devil Seal Tablet had always been a legend in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was also a variant in the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. If the Devil Seal Tablet was used to deal with a devil cultivator, it could easily suppress the devil cultivator. However, if the Devil Seal Tablet was used to deal with an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator, it was not as effective as using an ordinary saint weapon since the Devil Seal Tablet was not an offensive saint weapon. After Little White learned about the Devil Seal Tablet's function from Han Xuanai, she could not help but exclaim in surprise. When she learned about the Devil Seal Tablet's side effect and how those who used it too many times would lose their consciousness or even go crazy and become a walking corpse, she began to worry about Duan Ling Tian. Sister Xuanai, will brother be all right? Little White looked at Han Xuanai worriedly. Her big, watery eyes looked pitiful. Don't worry. Brother Ling Tian is a good person. He'll be fine. Han Xuanai comforted her with a smile. However, although she was comforting Little White, she was not confident in her heart. This was because she did not know how many times her brother Ling Tian had used the Devil Seal Tablet. If she knew that this was the third time her brother Ling Tian had used the Devil Seal Tablet, she would not be so optimistic. The most important thing now is to find brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai said. Little White nodded. Then, she and Han Xuanai headed in the direction Emperor Wu had told them that Duan Ling Tian had left. They searched for Duan Ling Tian, intending to find him. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that there were people who were worried about him and looking for him everywhere. Lingxian Peak. The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers had arrived as scheduled. The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers would be held in Lingxian Peak on a spacious stone platform halfway up Lingxian Peak. This vast stone platform was far from being comparable to the small stone platform where the residents stood. It occupied an extremely large area. Early in the morning, many people appeared in the air above the vast stone platform. They were either Emperor Wu's disciples or followers from Lingxian Peak, or those who had come to participate in the selection of Lingxian Peak's disciples and followers. Unknowingly, the originally noisy atmosphere had completely quieted down following the appearance of a figure. It's Senior Song Ting. Senior Song Ting is here. After a moment of silence, the scene became noisy again. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers looked at the people in the distance with excitement. Their eyes were full of excitement as if they had seen their idol. Song Ting? Who is Song Ting? It doesn't seem simple. Those who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers did not know who Song Ting was. Someone who can make a group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers treat him so respectfully must have a high status. Don't tell me he's one of the 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu in Lingxian Peak? When someone made a guess, it resonated with many people. It should be. However, although the group of people resonated with the guess, they could not help but ask the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu who were not far away.
It seemed like they would only feel at ease after they confirmed it. That's right. He's Song Ting, the second disciple of our Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu. Moreover, senior brother Song Ting is not only Emperor Wu's direct disciple today, but he's also one of the two main judges for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that Lingxian Peak is holding today. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers responded. Although they had already guessed it, when they learned about Song Ting's identity from the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, many of them were still amazed and even had looks of admiration on their faces. Emperor Wu's direct disciple. That was someone they had to look up to. When Song Ting appeared, there were two people following behind him like shadows. Lu Zhong. Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the crowd, recognized one of the people behind Song Ting with just a glance. It was Emperor Wu's disciple who had caused trouble for him before but was stopped by Qiao Zhong. Lu Zhong was also the brother of the bandit leader he had killed before he came to Lingxian Peak. When Duan Lingtian killed the bandit leader, he did not know that the bandit leader had another identity. He was Emperor Wu's disciple. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not have shown mercy. When Duan Lingtian noticed Lu Zhong noticed him as well. When Lu Zhong noticed Duan Lingtian, his eyes were instantly dyed red. It was as though he had transformed into a ferocious beast that was hibernating in the dark, ready to attack or even kill someone at any time. He's the one who killed Lu Yi? Although Song Ting did not deliberately look at Lu Zhong, it was as though he had eyes on the back of his head. He noticed that something was wrong with Lu Zhong and immediately looked in the direction Lu Zhong was looking at. Soon, his eyes locked onto Duan Lingtian. Yes. He glared at Duan Lingtian as though his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It was as though he could not wait to swallow Duan Lingtian alive. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to Lu Zhong at that moment. He did not care about Lu Zhong at all. His gaze met Song Ting's, and it was as if they could create the most intense sparks from the collision. However, Duan Lingtian and Song Ting's eyes did not last long, because Song Ting quickly withdrew his eyes. It seemed that he did not care to look at Duan Lingtian and did not care about Duan Lingtian at all. Emperor Wu's disciple? In Duan Lingtian's eyes, there was a strong desire to fight, a desire to fight against Song Ting. Unfortunately, Song Ting did not notice it. Senior Zhong-en. Senior Zhong-en. Not long after, a series of respectful greetings attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that another young man who looked to be in his 30s had arrived nearby while being escorted by two people. From the discussion among the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, Duan Lingtian learned about the young man's identity. He was Zhong-en, the third direct disciple under Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's command. In the past 2 days, Duan Lingtian had also learned about the general situation in Lingxian Peak from Qiao Zhong. He knew that Lingxian Peak was divided into two camps, and these two camps were led by the two direct disciples under Emperor Wu's command of Emperor Wu. Now, he finally met the leaders of the two camps. Emperor Wu's second direct disciple, Song Ting. Emperor Wu's third direct disciple, Zhong-en. I originally thought that one of Emperor Wu's second and third direct disciples would be Yang Hui. Now it seems like I was wrong. A figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind again. The young man who had used his spiritual energy to wield the sword at the peak of Lingxian Peak was still vivid in his mind. Could it be? Yang Hui is the elusive martial emperor's eldest direct disciple like martial emperor Lingxian that Qiao Zhong mentioned? Chapter 1248. Duan Lingtian. Soon after, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Without turning his head, Duan Lingtian could tell who the owner of the voice was. It was Nangong Yi who had come to Lingxian Peak with him to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. However, there were two faint sounds of wind approaching him. Therefore, he could easily tell that it was not only Nangong Yi but Nangong Chen as well. You're here. Duan Lingtian nodded his head lightly. Duan Lingtian, did Lu Zhong look for you? After Nangong Yi came to Duan Lingtian's side, he could not help but look at Lu Zhong who was standing behind Song Ting in the distance. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head in response to Nangong Yi's question. You won against him? Nangong Yi asked in surprise.
We didn't fight.
Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although Lu Zhong had looked for him, he did not attack him. Therefore, it did not matter whether he won or not.
You didn't fight?
This time, it was Nan Gongyi's turn to be surprised. One should know that when Lu Zhong found him, he was furious.
If it were not for the fact that he was here to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers, and that he was not the culprit, he would have definitely attacked him.
However, Duan Lingtian was different. Lu Zhong's younger brother had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. Logically, Lu Zhong would not let him go so easily. If you were to fight him now, would you be confident?
Nan Gongyi did not ask for the reason, but he was curious.
Although Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Zhong's younger brother, Lu Yi, who was a disciple of Ling Xianpeek's Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had taken him by surprise. If Lu Yi had been prepared, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to kill him. After all, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was too low. The boost from his spirit weapon was limited. Lu Yi had died because of his carelessness. If it was Duan Lingtian from half a year ago, Nan Gongyi was certain he would not be able to defeat Lu Zhong, the disciple of Emperor Wu who was said to be even more powerful than his younger brother, Lu Yi. Among Emperor Wu's disciples from Ling Xianpeek, his strength was ranked in the top 3. However, now that half a year had passed, he did not know how much Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had recovered, so he did not dare to jump to conclusions. After all, Duan Lingtian had only spent a month to recover his cultivation base from the first-level core formation stage to the first-level void interpretation stage. Now that half a year had passed, how much had Duan Lingtian's cultivation base recovered? He didn't know about this. Confident. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Nan Gongyi's question. Then, he smiled mysteriously. This made Nan Gongyi even more curious. Why? Are you confident? Nan Gongyi could not help but ask again. However, Duan Lingtian still did not answer him. It made him feel depressed. In the distance, Ling Xianpeek's Emperor Wu's second direct disciple, Song Ting, and Emperor Wu's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, had gathered together. This meant that the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was about to begin. Song Ting and Zhong'an were the two main judges for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today. Naturally, other than the two judges, there was another group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today. The group of Martial Emperor's disciples acted as supervisors today to monitor the specific situation of the selection today. Third junior brother, it's been a long time. Song Ting smiled as he greeted Zhong'an. If one did not know better, one would think that he and Zhong'an were close brothers. Yes, it's been a long time. Second senior brother, Zhong'an replied indifferently. Zhong'an replied indifferently with a fake smile on his face. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of hostility. Since both of us are here, shall we begin the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today? Song Ting asked. Let's begin. Zhong'an nodded. At the same time, he looked around and announced in a loud voice, all martial artists who are participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today, please descend to the stone platform below. The first selection will begin in 15 minutes. As soon as Zhong'an's words echoed in the air, the group of people began to descend one after another. They landed on the vast stone platform below like dumplings and stood there. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian and Nan Gong did not join in the fun. It was only when there were fewer people descending that they stepped on the air and landed on the side of the stone platform. They waited for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers to begin. Nan Gong Chen, are they your companions? Not long after Duan Lingtian and the other two landed, a voice that deserved a beating sounded in a timely manner. The tone was filled with ridicule. A middle-aged man in a silver robe appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other two in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, he did not look at Nan Gong Chen at all. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian and Nan Gongyi intently. I don't think I've seen them before. Does this mean their cultivation base isn't even at the 7th level martial monarch stage? The silver-robed middle-aged man had a mocking smile on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. Based on his words, it was obvious he was someone who had been cultivating at the same place as Nan Gong Chen for the past 6 months. When Duan Lingtian and the other two first arrived at Ling Xianpeek, they were assigned to different places to cultivate. For example,
Duan Ling Tian was assigned to one place because his cultivation base was below the 4th level martial monarch stage. Nan Gongyi's cultivation base was above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage. He was assigned to another place. Nan Gongchen's cultivation base was above the 7th level martial monarch stage. The place he was assigned to was different from Duan Ling Tian and Nan Gongyi. Since the silver-robed middle-aged man was assigned to the same place as Nan Gongchen, it meant he was above the 7th level martial monarch stage 6 months ago. Moreover, since he dared to disregard Nan Gongchen and provoke Duan Ling Tian and Nan Gongyi in front of Nan Gongchen, it meant he was not afraid of Nan Gongchen. His strength was on par with Nan Gongchen at the very least. He might even be stronger than Nan Gongchen. Scram! Nan Gongchen, who had a cold expression on his face, shouted. It was rare for him to speak. As Nan Gongchen shouted, the silver-robed middle-aged man's face turned completely grave. He glared at Nan Gongchen and said fiercely, Nan Gongchen, I hope your two companions don't meet me in the selection later on. Otherwise, I'll make sure they die a horrible death. When the silver-robed middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed fiercely as though he was about to devour someone. You'll have to have the ability to make sure we die a horrible death first. Nan Gongyi, who did not know what was going on, sneered when he heard the silver-robed middle-aged man's threat. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who did not speak from the beginning until the end. He merely glanced at the silver-robed middle-aged man coldly before retracting his gaze. A hint of killing intent that was difficult to detect flashed in the depth of his eyes. You'll find out very soon whether I have the ability or not. Even Nan Gongchen doesn't dare to say that he can defeat me. You're just a kid who hasn't even stepped into the 7th level martial monarch stage. It'll be as easy as stepping on an ant for me to kill you. The silver-robed middle-aged man continued to mock Nan Gongyi when he heard his words. Then, he left under Nan Gongyi's furious gaze and stood at the side. Nan Gongchen, you can't defeat him? Nan Gongyi retracted his gaze and immediately looked at Nan Gongchen as he asked. It's a tie. Nan Gongchen replied calmly. He was a man of few words. No wonder he's so arrogant to challenge you, me, and Duan Ling Tian. Nan Gongyi snorted. However, it's one thing for him to challenge you and me, but he actually dares to challenge Duan Ling Tian. He's really courting death. Nan Gongyi looked at Duan Ling Tian when he reached the end of his sentence. However, he noticed that Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression on his face. It was as though he was not enraged by the silver-robed middle-aged man's provocation. Nan Gongyi was instantly disappointed. To Duan Ling Tian, the silver-robed middle-aged man's incident was merely a small interlude. He completely tossed it to the back of his mind after a short while. A quarter of an hour passed very quickly. 15 minutes have passed. The first round of selection is about to begin. I wonder what the first round of selection is going to be. We'll find out soon enough. Many people whispered among themselves. They were filled with anticipation and anxiety toward the upcoming selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. There were no more than 10 people, including Duan Ling Tian, who could remain calm. Even Nan Gongyi had a grave expression on his face. He was vigilant as he waited for the first round of selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers to begin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Ting and Zhong'an flew out at the same time. In just a short while, they were above Duan Ling Tian and the others. They stood there without saying a word for a long time. What's going on? What's going on? Just when the crowd was puzzled, Song Ting and Zhong'an finally made their moves. Their bodies trembled slightly as a majestic aura surged out of their bodies. The aura that belonged to a powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage was completely released as it descended menacingly on Duan Ling Tian and the others. When the aura of two peak martial royal powerhouses overlapped, it was no longer as simple as 1+1. In the area that was shrouded by the aura, other than Duan Ling Tian and a few dozen people, the others were on the verge of collapsing. Boom! After a short while, someone could no longer support himself and fell on his buttocks. His face was ashen. Boom! 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 Following that, more and more people fell. The people who fell first were those who had been cultivating in the same place as Duan Ling Tian for the past 6 months. They were all martial artists below the 4th level martial monarch stage. Under the aura of two peak martial royal powerhouses, they could not support themselves at all. Soon after, other than Duanling Tian, all the people who had been cultivating in the same place as Duanling Tian for the past 6 months fell and were eliminated.
Humph. A bunch of trash.
Song Ting snorted coldly and said disdainfully as he watched the scene below him from the sky. Our Lingxian Peak doesn't have any strict requirements for those who participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers this time.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to come.
However, it turns out that even if they came, they were just overestimating themselves, Zhong'an said calmly.
Zhong'an said plainly.
He, who was also looking down, did not seem to be surprised by this. You want to become a martial emperor's disciple or follower of our Lingxian Peak with such little strength? They're overestimating themselves.
Chapter 1249.
All the martial artists below the 4th-level martial monarch stage instantly fell to the ground and could no longer stand up. As for the remaining martial artists above the 4th-level martial monarch stage, even the weakest among them could barely withstand Song Ting and Zhong'an's aura.
Naturally, they were in a sorry state.
After a while, Song Ting and Zhong'an withdrew their aura. Song Ting glanced at the people on the ground and shouted coldly, "Throw this group of trash out! Do they really think anyone can enter Lingxian Peak?" The moment Song Ting's words left his mouth, the group of Emperor Wu's followers who had been waiting for a long time made their moves and took the people on the ground away. At once, only a group of people with extraordinary strength, including Duanling Tian, were left on the vast stone platform. The first round of selection has ended. The second round of selection will begin immediately. Zhong'an looked down at the people who passed the first round of selection, including Duanling Tian, and said slowly. Subsequently, he lifted his hand and shot out a beam of origin energy into the air. Suddenly, the void trembled, and circles of ripples spread out. It was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and circles of ripples spread out continuously. Inscription formation. At the same time, everyone present on the scene sensed the rich aura of an inscription formation. They knew Zhong'an had activated an inscription formation. Among the people standing on the vast stone platform, those who had passed the first round of selection to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers, there were quite a few people, including Duanling Tian, who were not surprised. This was because they had long discovered that there was a hidden inscription formation here. This inscription formation was extraordinary. It was personally set up by an inscription master, who was at least at the Emperor Wu's level. If they were not inscription masters themselves, they would not have noticed it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the inscription formation was activated. A translucent cylinder appeared in the air. It was hollowed out from top to bottom so one could pass through it at will. The cylinder was about 100 meters long. The space inside could accommodate about 10 adults at the same level. Any more and it would seem cramped. Apart from that, the translucent cylinder was divided into 7 colors. It was the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple.
Gravity ladder formation?
The moment he saw the cylinder, Duanling Tian recognized the inscription formation. This inscription formation was not unfamiliar to him. There were records of this inscription formation in his mind. The gravity ladder formation was an inscription formation that could only be inscribed and set up by an inscription master at the Emperor Wu realm or above. It was not an offensive or defensive inscription formation. If one really wanted to give it a position, it could only be considered as an auxiliary inscription formation. The gravitational stairs formation was mainly set up with a certain number of earth profundity fragments, a large number of supreme-grade origin stones, and some other materials. Once it was activated, it would form a gravitational stairs. The cylindrical object that appeared in front of everyone was a gravitational ladder. From bottom to top, there were 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 7 colors of the rainbow represented the different degrees of gravity in the gravitational stairs. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to climb the gravitational stairs from the bottom up. That was because the higher one went in the gravitational stairs, the more terrifying the gravity became. Duanling Tian nodded. At once, apart from Duanling Tian, the eyes of the people on the vast stone platform lit up. Even Nangong Chen, who had a cold expression and was a man of few words, was no exception. Little E, I'll avenge you very soon. You can temporarily stop on the road to hell and wait for your enemy to kill you. At that time, you can taunt him. In the distance, Lu Zhong glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred. If it was not for the fact that he did not dare to disrupt the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today, he would have killed the enemy who killed his younger brother. In his opinion, it would not be long before he could avenge his younger brother with his own hands. There should be a good show to watch soon. On the other side, an old man stood there. His gaze landed on Lu Zhong as a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiao Zhong, what's the good show? Another old man next to the old man asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough. The old man called Xiao Zhong smiled faintly. Xiao Zhong was the old man who brought Duan Lingtian to the cultivation place 6 months ago. At that time, he was the one who stopped Lu Zhong when he looked for trouble with Duan Lingtian. He was also Emperor Wu's disciple in Lingxian Peak. However, unlike Lu Zhong, he was on the side of Zhong En, the third direct disciple of Emperor Wu. As long as I pass this round of selection, I'll be able to become Emperor Wu's follower? On the vast stone platform, many people's eyes lit up. They knew their limits. With their current strength, it was almost impossible for them to become Emperor Wu's disciple. Therefore, they could only settle for the next best thing, which was to become Emperor Wu's follower. As long as they became Emperor Wu's follower, it meant that they would be able to stay in Lingxian Peak and enjoy the cultivation resources there. Moreover, as long as they had sufficient strength in the future, Emperor Wu's follower would have a chance to be promoted to Emperor Wu's disciple. They might even be chosen by Emperor Wu to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Now, the second round of selection will begin. 10 people will form a group and enter from the bottom of the gravitational stairs. Those who come out from the top will be considered to have passed the second round of selection. Song Ting's voice resonated in the air again. As soon as Song Ting's voice left his mouth, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, did not move at all. At this moment, nobody was willing to stand out and be the guinea pig. What? Are all of you going to forfeit? Song Ting asked with a frown when he saw this. At this moment, some people finally moved. They stepped into the air sparsely. After more than 10 breaths, they finally gathered 10 people and stood at the bottom of the gravitational stairs. Duan Lingtian glanced at them and realized none of them were above the 7th level martial monarch stage. It'll be difficult for these people to pass the gravitational stairs. He thought to himself. He was familiar with the gravitational stairs formation. Naturally, he was familiar with the gravitational stairs as well. It was almost impossible for martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage to pass the gravitational stairs. Naturally, this only applied to martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage. For martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage, it was not difficult for them to pass the gravitational stairs as long as their comprehension of profundity was strong and their overall strength was strong. Just like him now. Although he was not a martial artist above the 7th level martial monarch stage, it was not difficult for him to pass the gravitational stairs due to the strength of his comprehension of profundity. Go in. Song Ting's expression softened when he saw the 10 people had arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs. He said calmly to the 10 people at the entrance of the gravitational stairs. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 10 people standing at the entrance of the gravitational stairs immediately made their moves and rushed into the gravitational stairs. Their lightning-like figures slowed down as soon as they entered the gravitational stairs. The higher the gravitational stairs, the closer it was to the purple part, the stronger the gravity. On the other hand, the lower it was to the red part, the weaker the gravity was. The 10 people exerted all their strength and forced their way into the gravitational stairs. Although their speed gradually slowed down, they still passed through the red part, orange part, yellow part, and green part. They only slowed down when they reached the green part. It seemed like it was extremely difficult for them to continue going up. All 10 of them were stuck at the green part of the gravitational stairs. Chapter 1250. The people on the scene stared at the 10 people on the gravitational stairs without blinking. After the 10 of them arrived at the green section of the gravitational stairs, every step they took was extremely difficult. Some of them might not even make it through. That person's almost there. Soon after, The people on the scene noticed that one of them was so close to making it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. Once he made it to the blue section, he would only need to make it to the purple section to pass the gravitational stairs. The reason this person was so close to making it to the green section was that not only did he unleash all of his origin energy and profundities, but he even took out his spirit weapon to resist the strong gravity. He raised both of his hands above his head and held a spirit sword tightly. His body was filled with origin energy from many profundities. It made him look like a giant sword. The tip of the sword was pointing upwards. It was trying its best to divert the endless gravity from the gravitational stairs to the surroundings to reduce the pressure on him. Whoosh! At the same time, he seized the opportunity to soar into the sky and made it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. Many people's eyes lit up when they thought this person had a chance of making it to the gravitational stairs. Boom! An even more powerful gravity suddenly surged out of the blue section of the gravitational stairs and slammed that person down, causing him to fall from the sky like an arrow. Barf! Under the watchful eyes of the others, this person only managed to spit out a mouthful of blood before he was slammed out of the gravitational stairs. He had lost the opportunity to become Emperor Wu's disciple or follower. I was careless. After he was slammed out of the gravitational stairs, he sighed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before he left dejectedly. He was overjoyed when he made it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. That was why he was slammed out of the gravitational stairs. Otherwise, even if he could not make it to the purple section of the gravitational stairs, he would not be in such a wretched state. However, although he was eliminated by the gravitational stairs, he had provided experience for the people who came after him. They could use their spirit weapons to resist the endless gravity in the gravitational stairs. The remaining 9 people also took out their spirit weapons one after another. With the help of their spirit weapons, they successfully made it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. Unlike the person who was careless earlier, they made it to the blue section step by step. Duan Ling Tian, they've already reached the blue section. Do you think they have a chance to reach the purple section and pass the gravitational stairs? A voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Nan Gongyi asking him. It's impossible for them to pass the gravitational stairs. As for reaching the purple section, perhaps one of them can. Duan Lingtian, who was also paying attention to the situation inside the gravitational stairs, responded promptly after hearing Nan Gongyi's question. Among the remaining 9 people, one of them was quite powerful. He was one of the best among the LV6 martial royal realm martial artists. Only one person can reach the purple section? No one can pass the gravitational stairs? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Nan Gongyi's face turned ugly. He had an impression of the 10 people who had entered the gravitational stairs. They were all people who had cultivated in the same place as him for the past 6 months. They were all above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage. Among these people, the strongest ones were even stronger than him. Does this mean I have no chance of passing the gravitational stairs? At the same time, a hint of disappointment could be seen in the depth of Nan Gongyi's eyes. A moment later, another person was thrown out of the gravitational stairs. This person wanted to rely on the spirit weapon in his hand to force his way to the purple section of the gravitational stairs. In the end, as soon as the spirit weapon in his hand touched the purple section, it triggered a stronger gravitational force and sent him flying. Sigh! After he was sent flying out of the gravitational stairs, he sighed and left in a daze. As time went by, more and more people were eliminated. In the end, only one person was left. It was also someone Duan Lingtian had high hopes for. This person relied on the spirit weapon in his hand to force his way into the purple section of the gravitational stairs. Just when many people thought he was going to pass the gravitational stairs, he was blasted down and crashed onto the vast stone platform with a loud bang. When he stood up again, his body was covered in blood. He was in a wretched state. I advise all of you not to overestimate yourselves if you don't have a cultivation base above the 7th level martial monarch stage. Before he left, he looked at the people standing on the vast stone platform and said. His words caused many people to feel gloomy. Apart from Duan Lingtian, these people, including Nan Gongyi, had yet to enter the 7th level martial monarch stage. Humph! Without a cultivation base above the 7th level martial monarch stage, how dare you dream of becoming Emperor Wu's disciple and follower of Emperor Wu from Lingxian Peak? You're really overestimating yourselves. At this moment, a disdainful low snort broke the silence on the vast stone platform. It was the silver-robed middle-aged man who had provoked Duan Lingtian and the other two. He had a mocking smile on his face. What a stench! Whose mouth is so smelly? Duan Lingtian said at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Many people, including Nangong Yi, were enraged. Pfft! Ha ha ha! It's indeed smelly. I can smell it too. After a moment of silence, many people regained their senses and could not help but laugh. The group of martial artists, including Nangong Yi, whose cultivation base was below the 7th-level martial monarch stage, laughed along with Duan Lingtian's words as they vented their anger to their heart's content. Boy! You're seeking death. The silver-robed middle-aged man finally regained his senses and glared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. If it were not for the fact that he was not allowed to be presumptuous in this place, he would have killed this purple-clad young man immediately to warn others of the consequences of offending him. It smells even worse. Nangong Yi purposely pinched his nose and said in a strange tone, You two brats. Follow me into the gravitational stairs if you have the guts. I'll let you know that ants like you won't be able to pass the second round of the gravitational stairs. While the silver-robed middle-aged man glared at Nangong Yi, he looked at Duan Lingtian and provoked him. Nangong Yi's face darkened when he heard this. He really did not have the confidence to pass the gravitational stairs. In his heart, he was already prepared to be eliminated. However, he really did not know how to refute the silver-robed middle-aged man's provocation. You mean, you can pass the gravitational stairs? Pass the second round of the selection? At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man and asked calmly. Of course. The silver-robed middle-aged man said as a matter of course. Looks like you're very confident. Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man deeply before he looked at Nangong Yi and smiled. Since he's so confident, let's play with him then. All right. Although Nangong Yi did not know what Duan Lingtian was up to, he still agreed to it. In his opinion, although he did not have enough strength to pass the gravitational stairs, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to pass the gravitational stairs with his strength. I'll go as well, Nangong Chen said calmly. Nangong Chen, you'll soon see your two companions being eliminated by the gravitational stairs. Ants who haven't even entered the 7th-level martial monarch stage dare to challenge the gravitational stairs? You're overestimating yourself. As the silver-robed middle-aged man rose into the air, he looked at Nangong Chen and mocked him to his heart's content. Since you're so confident, do you dare to make a bet with me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked in a provocative tone. What bet? The silver-robed middle-aged man snorted. Let's bet if the three of us and you can pass the gravitational stairs and pass the second round of the selection. Duan Lingtian said calmly. What bet? What bet? The silver-robed middle-aged man did not want to be at a disadvantage in terms of aura. He stared at Duan Lingtian and asked with a sneer. Let's bet our lives. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed across them. Bet our lives. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Even the two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, Song Ting and Zhong'en, had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. Interesting. Zhong'en looked at Duan Lingtian with interest and said with a smile, I like this kid. Humph. Unlike Zhong'en, Song Ting snorted coldly. It was obvious he recognized Duan Lingtian as the person who killed Lu Yi, Lu Zhong's disciple. When the silver-robed middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned. After a long while, he finally returned to his senses when he sensed everyone's eyes on him. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, How do you want to bet? Until now, he was still unwilling to be at a disadvantage in terms of aura. We'll each swear on the tribulation oath, the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, that if any one of us fails to pass the gravitational stairs, or if you pass the gravitational stairs, I'll be killed by the lightning punishment from the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man and said word by word. On the other hand, if the three of us pass the gravitational stairs and you fail to pass the gravitational stairs, you'll be killed by the lightning punishment from the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent.
Has this purple-clad young man gone mad? When people regained their senses one after another, they could not help but whisper among themselves. All of them thought Duan Lingtian had gone mad. According to Duan Lingtian's words, if he, Nangong Chen, and Nangong Yi failed to pass the gravitational stairs, he would die. Even if all of them passed the gravitational stairs, as long as the silver-robed middle-aged man passed the gravitational stairs, he would still die. If all three of them passed the gravitational stairs and the silver-robed middle-aged man failed, he would die. Are you sure you want to bet like this? After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, the silver-robed middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and asked with a smirk on his face. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man before him was digging his own grave. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Do you dare? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone shifted their attention to the silver-robed middle-aged man. He became the center of attention again. Interesting, interesting. Zhong'an smiled brilliantly. Song Ting, who was standing at the side, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the purple-clad figure thoughtfully. Why wouldn't I dare? Chapter 1251. After the silver-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, he looked at Nangong Chen. The sneer on his face deepened. Nangong Chen, your companion wants to bet his life with me. Do you dare to participate? Why wouldn't I dare? Nangong Chen glanced at the silver-robed middle-aged man nonchalantly and said calmly, Will do as you say and add my life to the bet. He trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. Half a year ago, if it was not for Duan Lingtian's help, he and his twin brother, Nangong Yi, would have died. It could be said that Duan Lingtian had saved their lives. Putting aside the fact that he had confidence in Duan Lingtian, even if he did not, he would not embarrass Duan Lingtian. Good, very good. When the silver-robed middle-aged man heard Nangong Chen's words, he smiled brilliantly. In that case, the three of us will swear an oath together. The silver-robed middle-aged man stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. His face was filled with eagerness as though he could not wait to see Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen being killed by the lightning punishment. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the others, the three of them swore an oath together. Boom, 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 boom. 27 consecutive claps of thunder reverberated in the air. It tore through the sky and pierced the eardrums of the people present on the scene. It echoed the oath made by Duan Lingtian, Nangong Chen, and the silver-robed middle-aged man. Since all of you want to bet your lives, this time, only the four of you will enter the gravitational stairs and participate in the second round of selection, Zhong'an said slowly. He nodded his head. After he finished speaking, he looked at Song Ting and asked with a smile, Second senior brother, do you have any objections? No objections. Song Ting replied nonchalantly. Nangong Chen, you and this fellow who overestimates himself will be killed by the lightning punishment soon. The silver-robed middle-aged man glanced at Nangong Chen and sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and mocked. Kid, you'll soon find out that the life wager you initiated will cost you your life. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change in the face of the silver-robed middle-aged man's mockery. Let's go. Immediately after, he called out to the Nangong brothers and led them to the bottom of the gravitational stairs. Above their heads were the 7-colored gravitational stairs. The part closest to them was the red part of the gravitational ladder, which was also the part with the weakest gravity. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs, the silver-robed middle-aged man also arrived. The mocking smile on his face never faded. You go first. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Nangong Yi and said via voice transmission, Don't care about anything. Take out your spirit weapon and charge up with your strongest strength and fastest speed. All right. Just like Nangong and Chen, Nangong Yi trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he immediately made his move without another word. Boom. Nangong Yi's origin energy and profundity energy exploded from his body. Then, he took out his spirit weapon and soared into the air. He charged into the gravitational stairs and charged up with all his might. You overestimate yourself. The
The silver-robed middle-aged man sneered and soared into the air unhurriedly.
At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Kid, don't say that I'm bullying the weak. You go first."
When he reached the end of his sentence, the mocking smile on his face became even more pronounced.
Duan Lingtian did not stand on ceremony with him. He soared into the air and followed after Nangong Yi. When Duan Lingtian entered the gravitational stairs, the silver-robed middle-aged man and Nangong Chen soared into the air. They entered the gravitational stairs at almost the same time and charged all the way up. Whoosh! As the first person to enter the gravitational stairs and a 6th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, Nangong Yi successfully reached the blue section of the gravitational stairs with the help of the spirit weapon in his hand. After the blue section, it would be the purple section. After that, he would be considered to have passed the gravitational stairs and passed the second round of selection. However, Nangong Yi was currently stuck in the blue section. He could not enter the purple section because the gravity there was too strong.
"There's nothing I can do."
At this moment, Nangong Yi's heart was filled with helplessness. At the same time, he hated himself for being too weak. If Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen were killed by the 99 Heavenly Tribulations lightning punishment because he did not pass the gravitational stairs, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. The moment Nangong Yi thought of this, he became anxious immediately.
He charged up with all his might in an attempt to enter the purple section and pass through the purple section to pass through the gravitational stairs.
I must pass through the gravitational stairs. I must pass through the gravitational stairs. Boom!
Just as Nangong Yi unleashed all his energy and charged up with the spirit weapon in his hand,
he was shocked to discover something. Unlike the strong gravity he encountered when he entered the purple section of the gravitational stairs previously, apart from successfully entering the purple section this time, he also felt that the gravity in the purple section was extremely weak. It was even weaker than the gravity in the red section of the gravitational stairs. Whoosh! While he was filled with confusion, Nangong Yi charged through the last hurdle of the gravitational stairs and successfully passed through the gravitational stairs. He was the first person to pass through the gravitational stairs today. Whoosh! After Nangong Yi charged out of the gravitational stairs, the crowd of onlookers fell silent. Gulp! Gulp! On the vast stone platform, the group of people who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers gulped hard. The scene before their eyes shocked them. Nangong Yi was no stranger to martial artists who were above the 4th-level martial monarch stage and below the 7th-level martial monarch stage. He had been cultivating in the same place as them for the past 6 months. Isn't he a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist? How can he pass through the gravitational stairs like it's a game? They found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, the other group of people who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were at the 7th-level martial monarch stage. They had long recognized that Nangong Yi was not a martial artist above the 7th-level martial monarch stage. When they heard the whispers in front of them, they found out Nangong Chen's exact cultivation base. They found it strange and surprising. The gravitational stairs are formed by the gravitational stairs formation. Could there be a problem with the gravitational stairs formation? It's hard to say. Theoretically, even a 7th-level martial monarch stage martial artist wouldn't be able to pass through the gravitational stairs so quickly, let alone a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. There's something strange about this. It's indeed strange. Many people felt that something was amiss. It was completely out of their expectations that Nangong Yi could pass through the gravitational stairs so easily. What's going on? At this moment, even Zhong En and Song Ting, the 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu, could not help but look at each other. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. The strength that Nangong Yi had just displayed was something that they had all seen clearly. With his strength, it was impossible for him to even enter the purple section of the gravitational stairs, let alone pass through the gravitational stairs. At this moment, they also wondered if there was a problem with the gravitational stairs formation. Impossible! At the same time, the silver-robed middle-aged man who was in the gravitational stairs also discovered that Nangong Yi had successfully passed through the gravitational stairs and the second round of selection. He was shocked and in disbelief. Nothing's impossible. In the next moment, a calm voice reverberated in his ears like thunder. When he returned to his senses,
he discovered that apart from the purple-clad young man who had entered the gravitational stairs before him, even Nan Gongchen's speed was ridiculously fast. In just a blink of an eye, he discovered that the two people he wanted to kill had successfully passed through the gravitational stairs after Nan Gongyi. At this moment, he was the only one left in the huge gravitational stairs. No. The silver-robed middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He did not even have time to think about anything else. He immediately realized the danger that was about to befall him. He quickly took out his spiritual weapon and wanted to pass through the gravitational stairs as soon as possible. He still had a chance. Even if the three of them passed through the gravitational stairs, he would not be the one to die as long as he passed through it. Of course, if he could not pass through the gravitational stairs, he would be the one to die. It's a piece of cake for me to pass through the gravitational stairs. Even at this moment, the silver-robed middle-aged man was still full of confidence. Duan Lingtian and Nan Gongchen passed through the gravitational stairs together. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It seemed like they were not affected by the gravity in the gravitational stairs at all. After Nan Gongyi, the two of them passed through the gravitational stairs easily as well. It left a deep impression on everyone. Is there really a problem with the gravitational stairs? Song Ting and Zhongan looked at each other again. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty. Soon, they realized that there seemed to be a problem with the gravitational stairs. Boom, 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 boom. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the seven-colored gravity in the gravitational stairs stirred. In the end, it seemed to gather and landed on the silver-robed middle-aged man. No. Soon after, the crowd heard a shrill and unwilling scream. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the silver-robed middle-aged man was enveloped by the seven-colored gravity. The energy on his spirit weapon and body was completely annihilated. Boom! Another loud sound reverberated. The silver-robed middle-aged man was forcefully thrown out of the gravitational stairs. He's finished. Many people thought to themselves when they saw the silver-robed middle-aged man being thrown out of the gravitational stairs. Almost at the same time, the sky darkened. Dark clouds gathered from all directions, and at the same time, a clear and deafening sound of thunder resounded. No, no. Hearing the thunder, the silver-robed middle-aged man looked as though he had seen a ghost. He moved his body and wanted to escape. However, could he escape? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 9 heavenly tribulations lightning punishment landed. The silver-robed middle-aged man was blasted into pieces. Even his profundity fragment was no exception. Only a spatial ring was left. It was all alone. The silver-robed middle-aged man died just like that. He died completely. He had bet his life. Moreover, he had made an oath using the tribulation oath, the 9 heavenly tribulation. No one could violate it. Once they violated it, they would be killed by the lightning punishment no matter where they were. Duan Lingtian, what happened just now? Originally, Nan Gongyi was puzzled about how he had somehow passed through the gravitational stairs. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Nan Gongchen had passed through the gravitational stairs at lightning speed. This made him even more puzzled. Although he knew Duan Lingtian and Chen Lingtian had the ability to pass through the gravitational stairs, it was impossible for them to be so fast.
Chapter 1252. Whoosh.
While Nan Gongyi was questioning Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the place where the silver-robed middle-aged man was killed by the lightning punishment and put away the spatial ring that the silver-robed middle-aged man had left behind. His movements were as smooth as flowing water.
Isn't it obvious?
The three of us passed the gravitational stairs, but he didn't. That's why he was killed by the lightning punishment. After Duan Lingtian returned to Nan Gong and Zhongling's side, he finally opened his mouth to reply to Nan Gongyi. However, Nan Gongyi could tell that Duan Lingtian was just brushing him off. He increasingly felt that the earlier incident had something to do with Duan Lingtian, including the fact that he had successfully passed the gravitational stairs and the sudden change in the gravitational stairs that sent the silver-robed middle-aged man who was stronger than him flying. However, he could tell that Duan Lingtian had no intention of telling him. Therefore, He did not ask any further questions even though he had a million questions in his heart.
Whoosh, whoosh. While everyone present was still in shock from the earlier incident, Song Ting and Zhong En, the two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, had arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs. At this moment, the gravitational stairs that were divided into 7 colors that represented the 7 levels of neutrality had returned to normal. Whoosh, whoosh. Song Ting and Zhong En looked at each other before they moved at the same time and disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, everyone saw their figures appear in the gravitational stairs. Moreover, they quickly passed through the gravitational stairs. From the beginning until the end, the short-lived energy in their bodies was not even enough to activate the heaven and earth energy, let alone condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Whoosh, whoosh. When Song Ting and Zhong En appeared again, they were already in front of Duan Lingtian. What did you do earlier? Song Ting asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold gaze. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Song Ting's questioning tone. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as though his expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. You're not bad. If Master was here, I think he'd definitely like you. Unlike Song Ting, Zhong En was quite friendly to the Duan Lingtian. He looked at the Duan Lingtian from head to toe and seemed to be very interested in the Duan Lingtian. The master he was referring to was naturally the spirit-profound Emperor Wu, the master of Lingxian Peak. Whether it was Zhong En or Song Ting, he didn't notice anything unusual when he passed through the gravitational stairs. There was only one possibility. That was the purple-clothed young man's doing. Although they didn't know how he did it, this was the only possibility. He likes me, but I don't necessarily like him. Upon hearing Zhong En's words, Duan Lingtian replied calmly. For a moment, the smile on Zhong En's face became a little forced. How dare you? Just as Song Ting's face darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, a loud shout resonated in the air. Then, a figure appeared behind Song Ting and glared at Duan Lingtian. He continued to shout in a deep voice. Boy, how dare you disrespect Lord Emperor Wu so rudely? You should be killed. The person who appeared was none other than Lu Zhong. Initially, Lu Zhong was already upset when he saw Duan Lingtian winning the bet. However, he could only choose to wait for an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Initially, he thought he would only have a chance to kill Duan Lingtian in the 3rd round of the selection. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would dare to blaspheme their Lingxian Peak's Lord Martial Emperor. He instantly realized this was an opportunity. An opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian legitimately. What? You can't wait to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Zhong. I don't know what you mean by that. All I know is that you disrespected Lord Emperor Wu, so you should die. Senior Brother Song, Senior Brother Zhong, please let me kill this boy as a warning to others. Lu Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Song Ting and Zhong En and asked respectfully. This time, Zhong En did not speak. Although he found Duan Lingtian pleasing to the eye, Duan Lingtian's words had completely enraged him. A dragon had a reverse scale that would kill anyone who touched it. And his master was his reverse scale. For this reason, he acquiesced to Lu Zhong's request. Go. As for Song Ting, his eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was about to devour him. Yes. When Lu Zhong heard Song Ting's words, his eyes brightened. He was extremely excited. He had been waiting for a long time. He could finally avenge his younger brother. Boy, how dare you kill my brother? I'll kill you today. As Lu Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian again, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. However, while that was what he said through his voice transmission, he said something else with his mouth. Boy, how dare you disrespect Lord Emperor Wu of our Lingxian Peak? Forget about the fact that you won't be able to become Emperor Wu's disciple or follower. From today onward, you'll leave this world forever. I, Lu Zhong, will kill you today and send you on your way to show the might of our Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu. Lu Zhong's words were dignified. At the same time, he stepped into the air and walked toward Duan Lingtian. Each step he took was faster than the previous one. Every step he took caused the air to tremble as the sound of air exploding rose and fell. I think you want to avenge your bandit brother, right? Duan Lingtian mocked Lu Zhong, who was charging toward him menacingly. Whatever you say. Anyway, you won't be able to escape death today no matter what. Lu Zhong did not care about Duan Lingtian's words. The origin energy on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Many profundities followed him like shadows, making him look like a god of war who was ready to attack at any time. At the same time, everyone present, including the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhong En, had their eyes on Duan Lingtian and Lu Zhong. Even the Nangong brothers were no exception. They had received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, so they moved to the side and stared at Duan Lingtian and Lu Zhong without blinking. Other than being senior brother Song Ting's right-hand man, senior brother Lu Zhong is also ranked in the top 3 among our Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man is going to be unlucky. These were the thoughts of the group of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Lu Zhong. On the other hand, the group of people who participated in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. They hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to fight for them. After all, to a certain extent, they were not considered as people from Ling Xian Peak. Even the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhong En, did not think Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat Lu Zhong, even though they thought Duan Lingtian was strange. They knew Lu Zhong's ability. He could be ranked in the top 3 among all of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples. Boy, if there's an afterlife, remember that not everyone is someone you can afford to offend. Lu Zhong's voice resonated again. It was filled with a hint of ruthlessness. This time, he took out his spirit weapon. With a flash of his body, he disappeared before most people's eyes. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. When he disappeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon in the void above his head also rushed out rapidly. Its target was Duan Lingtian. 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 7,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons pounced toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws. This was Lu Zhong's ability. Lu Zhong's speed was ridiculously fast in the eyes of the crowd, including the Nangong brothers. It was so fast that it was difficult to capture his movement. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Lu Zhong's speed was so slow that it was pitiful. He only had to lift a hand casually to grab the spirit weapon in Lu Zhong's hand. Smack! A crisp sound rang when he caught Lu Zhong's spirit weapon with his bare hands, causing the entire place to fall silent. Many people had a look of disbelief on their faces. They could not believe that everything before their eyes was real. Impossible! As the person involved, Lu Zhong was the first to react. He stared at the purple-clad young man who was close to him in shock and shook his head in a daze. Nothing's impossible. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, the 5-colored energy that had just appeared on his body suddenly soared. It was as though it had transformed into a 5-colored giant beast that opened its bloody mouth and bit Lu Zhong. In an instant, Lu Zhong was directly swallowed. Not even his bones were left behind. He followed in the footsteps of his younger brother, Lu Yi. After Lu Zhong's entire body turned into ashes, only a few profundity fragments and a spatial ring were left behind. Duan Lingtian conveniently kept all of them. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also withdrew the 5-colored energy on his body. It was as though it had never appeared in the first place. In fact, the heaven and earth phenomenon did not even have time to appear from the moment the 5-colored energy appeared until it disappeared. From this, one could see how fast Duan Lingtian's attack was. Even the heaven and earth energy did not have time to react. Silence. The scene was dead silent. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of heavy breathing and the sound of people inhaling cold air. The Nangong brothers were dumbfounded by the scene that they had just witnessed. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian must have improved a lot in the past 6 months, they did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to improve so much. Lu Zhong, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, who had used his spirit weapon, could unleash the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 7,000 ancient horned dragons. However, he was killed by Duan Lingtian in just one blow. From the beginning until the end, not only did Duan Lingtian not use his spirit weapon, but he did not even make any obvious movements. He killed Lu Zhong with just the raging flame-like energy that erupted from his body.
He's too powerful. I'm afraid his strength is at the level of Emperor Wu's direct disciple. He killed senior brother Lu Zhong as easily as stepping on an ant. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian became the focus of everyone's attention. This was because the strength that he had displayed earlier was too terrifying. It was shocking. Who are you? What's your purpose in coming to Lingxian Peak? At this moment, Song Ting also snapped back to reality. He stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian and asked sternly. Chapter 1253. Everyone's eyes fell on Duan Ling Tian as Song Ting questioned sternly. Apart from the Nangong twins, the rest of the people were curious. That was right. This purple-clad young man's ability was on par with Emperor Wu's direct disciple. However, it was strange that he came to participate in the selection of Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. There were many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who were more powerful than Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. Among all the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's ability was at most in the middle. In their opinion, a peak martial monarch powerhouse like Duan Ling Tian who had such ability since the beginning should have chosen Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who were more powerful to be their direct disciple. What purpose could I have? Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at Song Ting indifferently in the face of his question. He shrugged lazily and said, "You're thinking too much, aren't you? It seems like you won't tell me if I don't attack." Song Ting's face darkened, and his tone became even colder. "What? You want to attack me?" Duan Ling Tian laughed. His smile was brilliant, and as he laughed, his eyes unconsciously narrowed. "Do you think you're invincible just because you killed one person from Lingxian Peak? You should know that the Lu Zhong you killed was just an ordinary Emperor Wu's disciple from Lingxian Peak." Song Ting's tone was firm. "I admit that you're strong, but if you think I'm as useless as Lu Zhong, then I must say that you're stupid." No matter what, Lu Zhong was still someone close to him. As the saying went, one had to look at the master before beating a dog. The purple-clad young man had killed Lu Zhong in front of him. It was equivalent to slapping him in the face, causing him to be humiliated. At this moment, he seemed to be able to sense the mocking gazes from all directions. Even Zhong, who was standing at the side, was shocked. He did not expect the purple-clad young man in front of him would dare to kill Lu Zhong, the dog who was the best at biting people around Song Ting. It had to be said that at this moment, he was secretly pleased. "Zhong, this person's identity is mysterious. I'm afraid he has a motive for coming to Lingxian Peak to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Let's work together to subdue him and force him to reveal Lingxian Peak's motive. If he refuses to speak, we will kill him to prevent future troubles." Meanwhile, Song Ting's voice transmission entered into Zhong's ears. Zhong frowned slightly. To be honest, he was not willing to fight alongside Song Ting. However, the identity of the purple-robed young man before him was indeed mysterious. He had to be wary of him. Although he and Song Ting were on opposite sides, they were still on the same side when it came to the safety of Lingxian Peak. Thus, he flew out and stood beside Song Ting. The two of them faced off against Duan Ling Tian. Senior Marshal Brother Zhong wants to join forces with Senior Marshal Brother Song Ting? This scene shocked many people. This Duan Ling Tian. I can't believe. Nearby, Qiao Zhong stood there with his mouth agape. He could not regain his senses for a long time. When Duan Ling Tian easily killed Lu Zhong, he was already shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Although he had long known that Duan Ling Tian was powerful, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. However, when he saw Emperor Wu's third direct disciple, Zhong and Song Ting standing together against Duan Ling Tian, he could not help but feel agitated. This Duan Ling Tian had actually caused two direct disciples who were usually at odds with each other to join forces against him. I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble. Whether it's Senior Marshal Brother Song Ting or Senior Marshal Brother Zhong, they're both Emperor Wu's direct disciples of Lingxian Peak. This purple-clad young man's strength is at most on par with Emperor Wu's direct disciples. It's fine if it's one-on-one, but it's impossible for him to win if it's 2 against 1. How do you know his strength is at most on par with Emperor Wu's direct disciples? Humph! As everyone knows, Emperor Wu's direct disciples are already at the peak of the martial monarch stage. The only people who are more powerful than Emperor Wu's direct disciples are Emperor Wu's powerhouses. Don't tell me you think he's a powerhouse like Emperor Wu's powerhouses? The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who were watching by the side whispered among themselves. They did not think Duanling Tian would be able to gain the upper hand against the two direct disciples. Your strength is truly admirable. I'm Zhong En, the third direct disciple of Ling Xian Emperor Wu. I'd like to know why you're participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers at Ling Xian Peak with your strength. Zhong En looked at Duanling Tian and asked solemnly, as far as I know at this time, all the Emperor Wu's powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses in the inner land of Cloud Continent should be holding the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers at their cultivation places. Why are you asking him so much? I can tell he's not a good person with just one look. Before Duanling Tian could reply, Song Ting spoke coldly as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. With a whoosh, he disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Duanling Tian. Boom! A loud sound reverberated in the air, accompanied by a vast airwave that swept out from all directions. The airwave set off a series of thunderous explosions and turned into gusts of strong wind. It blew so hard that everyone present, except for Zhong En, had to squint their eyes instinctively. Although they did not see what happened clearly, they could tell that Duanling Tian and Song Ting had fought. Song Ting. Zhong En's face turned grave. He did not expect Song Ting to be so impatient. Naturally, he knew Song Ting's plan. He wanted to kill Duanling Tian before he could speak so that he could vent his own desires. Whoosh! Although Zhong En had guessed Song Ting's intention, he could not just stand by and watch. This was because he could tell that Song Ting was no match for Duanling Tian. Naturally, although he was prepared to make a move, he did not plan to cooperate with Song Ting to kill Duanling Tian. At most, he would cooperate to suppress Duanling Tian and force him to reveal Ling Xian Peak's purpose. If his purpose was simple, Ling Xian Peak might have a fourth direct disciple of Emperor Wu. When Zhong En thought about how Duanling Tian might become his fourth junior brother, he was so excited that he was even more tactful when he attacked. However, he soon realized that Duanling Tian's strength did not allow him to be tactful. Boom! 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 As the deafening sounds reverberated in the air, Duanling Tian fought Song Ting and Zhong En, the two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, on his own. Both Song Ting and Zhong En had taken out their own spirit tools. On the other hand, Duanling Tian fought Song Ting and Zhong En empty-handed as usual. However, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he was even gaining the upper hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Song Ting and Zhong En used a sword and a saber respectively. After a long battle, they finally decided to fight with all their might. As they were both direct disciples of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, when they attacked, the saber and sword shadows whistled through the air. Their coordination was flawless as they charged toward Duanling Tian in a ferocious manner. The saber and sword shadows crisscrossed in a torturous manner. Wherever they passed, the onlookers would avoid them. The group of people standing on the vast stone platform below also stepped into the air and dodged to the side. As the saber and sword shadows fell, the vast stone platform was cut into countless pieces as though it was tofu. There was not a single piece that was neat. The stone platform that had countless cracks began to crumble under the force of the two people's strength. It turned into ruins in just a blink of an eye. There was not a single piece that was complete. Moreover, as the two people attacked, some of the rubble on the vast stone platform that had turned into ruins rose into the air. They were completely attracted by the two people's powerful strength. When the two people attacked, the heaven and earth energy stirred and finally gathered into a vast heaven and earth phenomenon. In the void above their heads, 7 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared respectively. This meant that their attacks contained the strength of 7 ancient black dragons. Oh my god! He's so powerful as well? Many people were shocked by the full strength of Song Ting and Zhong, and someone could not help but exclaim in surprise, causing everyone's attention to shift to the other side. Everyone shifted their attention to the other side. A purple-clad young man was standing there. The purple-clad young man stood there. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and his long black hair fluttered in the wind. As for his headband, it had long been shattered by the powerful force. 5 colored flames shot up into the sky from the purple-clad young man's body, emitting waves of terrifying aura. At this moment, 7 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared in the void above his head. This meant that his strength was not inferior to Song Ting and Zhong'an. No wonder Zhong'an and I couldn't take him down earlier. It turns out that he's already used the strength of 7 ancient black dragons from the beginning. When Song Ting saw this, he was not shocked. Instead, he smiled. However, now that Zhong'an and I have unleashed our full strength, our strength is not inferior to his. The moment Song Ting thought of this, killing intent filled his eyes. Who's he exactly? He can unleash the strength of 7 ancient black dragons without using any spirit weapons. At this moment, many people in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. When their exclamations entered Song Ting's ears, it caused his heart to tremble, and his expression changed drastically. Only then did he regain his senses. That was right. His opponent had displayed such a powerful strength without using any spirit weapons. Third junior brother, we must kill him before he takes out his spirit weapons. Otherwise, we'll be the ones who die today. Song Ting hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Zhong'an, who was charging towards Duanling Tian with him at the same time. When Zhong'an heard Song Ting's voice transmission, he shuddered and finally regained his senses. Earlier, he was also stunned by the strength Duanling Tian displayed without using any spirit weapons. At that moment, he knew his opponent's strength was far above him and Song Ting. Now that he heard Song Ting's reminder, his expression was extremely solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. Once his opponent took out his spirit weapons, he and Song Ting would definitely lose miserably. At that time, not only Song Ting, but even he would be meat on his opponent's chopping board. Chapter 1254. Duanling Tian remained calm in the face of the 2 great Emperor Wu's direct disciples who were charging at him at lightning speed. It wasn't until the 2 of them were right in front of him that he made a move. The overwhelming saber light and sword shadows were right in front of him. To be more precise, it was not him who made a move. It was the 5-colored flame that surged on his body that made a move. Boom! The 5-colored flame trembled, causing the air to tremble. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. Seeing that Song Ting and Zhong'an's attacks were about to land on Duanling Tian's body, the 5-colored flame trembling violently around Duanling Tian's body suddenly transformed into the shape of a sword. In an instant, Duanling Tian seemed to have transformed into a gigantic 5-colored sword as he slashed down at the 2 people who were charging at him. It was as though he was splitting the sky and splitting the earth. Boom! 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 Wherever the gigantic sword passed, the air trembled and a series of deafening explosions were heard. It was earth-shattering. The rolling airwaves seemed to have transformed into a violent storm that swept out in all directions. Have mercy! Before most of the people present had the time to react, an anxious cry came from afar, causing many people to be shocked. They raised their heads one after another, wanting to see who it was. At this moment, boom! The crowd only saw a person standing next to Song Ting and Zhong and who were standing in front of Duanling Tian. Before they could see who it was, they heard an even more terrifying explosion. The explosion was so loud that it was as though the sky and earth were falling apart. A rolling shockwave spread out in all directions with the loud noise as the center. It sent the surrounding group of people flying. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples were still fine. They were only sent flying for more than 10 steps. On the other hand, the Emperor Wu's followers and the group of people who came to participate in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers were sent flying far away. Some of the people with a lower cultivation base turned pale as blood spurted from their mouths. It was obvious that they were severely injured. What a powerful force! The collision of 2 forces caused a shockwave. Such a force has exceeded the martial monarch stage. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples were shocked and stared ahead. Only then did they realize. Whether it was Song Ting or Zhong'an, they were both sent flying far away. Their faces were as pale as a sheet of white paper, and the corners of their mouths were stained with blood. And at the place where the loud sound came from, which was also the center of the shockwave, stood 2 people. Aside from the purple-clothed youth, there was another person. It was a middle-aged man in plain clothes. The middle-aged man stood there as if he was one with the world. This was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was the kind of man that could not be found in a crowd. However, his complexion was not very good right now. He was slightly pale. Pooh! Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he staggered back 2 steps and looked at the purple-robed young man in front of him with fear. You're Emperor Wu? The purple-clad young man was naturally Duan Ling Tian. Earlier he was prepared to kill Song Ting and Zhong En, the 2 direct disciples of Ling Xianpeake's Emperor Wu, with a swing of his sword. Who knew the middle-aged man in front of him would appear at the critical moment and save the 2 of them in time. First level Emperor Wu stage. Your spirit profound Emperor Wu? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. It was obvious he could see the other party's cultivation base. If the middle-aged man in front of him was really spirit-profound Emperor Wu, then he would be disappointed. This was completely different from the spirit-profound Emperor Wu that he had imagined. Emperor Wu stage first level. Spirit-profound Emperor Wu. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it attracted everyone's attention. He's Lord Emperor Wu? When the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers looked at the middle-aged man, they were shocked. At the same time, a hint of suspicion could be seen in their eyes. They did not dare to believe it. Their Ling Xianpeake's Emperor Wu was at a disadvantage to someone who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. It was too unbelievable. He's spirit-profound Emperor Wu? The group of people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, including the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, were all staring at the middle-aged man in front of Duan Ling Tian with their mouths agape. Impossible. If he's spirit-profound Emperor Wu, doesn't that mean the purple-clad young man can defeat spirit-profound Emperor Wu? That's right. This middle-aged man is at a disadvantage in front of him. As far as I know, only when Emperor Wu elites fight each other will there be shockwaves. Maybe they're both Emperor Wu elites. If this purple-clad young man is an Emperor Wu elite, why did he come to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in Ling Xianpeake? Maybe he's here to make a scene. Who knows? As the group of people discussed among themselves, their faces were filled with confusion and doubt. An Emperor Wu elite? The 2 brothers, Nangong Chen, glanced at Duan Ling Tian and then looked at each other. They saw an inexplicable shock in each other's eyes. He can't really be Lord Emperor Wu, right? The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Ling Xianpeake had bitter expressions. If this middle-aged man was really spirit-profound Emperor Wu, then Ling Xianpeake would really be humiliated this time. Although they were disciples and followers of Ling Xianpeake's Emperor Wu, they had never seen spirit-profound Emperor Wu in person. Therefore, they were not sure if the middle-aged man in front of them was spirit-profound Emperor Wu. However, based on the middle-aged man's performance earlier, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage in front of the purple-clad young man. If he was really spirit-profound Emperor Wu, he would definitely become a laughingstock once the news of today's incident spread. At that time, the people outside would say, Ling Xianpeake's spirit-profound Emperor Wu was no match for a person who participated in the selection of Ling Xianpeake's disciples and followers. How ironic would that be? Whether he is Lord Emperor Wu or not, I'm afraid only senior brother Song Ting and senior brother Zhong En will know. As one of Emperor Wu's disciples spoke, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers all looked at Song Ting and Zhong En expectantly. Now, the 2 of them who were seriously injured finally recovered after taking healing elixirs. Their faces were filled with lingering fear. When they raised their heads to look at the purple-clad young man in the distance again, they were greatly shocked. Emperor Wu elite. He is actually Emperor Wu elite. They never expected that the purple-clad young man who came to participate in the selection of Ling Xianpeake's disciples and followers was actually an Emperor Wu elite. An Emperor Wu elite came to participate in the selection of Ling Xianpeake's disciples and followers? No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not figure out why he would do this. Soon after, their eyes moved away from the purple-clad young man and landed on the middle-aged man who was standing opposite the purple-clad young man. They bowed respectfully. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. When the group of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers heard Song Ting and Zhong'an addressing the middle-aged man, their tensed nerves finally relaxed. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. So it's Lord Emperor Wu's eldest direct disciple, senior brother Zhou Di. This is my first time seeing senior brother Zhou Di. Senior brother Zhou Di is as elusive as Lord Emperor Wu in our Ling Xian Peak. I just didn't expect senior brother Zhou Di to be an Emperor Wu elite. According to the purple-clad young man, senior brother Zhou Di is at the first-level Emperor Wu stage. However, I wonder where this purple-clad young man came from. Even senior brother Zhou Di, who's at the first-level Emperor Wu stage, was at a disadvantage in front of him. The group of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers discussed among themselves. Their eyes landed on Duan Ling Tian, who was far away in unison, causing him to become the center of attention. Everyone, including Nan Gong and his brother, looked at Duan Ling Tian after briefly glancing at Zhou Di. So, it's not spirit profound Emperor Wu. However, with Zhou Di's ability, he's undoubtedly the strongest person in Ling Xian Peak after Emperor Wu. Yet, he's still at a disadvantage in front of him. Don't tell me he's really here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak. If that's the case, I'm afraid the title of the strongest person in Ling Xian Peak after Emperor Wu will have to change. Many people whispered among themselves. Some of the smarter ones looked at Nan Gong and his brother. Some of them more or less knew Nan Gong and his brother. Nan Gong Chen, you seem to know him? Nan Gong Yi, I remember you were with him when I first met you. Did you already know he's a powerhouse like Emperor Wu? Many people asked Nan Gong and his brother curiously. Nan Gong and his brother looked at each other. They were speechless and shocked at the same time. Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian still held back his ability? It's impossible for him to have the ability that's comparable to a powerhouse like Emperor Wu in just half a year, right? In their hearts, other than shock, there was only shock. Whether it was Duan Ling Tian or Zhou Di who was confronting Duan Ling Tian, both of them had already restrained their energy when the shockwave swept out. That was why the heaven and earth phenomenon did not appear. Due to this reason, the people present could only deduce that their abilities were comparable to a powerhouse like Emperor Wu based on their conversation and the shockwave that appeared earlier. He's a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Qiao Zhong, who was standing in the distance, finally regained his senses from the shock. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He did not expect the purple-clad young man whom he personally received half a year ago would be a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Qiao Zhong felt a chill in his heart when he recalled how cold he was to him. He felt that he was so close to death. Both of you come here. At this moment, Zhou Di spoke calmly. It was obvious he was calling out to Song Ting and Zhong'an. When Song Ting and Zhong'an heard this, they did not dare to delay. They hurriedly went to Zhou Di's side and lowered their heads as they greeted him respectfully again. Eldest senior brother. In front of Zhou Di, Song Ting and Zhong'an were as docile as cats. Both of you apologize, Zhou Di said to Song Ting and Zhong'an as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Apologize. Chapter 1255. Then, the two of them realized that their eldest senior brother wanted them to apologize to the purple-clad young man in front of them. Eldest senior brother Although Song Ting was shocked by the strength that Duan Ling Tian had just displayed, he could not bring himself to apologize to Duan Ling Tian. Of course, he was unwilling to do so. However, he was interrupted by Zhou Di as soon as he spoke. Zhou Di said calmly, "He's Master's guest." Zhou Di emphasized the word, guest. Master's guest? Song Ting was stunned when he heard Zhou Di's words. Sir, I didn't know you were Master's guest. Please forgive me for offending you. At this moment, Zhong'an bowed to Duan Ling Tian and apologized. Although the other party looked frighteningly young, the strength that he had just displayed was enough for him to bow and apologize. Moreover, who knew if the other party was a demon emperor powerhouse? Song Ting took a deep breath and apologized as well. Now, no matter how unwilling he was, he did not dare to act recklessly. What a joke! Eldest senior brother Zhou Di had already said that the other party was Master's guest. If he continued to act recklessly, it would mean that he did not respect Master. Because of this, He did not dare to act recklessly even if he had 10 times the courage. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zhong En and Song Ting's apology. His gaze fell on Zhou Di as he asked curiously, "Does Spirit Master Emperor Wu know me?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was not Spirit Master Emperor Wu, but Spirit Master Emperor Wu's direct disciple.
"Sir, you must be joking. If Master doesn't know you, why would he ask me to invite you over to have a chat with him?" Zhou Di said to Duan Lingtian, "Sir, please follow me." After saying that, he turned around and left. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. His heart was filled with curiosity and doubt as he followed closely behind. After Duan Lingtian left with Zhou Di, although there were many people in the air above the vast platform that had been turned into ruins, the atmosphere at this moment was deathly silent, so quiet that it was frightening. After a short while, they recovered from their shock, and their faces and eyes were filled with shock.
"Guest. That purple-clothed young man is Emperor Wu's guest."
Everyone was shocked. "Song Ting, you seem to be a little abnormal today. As if you can't wait to kill that person. Could it be that he has some deep grudge with you? I'm going to die because of you today." Zhong En looked at Song Ting and complained through voice transmission, "Don't tell me it's only because of Lu Zhong's death." When he heard Zhong En's voice transmission, the slightly dazed Song Ting finally reacted. Unknowingly, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. He wanted to kill that person because of Lu Zhong's death. To be more precise, it was because of the death of Lu Zhong and his brother. Before you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Someone had killed his subordinates time and time again, and he felt that his dignity was being challenged. That was why he wanted to kill that person at lightning speed.
However, who would have thought that the person not only had a strength that was comparable to Emperor Wu's, but also surpassed his great senior brother.
Moreover, the person was his master's guest.
If he had known this earlier, he would not have made things difficult for the person and would not have fallen deeper and deeper.
I hope Master won't blame me for this. At this moment, Song Ting finally felt afraid. Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's guest? Why haven't I heard Duan Lingtian mention this before? Nan Gong and his brother looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. However, when they recalled the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier, their hearts were filled with shock. The second round of the selection will continue. Finally, Zhong En caught his breath and announced. Everyone present recovered from their shock one by one, and their attention shifted to the second round of selection that was about to begin. On the other side,
I don't think I know that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu?
Duan Lingtian followed Zhou Di and frowned slightly. His heart was filled with doubts. Finally, under Zhou Di's lead, Duan Lingtian met the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. They met the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu on a stone platform that was surrounded by clouds at the side of Lingxian Peak. Behind the clouds, there was a small stone platform. On top of the stone platform, there was a house with a small courtyard. It looked very simple. In the small courtyard, there was a stone table quietly standing there, and there was a stone bench on both sides of it.
Master, the guest is here.
After Zhou Di brought Duan Lingtian over, he bowed to the person sitting in front of the stone table. His tone was filled with respect. The person sitting in front of the stone table was a young man. When he turned his head to look at Duan Lingtian, his face was completely revealed in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. It's you."
Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him, Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked because it was not the first time he had seen this person.
"I originally said that you had a chance of comprehending the sword profundity. It seems like I was wrong. You have already comprehended the sword profundity." The young man, who was the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. When Duan Lingtian followed Zhou Di over, his body was filled with sword profundity. As a sword cultivator, the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu could easily see through it. "Same here. I was wrong. So you're the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled.
The Spirit Profound Emperor Wu in front of him was none other than the person he had met at the peak of Lingxian Peak.
Yang Hui. He still remembered that when he first met Yang Hui was using his spiritual energy to control the sword. At that time, he thought Yang Hui was an inscription master, so he did not use his spiritual energy to check his cultivation base. Now, it seemed like Jianghu might not be an inscription master. Emperor Wu was a powerhouse and could release his spiritual energy. Not to mention controlling the sword with his spiritual energy, he could even attack or defend with his spiritual energy. Thanks to your guidance that day, I finally managed to raise my sword profundity to the next level. Coincidentally, my cultivation base also managed to break through to the next level after I raised my sword profundity. The spirit-profound Emperor Wu, Jianghu, looked at Duan Lingtian with a kind gaze. He did not have the arrogance of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Have a seat. Jianghu gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit in front of the stone table. Zhou Di, who was standing at the side, was stunned.
Although he knew the purple-clad young man in front of him was his master's guest, he did not expect the purple-clad young man to have given pointers to his master and helped his master achieve a breakthrough in his sword profundity and cultivation base.
Congratulations, Master. Zhou Di quickly congratulated Jianghu when he regained his senses. At the same time, he was excited. His master was originally at the third-level martial monarch stage. With this breakthrough, he had successfully entered the fourth-level Emperor Wu stage.
Coupled with the sword profundity that he had broken through earlier, his master's current strength was above average among all the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent.
All right. Jianghu nodded faintly when he heard Zhou Di's congratulations. You may leave first, Master. However, Zhou Di did not leave immediately. He decided to tell his master about what happened earlier. Who knew if his master's guest would vent his anger on his two junior brothers? After listening to Zhou Di's recount, Jianghu frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Those two blind bastards. Brother Lingtian, my two personal disciples have offended you. I hope you can forgive them." "Please forgive them," Jianghu said apologetically as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If they were just ordinary disciples or followers of Emperor Wu, he would not mind even if they were executed. However, whether it was Song Ting or Zhong'an, both of them were his direct disciples. He only had a total of 3 direct disciples. Naturally, he could not bear to lose them. You don't have to apologize. Just do me a favor. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. I remember Brother Lingtian said you wanted my help that day. May I know what you need my help with, Brother Lingtian? Jianghu asked curiously as he nodded. I want to know where I came from. Duan Lingtian said. Where I came from? Jianghu could not help but be stunned.
Brother Lingtian, don't tell me you don't even know where you came from?
Due to some things, my soul was damaged to a certain extent and I lost a part of my memory. That includes where I came from. You're a well-known Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent. You have eyes and ears everywhere. I think you can help me. Duan Lingtian said. I see. This is just a small matter.
Jianghu nodded and looked at Zhou Di who was about to leave.
Pass down the order and make sure it's done properly. As the Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent, Ling Xian Peak that Jianghu controlled had its own intelligence network. Once he gave the order, many intelligence personnel would work for him. Yes.
Zhou Di replied respectfully and left.
Brother Lingtian, don't worry. With Ling Xian Peak's intelligence network, I'm sure we'll be able to find out where you came from very soon. I believe with your strength, as long as you're not a reclusive person, you're definitely not a nobody, Jianghu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse, he did not need the demon revealing mirror to faintly see if the person before him was a demon. Jianghu could see that Duan Lingtian was not a demon. It was precisely because of this that he realized how outstanding Duan Lingtian was. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded and thanked Jianghu. Brother Lingtian, you're too kind. If it wasn't for your guidance last time, my sword profundity wouldn't have broken through so quickly.
The breakthrough in my cultivation base is also due to the opportunity one found through the breakthrough in my sword profundity.
Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking you. Jianghu smiled. I heard from Zhou Di earlier that you can easily suppress him, Brother Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, forgive me for being blunt, but you don't seem to be at the Emperor Wu's level. Jianghu looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom and asked in confusion. Ever since he had broken through to the 4th-level Emperor Wu stage, Jianghu's spiritual energy had undergone a qualitative change.
He could already faintly sense if a person was at the Emperor Wu's level. According to his spiritual energy, the purple-clad young man before him did not seem to be at the Emperor Wu's level.
Chapter 1256. That's right.
I'm still quite a distance away from the Emperor Wu realm.
Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised that Yang Hui, the spirit-profound Emperor Wu, could tell that he was not an Emperor Wu powerhouse. At the same time, he guessed that Yang Hui's cultivation base was above the 4th level Emperor Wu realm.
This was because only someone above the 4th level Emperor Wu realm would be able to tell that he was not an Emperor Wu powerhouse.
You're still quite a distance away from the Emperor Wu realm, but you've already comprehended the sword profundity. Brother Lingtian, you're really a genius in the sword Dao. Yang Hui exclaimed. He had witnessed Duan Lingtian's attainments in the sword Dao a long time ago.
He was shocked and admired him from the bottom of his heart.
Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Yang Hui's exclamation. He then asked curiously, I seem to have heard that not only did Ling Xian Peak organize the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, but the other Emperor Wu's cultivation places also organize the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers?
That's right.
Yang Hui nodded. All the famous Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent have been recruiting disciples and followers recently. Of course, just like Ling Xian Peak, their ultimate goal is to become an outstanding Emperor Wu's disciple or even Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Emperor Wu's disciple had to be at least at the peak of the martial monarch stage. The requirement for Emperor Wu's direct disciple was even higher. Most of them had to have 1 foot in the Emperor Wu realm. What's the purpose of recruiting outstanding Emperor Wu's disciple with such fanfare?
Duan Lingtian guessed.
Brother Duan Lingtian, you're right. We do have a purpose. Yang Hui nodded. His expression turned solemn. Actually, the reason we're recruiting Emperor Wu's disciples and followers this time is because of the Overseas Saint Islands Edict.
Overseas Saint Islands?
Edict? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. What's that? The Overseas Saint Islands have always been mysterious. It's not strange that you don't know about them, Brother Lingtian, Yang Hui said. The Overseas Saint Islands are islands located in the far north of the Cloud Continent. Of course, there are many islands in the Overseas Saint Islands, but only 4 of them are really vast and rich in origin stones and mineral deposits. They're the 4 Overseas Saint Islands. Among the 4 Overseas Saint Islands, one of them is the leader. The remaining 3 Overseas Saint Islands surround it and have a subordinate relationship with it. This time, our Cloud Continent's martial emperors and demon emperors received the edict from the subordinate island near our Cloud Continent. That subordinate island is called the Hidden Fog Island. A few years ago, the Hidden Fog Island sent an envoy here and asked us to bring 10 of our most outstanding disciples to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition a few years later. Not long ago, the Hidden Fog Island envoy came again and said that the Hidden Fog martial competition would be brought forward by a year. Therefore, we held the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers a year earlier than planned. Yang Hui continued. Is the Hidden Fog Island that scary? It can actually order all of you around?
Duan Lingtian asked.
Indeed, the Hidden Fog Island is scary. However, the reason why we complied with the Hidden Fog Island's edict is not only because the Hidden Fog Island is scary, it's more because of the rewards promised by the Hidden Fog martial competition. In the Hidden Fog martial competition, whichever martial emperor's or shifter emperor's disciple performs well will be able to obtain the Saint Stone. Yang Hui's breathing quickened when he mentioned the Saint Stone. Saint Stone?
Duan Lingtian was puzzled.
That's right, the Saint Stone. Yang Hui nodded. To a certain extent, the Saint Stone is similar to the Origin Stone. However, even the Supreme Grade Origin Stone is not as precious as the Saint Stone. Even if it's an Emperor Wu powerhouse, his cultivation base will improve rapidly once he obtains the Saint Stone. Let me put it this way, if a person at the first level Emperor Wu stage obtains a Saint Stone and completely absorbs the energy in it, he'll be able to break through to the second level Emperor Wu stage in one go. Moreover, he'll be able to break through in a short period of time. Yang Hui explained. It's that exaggerated? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. It was his first time hearing about the Saint Stone. Although he had a profound memory in his mind,
There was no record of the Saint Stone. Now that he heard about the Saint Stone's function, he could not help but be shocked. A Saint Stone could allow a first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist to break through to the second-level Emperor Wu stage in one go in a short time. It was simply heaven-defying. It's that exaggerated. Yang Hui's eyes were filled with desire. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he finally restrained himself. Now, you should know why we're so interested in the Hidden Fog Islands Edict, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. After knowing the function of the Saint Stone, he could understand the feelings of the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses, including Yang Hui. Which Emperor Wu powerhouse and Demon Emperor powerhouse did not want to elevate their cultivation base quickly? For this reason, they wouldn't even frown even if they were asked to do other difficult tasks, let alone participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. The Saint Stone. Where did it come from? Duan Lingtian was filled with curiosity. I'm not too sure where the Saint Stone came from. However, I'm certain that the Saint Stone is not a product of the 4 overseas Saint Islands. I even asked the Hidden Fog Islands emissary about this. Yang Hui said. Although Duan Lingtian had a lot of questions about the Saint Stone, he knew that he had not come into contact with that level yet. Therefore, he did not ask too much. He believed that as long as he came into contact with that level, all the questions in his heart would be answered. How much do you know about the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian asked. I only heard about the Hidden Fog Island after I broke through to the Emperor Wu stage, Yang Hui said. Yang Hui said, the Hidden Fog Island is located far to the north of the northern polar region of the Cloud Continent. Even a first-level martial emperor martial artist would need half a year to travel to the Hidden Fog Island from the Cloud Continent at full speed. A first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist would need half a year to travel at full speed? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. That far. That's not the main point. The main point is that one would occasionally encounter many demons in the sea on the way to the Hidden Fog Island. There's no lack of Demon Emperor stage existences among them. Also, the Emperor Wu powerhouses on the Cloud Continent would head to the Hidden Fog Island to start a new journey once their strength has increased to a certain level and they no longer have anything to pursue on the Cloud Continent. Because of this, the Hidden Fog Island is filled with powerhouses. For example, although I'm a 4th-level Emperor Wu stage existence, I still have to tuck my tail between my legs when I reach the Hidden Fog Island. Yang Hui continued to explain everything about the Hidden Fog Island to Duan Lingtian. The Emperor Wu powerhouses on the Cloud Continent went to the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, he felt as though a mysterious world was slowly opening its door to him, waiting for him to enter. Yes. Yang Hui nodded and said at the same time, let's not talk about the others. The Hidden Fog Island's messenger who came to look for me a while ago was a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. When he became famous on the Cloud Continent, I had just broken through to the martial monarch stage not long ago. Yang Hui sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. He seemed to be reminiscing about his past. Since the Hidden Fog Island is willing to give you the Saint Stone for the Hidden Fog martial competition, it must not be an ordinary martial competition. Do you know the Hidden Fog Island's motive? Duan Lingtian asked. Since the Saint Stone was so precious, he did not think that the Hidden Fog Island would be so kind. There must be a great conspiracy behind the Hidden Fog martial competition. I haven't heard about that. However, I'm guessing that the Hidden Fog Island must be after something. Yang Hui said. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse, he was, naturally, not stupid. It was easy for him to figure this out. Are there any requirements for the participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Yang Hui nodded. According to the Hidden Fog Island's messenger, the participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition must be able to determine their age using the age measuring pearl. Under 70 years old. Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the age measuring pearl. He knew that the age measuring pearl could only determine the age of a person who was 70 years old at most. It could not determine the age of a person who was over 70 years old. Yes. Yang Hui nodded again. Subsequently, the two of them chatted for a while before Yang Hui arranged a place for Duan Lingtian to stay. It was an independent courtyard on a small stone platform not far away from where he stayed. There was a small house in the courtyard. Brother Lingtian, I'll try my best to find out where you came from. However,
I hope that you won't tell anyone about the Saint Stone. You must know that even my first direct disciple doesn't know about the Saint Stone's existence. Yang Hui said to Duan Lingtian after he sent Duan Lingtian to the door of the small house. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew why Yang Hui hid the Saint Stone from him. He was afraid that Emperor Wu's disciples would think that he was asking them to risk their lives for the Saint Stone. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Yang Hui was about to leave. Wait. However, Duan Lingtian called out to him in a timely manner. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Yang Hui asked. There's something that I hope you can help me with. Duan Lingtian said. Tell me. Yang Hui replied straightforwardly. Among the people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers at Lingxian Peak, there's a pair of twin brothers with the surname Nangong. They've already passed the second round of selection, and it's certain that they'll become Emperor Wu's followers. If it's possible, I hope that you can take care of them a little. Duan Lingtian said to Yang Hui. Brother Lingtian, there you're. Yang Hui looked at Duan Lingtian. Before he could finish his question, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. They're my friends. Since they're your friends, Brother Lingtian, they're naturally my friends as well. Brother Lingtian, don't worry, I won't neglect them. Chapter 1257. After Yang Hui left, Duan Lingtian sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard and muttered to himself, Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Earlier, when they were talking about the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, Yang Hui had the intention of letting him represent Lingxian Peak in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Yang Hui was willing to give him all the Saint Stones he obtained. To Yang Hui, apart from wanting to obtain the Saint Stones, he also hoped that the people from Lingxian Peak would be able to suppress the other Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. On Cloud Continent, there were many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses. Naturally, they would compete with each other. Especially this time, Yang Hui's strength had improved tremendously. If his disciples did not perform well in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, they would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Emperor Wu powerhouses valued their reputation very much. Bastard, do you know about the Saint Stones? Duan Lingtian asked the soul hidden in his body, Wang Ba's soul. He had a feeling that Wang Ba should know about the Saint Stones. However, no matter how he called, Wang Ba did not respond at all. It was as though he had fallen into a deep sleep. That's strange. This guy hasn't moved for more than half a year. Seeing that Wang Ba did not respond for a long time, Duan Lingtian did not call him again. He stood up and returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed and cultivated 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. The Divine Dragon Form was the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. It was also the last form. It could help raise one's cultivation base from the Martial Monarch stage all the way to the Emperor Wu stage. In the past half a year, Duan Lingtian had also cultivated his cultivation base again. It was even stronger than when he was at his peak. In the past, Duan Lingtian was only at the 4th level Martial Monarch stage. However, after half a year of cultivation, with the help of the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy, his cultivation base had improved tremendously. Currently, he had broken through to the 6th level Martial Monarch stage. He was not far away from the 7th level Martial Monarch stage. Of course, the reason why his cultivation base could improve so much was not entirely because of the overbearing medicinal effect of the rebirth pill. Instead, it was mostly because of the concept of rebirth after destruction. Although it sounded mysterious, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the great changes brought to him by these 4 words. Ever since his Dantian was restored, his cultivation was indeed twice the result with half the effort. With the addition of the medicinal power of the rebirth pill, it was even more exaggerated. Naturally, in the past 6 months, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved the most, not his cultivation base, but the 2 profundities he had comprehended, the fused profundity and the sword profundity. Perhaps it's because my soul was once suppressed by the soul remnant energy from the Devil Seal tablet, so some changes have occurred to it. That's why it's so easy for me to comprehend the 2 profundities. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only think of this as the only possible reason. Gradually, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it. He continued to cultivate and comprehend the two profound meanings. He believed, based on his cultivation speed, it would not take long for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, Lingxian Peak began to activate its own intelligence network to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. With Lingxian Peak as the center, the investigation was conducted in a carpet-style manner. As for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in Lingxian Peak, it was still ongoing. It was worth mentioning that the two brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, were brought away by Zhong'an when they were preparing to participate in the third round of the selection. Lord Zhong'an, where are you bringing us? Nangong Chen and his brother followed behind Zhong, and Nangong Yi asked anxiously. He was worried that Zhong'an would do something to the two brothers in order to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. Brother, please don't call me Lord. I can't accept it. Also, I only know that both of your surnames are Nangong Chen, but I don't know how to address both of you. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, Zhong'an shuddered and hurriedly waved his hand. At the same time, he looked at Nangong Chen and his brother with a friendly expression. What a joke! The two people in front of him were guests that his master, Lingxian Peak Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, had asked him to invite over. If his master found out that they had addressed him as Lord, he would definitely be in deep trouble. Nangong Yi's friendliness stunned Nangong Chen and his brother. Nangong Chen. Nangong Yi. After a while, they returned to their senses and introduced themselves. At this moment, they could faintly guess that the reason Zhong'an, Emperor Wu's direct disciple, was so polite to them was most likely because of Duan Lingtian. So it's brother Nangong Chen and brother Nangong Yi. If both of you think highly of me, can you call me Big Brother Zhong? What do you think? Zhong'an said with a smile. Big Brother Zhong, are you bringing us to see Duan Lingtian? Nangong Yi, who had guessed why Zhong'an was so polite to them, felt at ease for a moment and asked curiously. No. Zhong'an shook his head. You're not? Upon hearing Zhong'an's words, apart from Nangong Yi, even Nangong Chen could not help but be stunned. Earlier, Master instructed me to bring both of you to see him, Zhong'an said. Zhong'an said. Boom. The moment Zhong'an's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck down from the clear sky. It shocked both Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. The master Zhong'an was referring to was undoubtedly the master of Lingxian Peak, the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Now, the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu wanted to see them? When both of them returned to their senses, they looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Nangong Chen was still relatively calm. Nangong Yi, on the other hand, had a terrified expression on his face. Although he really wanted to see the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, he did not expect to see him so soon. Of course, he also knew that all of this was due to Duan Lingtian. At the south of the inner land, two figures flew through the air and headed toward a steep mountain in the distance. It was Lingtian Peak. Lingtian Peak was where the Lingtian sect was located. After a while, the two figures arrived at Lingtian Peak and revealed themselves. It was a young girl in yellow and a little girl in white. The young girl in yellow's eyes shone with a mischievous gleam. As for the little girl in white, she had a childish and cute little face. She looked like a little adult. Sister Xuanai, what should we do now? How can we find brother? The little girl in white looked at the young girl in yellow and asked. The little girl in white was the little white python from back then, Little White. As for the young girl in yellow, she was Han Xuanai. After they obtained clues about Duan Lingtian in Lost Stone Forest, they searched for him. However, they could not find any traces of Duan Lingtian. In the end, they had no choice but to give up temporarily and look for another way. Let's look for Little Gold and Little Black. Perhaps, we should make a big commotion. Han Xuanai said with a gleam in her eyes. A big commotion? Little White had a puzzled expression on her face. However, she still followed Han Xuanai, who was going to look for Little Gold and Little Black. She knew that as long as she saw Little Gold and Little Black, she would know what the big commotion that Sister Xuanai mentioned was. After Han Xuanai and the three little fellows got together and plotted for a while, a plan that would shake the entire Cloud continent for a period of time was born.
When the plan reached the ears of the two vice-sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, Luo Ping and Zhang San, it shocked them so much that they were speechless for a long time. The plan was quickly put into action. Han Shu and I, Little White, Little Black, and Little Gold left Cloud Continent and went in 4 different directions. Soon after, shocking news came one after another. First-rate forces announced that they would become Ling Tian sect's subsidiary forces one after another. Apart from handing over a large amount of origin stones to the Ling Tian sect every year, they also gave up the most outstanding disciples from their respective forces. These outstanding disciples from the various forces also joined the Ling Tian sect one by one and became a part of the Ling Tian sect. The Ling Tian sect, which was originally empty, suddenly became lively. Those 4 little ancestors. They're really Zhang San and Luo Ping, the 2 vice-sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, gathered together. Apart from shock, there was only shock on their faces. Where did Duan Ling Tian sect get to know these little freaks? Chen Xiaoshui could not help but smile wryly when he found out about all this. Young master, Ling Tian sect is no longer what it used to be. I'm afraid it won't take long for Miss Xuan I, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold to unify all the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land. Xiongquan stood at the peak of Ling Tian Mountain and muttered softly, "Now we're just waiting for you and Miss Tian Wu to return." "That's right, master. Come back soon." Gold Thug stood next to Xiongquan. He was also waiting for the return of his master, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. "Hey, Gold Thug." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. When Gold Thug and Xiongquan finally reacted, there was already a person in front of them. It was a little girl dressed in gold. Little Gold. Xiongquan's eyes lit up when he saw the person. Gold Thug, on the other hand, shuddered for no reason. He said with a bitter expression, "Little miss, why are you looking for me?" He feared the little girl in gold from the bottom of his heart. "Of course, I'm looking for you for a good reason." The little girl in gold was none other than Little Gold. She was also the jade-eyed heavenly mouse that was by Duan Lingtian's side in the past. Good reason? Gold Thug looked at Little Gold skeptically. Slap. However, before he could react, Little Gold slapped him on the forehead. "I say, Gold Thug, you don't believe me, do you?" I wouldn't dare. Gold Thug immediately shrunk his head and said softly, as a golden hellhound. He was as docile as a cat in front of Little Gold. "Take this." Little Gold raised her hand and passed a dazzling pill-like object to Gold Thug. "Little miss, this is..." Gold Thug was stunned at first. However, when he carefully examined the item that Little Gold passed to him, his eyes could not help but narrow. His body began to tremble for no reason. Inner core? Go and cultivate. When you break through to the Demon Emperor stage, I'll bring you out to the sea to have some fun. There are many Demon Emperors outside the sea. You'll be able to obtain more Demon Emperor's core when you get there. Xiao Jin nodded. Her eyes lit up when she reached the end of her sentence. Yes. Gold Thug's blood boiled when he heard that. He hurriedly turned around and left to cultivate. Xiao Jin, you can even kill a first-level Demon Emperor. What's your cultivation base now? After Gold Thug left, Xiongquan looked at Xiao Jin from head to toe and asked curiously. He did not expect this at all. The inconspicuous little gold mouse back then had achieved so much. It shocked him from the bottom of his heart. Young master, come back quickly. Come back and see the 3 little fellows and Miss Xuan I. Xiongquan muttered in his heart. Faced with Xiongquan's question, Xiao Jin only smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Jin disappeared before Xiongquan's eyes. It was obvious that she had left. Seeing this, Xiongquan shook his head and smiled helplessly. As Han Shu and I, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin made their moves, the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land were subdued one by one and became Ling Tian sect's subsidiary sections. For a time, Ling Tian sect's reputation in the south of the inner land of the Cloud Continent was like the sun in the sky. The remaining first-rate forces that had yet to fall were panicking because they knew that the Ling Tian sect would make a move on them in the near future.
Isn't Ling Tian's sect a little too exaggerated? Does it intend to unify the south of the inner land? Many people in the south of the inner land speculated. Based on Ling Tian's sect's exaggerated actions, it did seem like it intended to do so. However, just as the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land that had yet to fall were panicking, Han Xuanai and the other three stopped attacking and returned to the Ling Tian sect as though they had made an appointment. And they had indeed made an appointment. Don't be careless for the next few days. Patrol Ling Tian Peak more. Judging by the time, they should be here soon. Han Xuanai said to Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin. Based on her words, it was as though she was worried that someone would attack Ling Tian's sect. Yes, Sister Xuanai. Xiao He and the other two nodded obediently. Compared to their decisive killing outside, it was as though they were a completely different person. Time passed by quietly. 7 days passed in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Outside Ling Tian Peak, the air stirred as a figure appeared out of thin air. It was an old man dressed in gray. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were bright. His expression was calm, as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Ling Tian sect?
Suddenly, the old man's gaze turned sharp as he stared at the steep mountain peak nearby and muttered softly.
Subsequently, the old man disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of Ling Tian Peak. Stop right there. However, before he could enter Ling Tian Peak, he was stopped by someone. The person who stopped him was a young girl's voice. He could not help but be stunned. When he returned to his senses, he realized that the person who stopped him was actually a little girl dressed in golden clothes. She was an inconspicuous little girl. Demon Emperor? However, the gray-clothed old man didn't underestimate her just because she was a little girl. Instead, his expression turned solemn. Old man from the Han clan? Faced with the gray-clothed old man's questioning tone, Xiao Jin did not care at all. Instead, he asked indifferently, "You killed Han Jing?" The old man's eyes gleamed coldly as he asked in a deep voice. "Han Jing?" Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment before she reacted. "Looks like you're really an old man from the Han clan. Are you here to avenge that reckless fellow?" Xiao Jin's eyes gleamed coldly as she spoke. "No matter who it is, anyone who kills a member of the Han clan will have to pay the price." The old man in gray said nonchalantly. His tone was unquestionable. "Is that so?" Before Xiao Jin could react, an indifferent voice sounded from afar. When the voice entered the ears of the old man and Xiao Jin, a figure had already appeared. It was a young girl dressed in yellow. She looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her slightly tender face was beautiful. With one look, one could tell that she would definitely grow up to be a devastatingly beautiful woman. The young girl in yellow had bright eyes. One look and one could tell that she was a mischievous person. However, her expression was a little gloomy. It was as though the sky was about to rain with dark clouds covering the sky. "It's best for unrelated people to leave. Don't blame me if you're implicated." The old man in gray looked at the young girl in yellow and said calmly. There was no lack of threat in his tone. "Unrelated people?" The young girl in yellow studied the old man in gray for a while before she said nonchalantly, "What if the person you're talking about was killed by me?" At once, the old man's expression changed drastically. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. "Sister Xuanai, let me deal with this old fellow." Xiao Jin looked at the young girl in yellow and said with anticipation. The young girl in yellow was none other than Han Xuanai. It was just as Han Xuanai had said. Previously, the powerhouse from the Han clan, Han Jing, had died in her hands. "If you want him, I'll let you have him," Han Xuanai said. She did not seem to care if she had to deal with the old man in gray personally. "Thank you, Sister Xuanai." After obtaining Han Xuanai's agreement, Xiao Jin's eyes lit up. Then, she looked at the old man in gray who was staring at Han Xuanai and said coldly, "Hey, old fellow, I'm your opponent." The moment her words left her mouth, Xiao Jin made her move. It was as though she had transformed into a bolt of golden lightning as she shot toward the old man in gray. The old man in gray reacted and began to fight Xiao Jin fiercely. Both of them were evenly matched in the beginning. However, as time went by,
Xiao Jin gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. After Xiao Jin fell into a disadvantageous position, she was in an extremely wretched state. However, the old man in gray seized the opportunity to pursue and attack Xiao Jin, a little girl who did not look more than 10 years old, to kill her. "Sister Xuanai, save me!" For a moment, Xiao Jin hurriedly asked Han Xuanai for help. This was not a joke. If she was killed, she would be completely finished. Harmf! Almost as soon as Xiao Jin's words left her mouth, Han Xuanai snorted softly. She did not seem to have done anything when she raised her hand. Bang! A loud sound reverberated. The old man in gray who was chasing after Xiao Jin was sent flying. Along the way, he left behind many blooming flowers of blood. It was the blood that kept spurting out of his mouth. Air Shadowless Palm. You. How do you know my Han clan's clan-suppressing martial skill? Chapter 1259. The Shadowless Air Palm was the ultimate martial skill of the Han clan, the ancient clan on Cloud Continent. That set of martial skills was even superior to heaven-level high-tier martial skills. Even in the Han clan, not everyone was able to learn it. As one of the strongest people in the Han clan, the gray-clad old man knew this very well. He was also one of the few people in the Han clan who had cultivated the Shadowless Air Palm. Not only did he know that the Shadowless Air Palm was a powerful martial skill that was above the heaven-rank advanced martial skills, but he also knew that this martial skill had entered the ranks of the Saint-grade martial tactics. The Saint-grade martial tactic was a saying passed down in the Han clan since ancient times. It was said that it came from a faraway place and referred to a martial skill that was above the heaven-rank advanced martial skills. The gray-clad old man stared at Han Xuanai. His face was pale and filled with shock and disbelief. Shadowless Air Palm? Upon hearing the gray-clad old man's words, Han Xuanai was stunned at first before she smiled in disdain. "Are you sure I'm using the Shadowless Air Palm?" The moment her words left her mouth, without waiting for the old man's reply, Han Xuanai made her move again. Waves of cold aura spread in the air before it emitted waves of coldness. At the same time, waves of cold wind blew past. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises reverberated in the air. The light shield that rose around the gray-clad old man's body was shattered easily. In just a blink of an eye, he was engulfed by waves of cold aura that came from all directions and turned into an ice sculpture. One could vaguely see that there were clear palm prints around the gray-clad old man's body inside the ice sculpture. It was as though he had been slapped many times. "Now, do you still think this is the Shadowless Air Palm?" Han Xuanai asked nonchalantly. At the same time, she raised her hand slowly. The ice sculpture around the gray-clad old man's body turned into nothingness as though it had never existed. Pooh! Barf! The moment the ice sculpture around his body disappeared, the gray-clad old man's body suddenly trembled. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he was on the verge of death. It wasn't until he took out a pill and swallowed it that his expression eased up a little. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize that the healing pill the old man consumed was the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill that he was extremely familiar with. "It's not Shadowless Air Palm." Hearing Han Xuanai's words, the gray-clothed old man couldn't help but shudder. He looked at Han Xuanai in horror, his heart full of shock. Although it has the shadow of the Shadowless Air Palm, it is a martial skill that is even more powerful than the Shadowless Air Palm. Saint-grade martial art. It was a Saint-grade martial art. It's a Saint-grade martial technique that's even more powerful than the Shadowless Air Palm. Who is she? As far as I know, in the entire Cloud Continent, only the two great ancient clans, including our Han clan, possess the Saint-grade martial tactic. She actually knows the Saint-grade martial tactic. Moreover, it's a Saint-grade martial tactic that's even more powerful than our Han clan's Shadowless Air Palm. Don't tell me she's from that place? The gray-clothed old man seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Han Xuanai again as though he had just seen a ghost. As one of the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent that had been passed down for 10,000 years, the Han clan knew many things that ordinary martial artists on Cloud Continent did not know. This included other continents other than Cloud Continent. Not only that, According to the secret handbook that was passed down in the Han clan for generations, only the Han clan's lineal disciples were qualified to read it. The first clan leader of the Han clan's ancestor who single-handedly built the Han clan, was not from Cloud Continent. Instead, he came from another continent. According to the Han clan's ancestor, in the continent he came from, even someone at the Emperor Wu stage was merely standing at the peak of mortals. In that continent, there were many people who had surpassed mortals. Dao Martial Saint Land. That was the name of that continent. I've long heard from Jianghu that there's a clan on Cloud Continent that can be considered as a branch of our clan, the Han clan. It was unknown when Han Xuanai spoke up. It was unknown if she was talking to the gray-clothed old man, or if she was talking to herself. Since the shadowless air palm was passed down, it means that the person who founded the Han clan was at least a branch disciple of our clan. Boom. Han Xuanai's words that seemed like she was talking to herself were like a clap of thunder when they entered the gray-clothed old man's ears. Miss Wei, you said that our Han clan's ancestor was a branch disciple of your clan? The gray-clothed old man asked in a trembling voice. As a lineal disciple of the Han clan and the former clan leader of the Han clan, the gray-clothed old man's understanding of the Han clan was not inferior to anyone in the current Han clan. According to the handbook left behind by our ancestor, when our ancestor was still in the Dao Martial Saint Land, he was indeed a branch disciple of a great clan. Although our ancestor did not describe the great clan in detail, based on his words, he did mention that the great clan had an important position in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The moment the gray-clothed old man thought of this, his body began to tremble in fear when he looked at Han Xuanai. When he saw the Saint-grade martial tactic that the young lady cast earlier, he could faintly guess that she was from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land. The Saint-grade martial tactic that the young lady cast was even more powerful than the Saint-grade martial tactic of the Han clan and the other ancient clan. The Saint-grade martial tactic of the two clans was passed down from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, he made such a guess. However, when he heard the young lady's words that sounded like she was talking to herself, based on the information recorded in the handbook left behind by their Han clan's ancestor, he could faintly guess that she was from the same great clan as their Han clan's ancestor. Moreover, the Saint-grade martial tactic that she cast was similar to the shadowless air palm. It was more like an upgraded version of the shadowless air palm. Linking all these factors together, he could not help but suspect that Han Xuanai's identity was really related to their Han clan's ancestor. What? Do you think I'll shamelessly try to be related to your Han clan? Upon hearing the gray-clothed old man's question, Han Xuanai said disdainfully, "If I'm not mistaken, with your strength, even if you're not the strongest in the Han clan, you're at least ranked in the top 3. Do you think my strength is inferior to the strongest person in your Han clan?" When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, her tone was filled with disdain. "No, I didn't mean that. Miss, I really didn't mean that." Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, the gray-clothed old man panicked immediately. Just like what the young lady before him had said, although his strength was not the strongest in the Han clan, he was still ranked in the top 3. However, even if he were to face the strongest person in the Han clan, he would not be as wretched as he was in front of the young lady before him. "Sister Xuanai, why are you wasting your breath on him? I think we should just kill him." Little Gold, who was standing at the side, said nonchalantly as she glared at the gray-clothed old man. "Hey, don't you want to avenge that Han Jing? My sister Xuanai is right here. Hurry up and do it." Upon hearing Little Gold's words, the gray-clothed old man's face that had just regained some color turned pale again. At the same time he said in a panic, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The reason I came here today is to investigate how Han Jing died. Since he was killed by you, miss, then he must have brought about his own death. He deserved to die." The gray-clothed old man looked at Han Xuanai and said with a terrified expression on his face, "Moreover, Miss has a deep relationship with our Han clan. Please spare me this time on account of our Han clan's ancestor." The gray-clothed old man begged Han Xuanai for mercy. "Your surname is Han?" Han Xuanai asked nonchalantly. Yes. My name is Han Tong." The old man hurriedly replied, not daring to delay at all. "I can spare your life. However, you must make up for your mistake," Han Xuanai said. "Sister Xuanai." When Little Gold heard Han Xuanai's words, she could not help but frown. She could not wait for this old man who had almost killed her to die immediately.
Little Gold, there's still a use for him. Han Xuanai comforted Little Gold. Little Gold nodded. Although she was still slightly dissatisfied, she did not dare to go against Han Xuanai's words. Please speak, Mississippi. Please speak.
Han Tong said humbly as though he was afraid Han Xuanai would regret her decision.
Mobilize the Han clan's forces and help me find a person. Han Xuanai said again. Lingxian Peak.
Near the spirit-profound Emperor Wu's residence, there were 2 additional wooden houses that each stood on a small stone platform. It was obvious that these 2 wooden houses had just been built not long ago. The 2 people living in the 2 wooden houses were the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Ever since they had met the spirit-profound Emperor Wu, they had been living here. According to the spirit-profound Emperor Wu's words, since they were Duan Lingtian's friends, they were his friends as well. It was not convenient for him to accept them as disciples or followers, but he could allow them to stay in Lingxian Peak as guests. Although they were guests, they could enjoy all the benefits of being Emperor Wu's direct disciples. This caused the Nangong brothers to be both shocked and overjoyed. They were shocked that the spirit-profound Emperor Wu valued Duan Lingtian so much. They were delighted that they could stay in Lingxian Peak and enjoy the benefits of being a direct disciple. According to the spirit-profound Emperor Wu's words, they could stay in Lingxian Peak for as long as they wanted. They could leave whenever they did not want to. Even if they left, they could return at any time. There was another wooden house on the stone platform not far away. It was Duan Lingtian's residence.
Chapter 1260.
In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Jianghu must have found out about his background since he took the initiative to look for him. However, he soon realized that he had overestimated Jianghu. There's no news yet. Jianghu knew what Duan Lingtian was asking about, so he shook his head immediately. Brother Lingtian, you should know that the Cloud Continent, even if it's just the inner land, covers a vast area. I'll need more time to find out about your background. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian nodded in disappointment. He then asked, Is there something else you're looking for me for?
Yes.
Jianghu nodded and said, I'm here to say goodbye to you, Brother Lingtian.
We'll depart in 10 days.
Depart? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he regained his senses and asked, Hidden Fog Island?
Yes.
Jianghu nodded again.
All right. Duan Lingtian replied.
Seeing that Jianghu had nothing else to say, he returned to his room and continued to cultivate and comprehend the 2 profundities. His ability was also improving at an extremely fast speed. 10 days was not long for an ordinary person, let alone Duan Lingtian who had been cultivating day and night. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye.
I've regained a lot of my memories. However, I still can't remember who I am.
Duan Lingtian shook his slightly dizzy head and muttered to himself as he walked out of the wooden house.
Duan Lingtian. Not long after he left the wooden house, Duan Lingtian heard 2 familiar voices.
When he looked in the direction of the voices, he realized it was Nangong Yi calling out to him. There was a proud and aloof figure standing next to Nangong Yi. It was none other than Nangong Chen.
Why are the 2 of you here?
Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the 2 of them.
It's all thanks to you that we can cultivate here,
Nangong Yi said with a smile. He then told them about how they were brought here by Martial Emperor Lingxian's 3rd direct disciple, Zhong'an, and how Martial Emperor Lingxian had taken care of them.
I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. That's good as well. All of you can stay in Lingxian Peak as you wish.
With the treatment of a Martial Emperor's direct disciple, I'm sure all of you will have great achievements in the future. Duan Lingtian, I heard that Emperor Wu is going to take 10 people, including 3 of his direct disciples, on a long journey today.
Are you going with him at this time?
Nangong Yi asked curiously.
Brother Lingtian, it's time to go.
Before Duan Lingtian could speak, a familiar voice resonated from the sky and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It also entered Nangong and his brother's eyes. It's Lord Emperor Wu. Nangong and his brother immediately recognized the owner of the voice as Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. At the same time, they confirmed that Duan Lingtian was indeed going to leave with Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. After greeting Nangong and his brother, Duan Lingtian flew toward the source of the voice. A moment later, he saw the owner of Lingxian Peak, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui. Yang Hui stood there with 3 people following closely behind him. These 3 people were no strangers to Duan Lingtian. They were Yang Hui's 3 direct disciples. They were also the only 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu in Lingxian Peak. They were Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong En. There were 6 other people following behind the 3 of them. To Duan Lingtian, these 6 people were all unfamiliar faces. It seemed like he had never seen them before. Of course, even if he had seen them before, he would have forgotten about them. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had arrived, Yang Hui warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian to his side. As for the 3 direct disciples behind him, Zhou Di and Zhongan smiled and nodded at him as a form of greeting. Only Song Ting's expression did not look too good since Duan Lingtian appeared. Forget about greeting Duan Lingtian. It was already good enough that he did not fight with Duan Lingtian. Lord Lingtian. Under Zhou Di's signal, the remaining 6 people bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian and addressed him as Lord. The current Duan Lingtian was indeed worthy of being addressed as such. At the very least, he was worthy of being addressed as such in front of these people. Let's go. As Yang Hui spoke, a majestic and vast invisible energy spread out and enveloped everyone, including Duan Lingtian, in the blink of an eye. No one was left out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian felt his vision blur. In the next moment, he felt his body flying out. He finally realized that Yang Hui was bringing him and the others on their journey. It made sense when he thought about it. If they traveled at the speed of the person with the weakest cultivation base, they would not even know when they would be able to leave Cloud Continent, let alone when they would arrive at Hidden Fog Island. Compared to Duan Lingtian's momentary shock, apart from Zhou Di and the other 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu, the others were shocked for half a day when they were brought along. Brother Lingtian, I'm sure you'll be able to find out about your origin when we return next time, Yang Hui said to Duan Lingtian along the way. Yang Hui felt guilty for not being able to help Duan Lingtian find out his origin after so long. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not surprised since he was mentally prepared. My memories are gradually recovering with the passage of time. Perhaps, it's just as Tortoise said. After a year, my memories will completely recover. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Hidden Fog Island. Overseas Saint Island. I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian's thoughts started to wander. His eyes gleamed as he looked forward to the place he was about to go. There's also the exquisite jade box that my cheapskate father gave me. With my current ability, I should be able to open it, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Subsequently, an exquisite jade box appeared in his hand as he lifted his hand. Just as Duan Lingtian was trying to open the exquisite jade box, in the northern part of Cloud Continent's inner land, in the world of ice and snow, silhouettes rose into the sky one after another. There were a total of 11 people, and all of them were women. Let's go. As the woman in the lead spoke calmly, a vast invisible energy surged out of her body. It shrouded the 10 women behind her and led them to the north quickly. Kerr, it's all thanks to your Han Bing's God Sword technique. If it wasn't for Han Bing's God Sword technique, we wouldn't have become Emperor Wu's direct disciples as soon as we arrived at Yuhan Valley. We wouldn't have had the chance to see the foreign world overseas either. Among the 10 women, there was a woman who had a peerless appearance and a great figure. She could not help but exude an enchanting and seductive aura as she spoke to another woman beside her. This woman's beauty was on par with the former. However, there was a huge difference between her temperament and the former's. Chapter 1261. At the northwestern polar region of the inner land of Cloud Continent, 11 figures rose into the sky. Among the 11 people, the leader was an old man. The old man was tall and had a majestic aura between his brows. He was dressed in a golden robe and looked majestic. Behind the old man, there were 10 people, both men and women. Among the 10 people, only one was a woman while the remaining 9 were men. However, among the 10 people, the woman seemed to have the highest status. This was because she was the only one following closely behind the golden-robed old man. The others followed behind her. Ha! Suddenly, the golden-robed old man seemed to have noticed something. He turned around abruptly and his gaze landed on the black-clad young man at the back. The black-clad young man was tall and handsome. However, he was walking at the back and seemed to be keeping a low profile.
Zoe!
Why have you broken through to the Emperor Wu stage? As the golden-robed old man spoke in surprise, his eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. As the old man spoke, the woman in blue who was following closely behind him reacted immediately. Her eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Subsequently, the remaining 8 people returned to their senses as well. They turned around and stared at the black-clad young man at the back as though they had seen a ghost.
Emperor Wu stage?
He's broken through to the Emperor Wu stage? Yes, master. The black-clad young man nodded at the golden-robed old man in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. If there were people from Lost Stone Forest here, they would definitely recognize the black-clad young man as the former Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. He was also the direct disciple of Emperor Wu who was highly regarded by Emperor Wu, Zhou Yi. After Zhou Yi stole the Devil Seal tablet from Martial Emperor Shi, he had betrayed Lost Stone Forest and fled. Later on, although Emperor Wu wanted to find him, he discovered him too late and ended up empty-handed. For a period of time after that, Zhou Yi hid everywhere, afraid that Emperor Wu would find him. Until some time ago, when he heard that there was an Emperor Wu recruiting Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, he decided to become a disciple of this Emperor Wu. He had long heard of this Emperor Wu. He was an even stronger Emperor Wu than Shi. Relying on his strength that was half a step into the realm of Emperor Wu, Zhou Yi easily passed the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, which was held at the cultivation grounds of Emperor Wu, and successfully became the disciple of Emperor Wu. After becoming Emperor Wu's disciple, he became even more outstanding and attracted the attention of Emperor Wu. He became Emperor Wu's personal disciple in one fell swoop. However, although he became Emperor Wu's personal disciple, he was no longer as ostentatious as he was when he was in Lost Stone Forest. Ever since he left Lost Stone Forest, he had learned to be more reserved. He knew very well that compared to a vicious wolf that bit people like a madman, a venomous snake that lay in wait would undoubtedly live longer. Therefore, he became Emperor Wu's personal disciple who kept the lowest profile under Emperor Wu. However, such a low-profile martial emperor's direct disciple had actually made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage, causing the group of people to be inexplicably shocked. The golden-robed old man was one of the few powerhouses under Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. His title was Lei Ming, and his strength was not inferior to the person in Yuhan Valley. Haha. Good. Upon hearing Zhou Yi admitting that he had broken through to the realm of Emperor Wu Lei Ming laughed heartily before the others could react. This also means that I, Emperor Wu Lei Ming, have a second Emperor Wu's personal disciple who has reached the realm of Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu Lei Ming beamed with joy. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Lord Emperor Wu. At this moment, the 9 people, including the blue-clad lady who followed closely behind Emperor Wu Lei Ming, congratulated Emperor Wu Lei Ming. Many of them looked at Zhou Yi with envy. They knew very well. From the moment Zhou Yi broke through to the realm of Emperor Wu, he was destined to become the Emperor Wu's personal disciple whom Emperor Wu Lei Ming valued the most. Naturally, it was to become one of the 2 personal disciples that Emperor Wu Lei Ming valued the most. This was because there was already one Emperor Wu Lei Ming's personal disciple under Emperor Wu Lei Ming. It was the blue-clad lady who followed closely behind Emperor Wu Lei Ming, Lan Bai. Junior brother Zhou, congratulations on breaking through to the realm of Emperor Wu. Lan Bai looked at Zhou Yi and congratulated him with a smile. Thank you, senior sister Bai. Zhou Yi quickly thanked her. Junior brother Zhou, why are you following behind? Are you afraid that senior martial sister and master will eat you? Lan Bai asked with a slight frown as she glanced at where Zhou Yi was standing. Of course not. Zhou Yi shook his head. Zhou Yi, stand next to your senior sister. Why are you following behind Emperor Wu Lei Ming's personal disciple? At this moment, Emperor Wu Lei-ming spoke. Yes, Master. Zhou Yi replied respectfully. Zhou Yi did not dare to disobey Emperor Wu Lei-ming's words since he still needed to rely on Emperor Wu Lei-ming's protection. Although he had broken through to the realm of Emperor Wu Lei-ming, in terms of strength, let alone Emperor Wu Lei-ming, he was far from being comparable to his former master, Emperor Wu Shiqi from Lost Stone Forest. I hope you can win glory for me in the Hidden Fog martial competition. As long as you get a good ranking, I won't mistreat you. Emperor Wu Lei-ming looked at Zhou Yi who had just arrived next to Lan Bai and said slowly. Don't worry, Master. I, Zhou Yi, will do my best to win glory for Master and Thundercloud Peak. Zhou Yi said solemnly. Thundercloud Peak was where Emperor Wu Lei-ming cultivated. Good. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Emperor Wu Lei-ming smiled happily. He raised his hand and a narrow saber with light swirling around it appeared in his hand. Take this spirit saber as a congratulatory gift from me to congratulate you on breaking through to the Emperor Wu stage. Emperor Wu Lei-ming passed the spirit saber in his hand to Zhou Yi as he spoke. This, Emperor Wu Lei-ming's action shocked the 9 people, including Lan Bai. It's Lord Emperor Wu's spirit saber. Lord Emperor Wu's spirit saber is one of the only 2 quasi-royal grade spirit weapons in Thundercloud Peak. The other quasi-royal grade spirit weapon was given to senior sister by a few years ago when she broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. In other words, this is the only quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in Lord Emperor Wu's possession. If he gives it away, Lord Emperor Wu can only use a grade 1 spirit weapon. Soon after, many people regained their senses and whispered among themselves. Most of them looked at Zhou Yi enviously. A minority of them looked at Zhou Yi with jealousy in their eyes. The minority of them were Emperor Wu's direct disciples. They had always coveted the quasi-royal grade spirit saber in Emperor Wu Lei-ming's possession. All of them wanted to break through to the Emperor Wu stage as soon as possible to obtain the quasi-royal grade spirit saber. Unexpectedly, a direct disciple of Emperor Wu who had just joined Thundercloud Peak not long ago had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage before them. Master, this is inappropriate. Junior brother Zhou has just joined Thundercloud Peak not long ago. It's too risky for you to give him the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon so hastily. That's right, Master. The other 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu hurriedly advised Emperor Wu Lei-ming. Their words were very clear. They were worried Zhou Yi would leave Thundercloud Peak after obtaining the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. In that case, the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon would become Zhou Yi's wedding dress. Humph! Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Upon hearing the words of the 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu Lei-ming, Emperor Wu Lei-ming snorted coldly. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being useless. From today onward, this quasi-royal grade spirit saber of mine will be Zhou Yi's spirit weapon. When Martial Emperor Lei-ming reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Zhou Yi again under the gaze of the 2 Martial Emperor's direct disciples. Master, what the 2 senior brothers said actually makes sense. You should keep this spirit saber for yourself. Zhou Yi did not take the spirit saber that Emperor Wu Lei-ming sent over. Since I said I'm giving it to you, you should take it. Although this quasi-royal grade spirit weapon is not much stronger than a grade 1 spirit weapon, it's still stronger than a grade 1 spirit weapon. With it, you'll be able to display your strength better in the Hidden Fog martial competition and obtain a good ranking. Emperor Wu Lei-ming insisted on giving the quasi-royal grade spirit saber to Zhou Yi. Master, I understand what you mean. However, I already have a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon with me. Even if you give your spirit saber to me, I won't be able to use it. Zhou Yi smiled. Zhou Yi's words shocked not only Emperor Wu Lei-ming, but the others as well. Zhou Yi had a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon? Junior brother Zhou, you can't joke about this. This is related to the Hidden Fog martial competition. You don't have to care about their gossip. To put it bluntly, they're just jealous of you. Lan Bai said as she looked at Zhou Yi. The other 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu Lei-ming turned pale. They did not dare to say anything for a long time. As the direct disciple of Emperor Wu Lei-ming, Lan Bai was the strongest person in Thundercloud Peak after Emperor Wu Lei-ming. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they were still no match for Lan Bai. Lan Bai is right. You can't joke about this. Emperor Wu Lei Ming said solemnly as well. Master, senior sister, you should take a look at it yourselves.
Zhou Yi shook his head.
When he lifted his hand, a strange stone tablet appeared in his hand. The stone tablet was strange because it was missing a corner. Apart from the missing corner, the stone tablet was also engraved with strange words. These characters exuded an ancient and vicissitude aura from top to bottom.
Whoosh!
As the origin energy in Zhou Yi's hand surged into the strange stone tablet, the stone tablet suddenly trembled. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred. First, 2 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared. Then, another 2 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared. 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons intertwined. The 2 silhouettes of ancient black dragons were the symbol of a first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist. The doubling of strength was the symbol of a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. It's really a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Many people lost their composure and exclaimed. Chapter 1262. The stone tablet with a missing corner that Zhou Yi took out was the Devil Seal tablet. In the past, he had betrayed his master, Emperor Wu Shiqi, and betrayed Lost Stone Forest because of the secret contained in the Devil Seal tablet. However, until now, apart from knowing that the Devil Seal tablet could be used as a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, he had not discovered any other uses for it. Junior brother Zhou, I admire you. At this moment, Lan Bai gave Zhou Yi a thumbs up and praised. If I were you, I wouldn't reject the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that Master gave me even if I already have a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Everyone present agreed with Lan Bai's words. Even Thunderclap Emperor Wu himself looked at Zhou Yi with satisfaction. Now, do you still think Zhou Yi will leave Thundercloud Peak after receiving the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon from me? Thunderclap Emperor Wu asked as he glanced at his 2 direct disciples nonchalantly. When the 2 of them heard this, they smiled wryly and lowered their heads. They did not dare to refute, nor could they refute. They did not expect Zhou Yi to be so ruthless to reject the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that was given to him. In fact, quasi-royal grade spirit weapons were priceless on Cloud Continent. Nobody would complain about having too many of them. However, the group of people present, including Thunderclap Emperor Wu, did not know Zhou Yi's true thoughts at all. Zhou Yi did not do this because of his good character. He did this mainly because he wanted to establish the best image in front of Thunderclap Emperor Wu. With this, he would not be afraid even if he encountered Emperor Wu Shiqi on the hidden Fog Island because Thunderclap Emperor Wu would protect him. With Thunderclap Emperor Wu's protection, he was not afraid of Emperor Wu Shiqi at all. Where there's loss, there's gain. At this moment, Zhou Yi kept comforting himself in his heart. It would be a lie if he said he did not feel heartache when a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon passed by him just like that. Let's go! Along with Martial Emperor Lei Ming's loud shout, a surge of majestic and vast invisible energy gushed out of his body. It led the 10 people, including Zhou Yi and Lan Bai, straight to the north. Their target was the overseas Saint Island, Hidden Fog Island, located deep in the sea north of Cloud Continent. Southeast of Thundercloud Peak, a place extremely far away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Figures that were faster than lightning flashed through the sky. Everywhere they passed, the clouds and mist were scattered, and it took a long time for them to gather together again. The target of these figures was the north of the inner land, which was also the north of Cloud Continent. There were a total of 11 figures. The person in the lead was a young man. When he flew forward, his entire body seemed to have turned into a sword. Together with the 10 people he was leading, they seemed to have turned into a gigantic sword. The giant sword pierced through the air at an astonishing speed. Pa! A clear sound rang out. Duan Lingtian discovered that the exquisite jade box in his hand was actually opened all of a sudden, revealing a gap. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze became somewhat absent-minded. He still remembered. In the past, there were a few times when he tried to open the exquisite jade box with all his might, but to no avail. At that time, he even used his spirit weapon, but it was still to no avail. However, right now, he did not use any spirit weapon or origin energy. He only used 2 types of profundities to easily open the exquisite jade box. As soon as the exquisite jade box was opened, it attracted the attention of the person in the lead, the spirit profound realm Emperor Wu, Jianghu. Brother Ling Tian, I think it's something my father left for me.
Duan Ling Tian replied.
This was also a small part of his memory that he had recently recovered. You've recalled your origin? Yang Hui's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words.
No.
Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've only recovered a part of my memory. I just happen to recall this thing and its origin. As for other things, I still can't recall them. Duan Lingtian frowned when he reached the end of his sentence. He seemed to be trying hard to recall something, but it was to no avail.
I see.
Yang Hui finally understood. Seeing that Duan Lingtian seemed to be trying his best to recall something, he did not ask any further, afraid that it would affect Duan Lingtian's mood again.
I still can't recall.
Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Although he recalled the origin of the exquisite jade box in his hand and knew that it was left behind by his cheapskate father, his memories of his cheapskate father were extremely blurry. He could not recall at all. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. In the end, he still could not recall anything. Perhaps just like what Bastard said, I need time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the past 6 months, his memory had been recovering, and he could recall many things that he could not remember in the past. He had no choice but to believe what Wang Ba said in the past. According to Wang Ba, he would need more than a year to completely recover his memory. According to the part of my memory that I've temporarily recovered, there seems to be something left behind by my cheapskate father in this jade box. Moreover, it's quite important. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian opened the exquisite jade box completely. Everything inside the exquisite jade box was revealed before his eyes. He saw a jade slip lying quietly in the exquisite jade box. It was a voice transmission jade slip. Other than the voice transmission jade slip, there was another jade slip that was thicker. Upon closer inspection, it did not seem to be a jade slip. Instead, it seemed to be a jade token. Other than the voice transmission jade slip and the jade token, there was nothing else in the exquisite jade box.
What's this?
Duan Lingtian was puzzled as he looked at the jade token. There was no record of this thing in his memory. Perhaps, the part of my memory that I've lost knows what this is. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that even if he completely recovered his memory, he would not be able to recognize what this jade token was. Soon after, Duan Lingtian picked up the voice transmission jade slip. He could still recognize the voice transmission jade slip. It should be a message left behind by my cheapskate father. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. At the same time, he merged his origin energy into the voice transmission jade slip in his hand, causing it to flash with a dazzling luster. At once, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Tian, when you opened the exquisite jade box and obtained this voice transmission jade slip, your cultivation base should have already broken through to the innate void restoration stage.
Innate void restoration stage?
Duan Lingtian was stunned. If it was in the past, perhaps he would not know what the innate void restoration stage meant. However, ever since Wang Ba told him about it, he knew that the innate void restoration stage was equivalent to the Emperor Wu stage on Cloud Continent. How would my cheapskate father know about the innate void restoration stage? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with doubts. Due to the fact that he had lost part of his memory, Duan Lingtian did not know that his father had brought his mother and 3 other girls away from Cloud Continent to a faraway place. He suspected that they had gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land. According to Bastard, the innate void restoration stage seems to be the name of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, the familiar voice continued to sound from the voice transmission jade slip. The innate void restoration stage is the Emperor Wu stage on Cloud Continent. First-rate martial emperors are considered to be at the peak of the Cloud Continent. However, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, they're only at the peak of the mortal stage. Therefore, you mustn't be arrogant. At this time, I'm sure you're curious about the Dao Martial Saint Land.
I'll explain it to you.
The Dao Martial Saint Land is another continent in this world. Just like the Cloud Continent, this place respects the law of the jungle where the strong are respected. However, The martial emperors of the Cloud Continent can't be considered as strong here. In the Tao martial saint land, the peak of the mortal stage is the innate void restoration stage. After entering the innate void restoration stage, you'll cultivate all the way to the peak of the innate stage before you begin to transform. To describe this transformation in layman terms, it's called mortal shedding. After the innate stage is the mortal shedding stage. Once you enter the mortal shedding stage, you'll be considered to have stepped into the threshold of becoming a powerhouse in the Tao martial saint land. Above the mortal shedding stage is the saint rudiment stage. This is the so-called saint rudiment stage. After the saint rudiment stage is the saint stage. In the Tao martial saint land, the mortal shedding stage is considered as stepping into the threshold of being a powerhouse. Those who are publicly acknowledged as powerhouses are all at the saint stage or above. Now, you should know the meaning of the words "there's always someone better than you," right? Compared to the Tao martial saint land, Cloud Continent is just a mortal continent. The familiar voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears, showing him another world, the Tao martial saint land. He had heard a little about the Tao martial saint land from Wang Ba, so he was not surprised at all. However, although he was not surprised, his heart was still filled with yearning for the Tao martial saint land. There are many places in the Tao martial saint land that are different from the Cloud Continent. For example, there are only martial cultivators on the Cloud Continent. However, in the Tao martial saint land, apart from martial cultivators, there are also Tao cultivators and devil cultivators. Not only that, in the Tao martial saint land, no matter how strong one is, they won't be able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Not only that, the saint-grade martial tactic in the Tao martial saint land is the real technique. No matter how strong the martial skill on the Cloud Continent is, it's just a vassal of strength. In the Cloud Continent, as long as one's strength is strong enough, one can defeat someone who has cultivated a heaven-rank martial skill but is much weaker than oneself without using any martial skill. However, this won't happen in the Tao martial saint land. All in all, the Tao martial saint land is a place full of miracles. I didn't bring you with me when I left the Cloud Continent because I hoped you could stay on the Cloud Continent to train so that you'd have a better foothold in the Tao martial saint land. Chapter 1263. A familiar voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears as he roughly explained some things about the Tao martial saint land to him. He was confused by many of the things. Based on what my cheapskate father said, it seems like he purposely didn't bring me to the Tao martial saint land? The reason he did that was to train me? Duan Ling Tian was confused. Since he had lost some of his memories, he could not remember when his cheapskate father left Cloud Continent. Not only that, but he also discovered something extremely terrifying. Although he knew he had a cheapskate father in his memory, he could not remember his cheapskate father's appearance or anything else. Soon after, the familiar voice continued to sound. Since you've already broken through to the innate void restoration stage, then you have the ability to cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic. I've left you a set of saint-grade martial tactic. I hope it'll be helpful to you. I won't say anything unnecessary. I've already arranged for someone to look for you when you arrive at the Tao martial saint land. He'll bring you to me. His voice stopped abruptly at this point, as if he had been interrupted before he could finish speaking. Duan Ling Tian could tell the voice was indeed cut off abruptly. What's going on? His voice was interrupted at the most critical moment. Duan Ling Tian was frustrated. At the same time, he picked up the voice transmission jade slip in his hand and began to examine it carefully. Soon after, he discovered there were a few cracks on the voice transmission jade slip that were difficult to detect. The cracks on the voice transmission jade slip. Could it be that they were caused by me forcefully opening it a few times before? It was easy for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. The inside of the exquisite jade box was filled with hard jade walls. Once the things inside were violently shaken, it would inevitably be damaged. I'm in big trouble now. Father said he's arranged for someone to bring me to see him when I arrive at the Tao martial saint land. However, something's wrong with the voice transmission jade slip at the most critical moment. I don't even know where the person he's arranged is. Since I don't know where the person he's arranged is, I won't be able to see him, and he won't be able to bring me to see him. When Duan Ling Tian revealed a gloomy expression, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a bitter smile.
It seems like I won't be able to see my cheapskate father immediately when I arrive at the Dao Martial Saint Land.
When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, the bitter smile on his face became even more pronounced.
However, Duan Ling Tian quickly regained his composure.
He knew very well that since the matter had already been decided, it was useless for him to overthink it.
Father said, he left me a set of Saint-grade martial tactic? After Duan Ling Tian returned, he put the voice transmission jade slip in his hand. He looked at the exquisite jade box in his hand. Within the exquisite jade box, besides the voice transmission jade slip, there was only a thick jade slip left. This is the Saint-grade martial tactic father left me? Duan Ling Tian looked at the jade slip in a daze. However, he quickly regained his senses and took the jade slip out of the exquisite jade box. He infused his origin energy into it in an attempt to pry into the mystery inside. However, his origin energy did not resonate with the jade slip at all. Could it be that my cultivation base is not high enough so I can't read the information inside? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He could figure it out now. The set of Saint-grade martial tactic that his father had left behind in the voice transmission jade slip must be stored in this jade slip. After testing his origin energy, Duan Ling Tian tried to infuse his spiritual energy into the jade slip again. At the same time when Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy came into contact with the jade slip, boom! Strands of vast and complicated information fused into his mind and became a part of his memory. All the information seemed to have been engraved in his mind. It was difficult for him to forget it. This is the Saint-grade martial tactic? After roughly reading the information in the jade slip, Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. This information was a set of martial skills. A set of martial skills that surpassed heaven-class high-grade martial skills. Naturally, martial tactic was what Cloud Continent called it. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was called the Saint-grade martial tactic. It was extremely helpful to a martial cultivator. It could be said that it was an important part of a martial cultivator's strength. Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian learned the name of the Saint-grade martial tactic. At the same time, he also learned that it was a set of long-range offensive Saint-grade martial tactic. To cultivate this set of Saint-grade martial tactic, apart from the cultivation base of the innate void restoration stage, one must also have a set of Saint weapon bow and arrow. Duan Ling Tian learned all this from the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. I wonder if the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that's above grade 1 spirit weapons is considered a saint weapon. Bastard! Bastard! The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he began to call out to Wang Ba who was residing in his body. To be more precise, he was calling out to Wang Ba's soul. You're so noisy. Boy, why are you calling me? This time, Wang Ba responded. Based on his tired voice, it was obvious he had just woken up. Wang Ba, what kind of weapon is considered a saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Saint weapon? Don't you have one yourself? Wang Ba said in annoyance. Isn't your sword a human rank primitive saint weapon? Also, the long spear in the hand of the innate void restoration stage guy that you fought with the Devil Seal tablet is also a human rank primitive saint weapon. There's also the Devil Seal tablet. It's a super saint weapon that's above the heaven rank primitive saint weapon. Wang Ba finished his sentence in one breath. Human rank primitive saint weapon? Heaven rank primitive saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He could not help but ask curiously, how are the grades of saint weapons categorized? Saint weapons are divided into heaven, earth, and human ranks. They're heaven rank saint weapons, earth rank saint weapons, and human rank saint weapons. Among them, heaven rank saint weapons are the best, and human rank saint weapons are the worst. Whether it's heaven rank saint weapons, earth rank saint weapons, or human rank saint weapons, they're divided into high, intermediate, and low ranks. High rank is the best, and low rank is the worst. Human rank primitive saint weapons are the worst saint weapons. Heaven rank primitive saint weapons are the best saint weapons. Of course, this doesn't include the super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapons ranking.
Super saint weapons are saint weapons that are above the heaven rank primitive saint weapons. The Devil Seal Tablet is one of the super saint weapons. Wang Ba continued. Since it's a super saint weapon, why didn't you put it away for me? When Duan Lingtian heard Wang Ba's words, he had a better understanding of saint weapons. At the same time, he felt depressed. According to Wang Ba's words, the Devil Seal Tablet belonged to him. The Devil Seal Tombstone was his to begin with. However, it was thrown away by Wang Ba. Humph! I told you, I don't like it. Wang Ba snorted. As a devil cultivator, he could not use the Devil Seal Tablet even if it was a super saint weapon. Not only could he not use it, but he would also suffer a backlash. Due to this reason, the Devil Seal Tablet was no different from trash in his eyes. Why you threw it away just because you don't like it? Duan Lingtian was furious when he heard Wang Ba's words. A super saint weapon was gone just like that. It was hard for him not to feel depressed. Wang Ba could not use the super saint weapon, but he could. This was because he was not a devil cultivator. Now, I can only wait until I regain my memory and remember where I left the Devil Seal Tablet. Then, I'll go and take it back. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he thought of this, he felt much better. According to Wang Ba, when he was devilified by the Devil Seal Tablet, he was fighting an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. In the end, he did not take the Devil Seal Tablet with him when he left. An innate void restoration stage martial cultivator was also known as an Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian was confident that he would be able to take the Devil Seal Tablet back from the Emperor Wu powerhouse in the future. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian relaxed his body and allowed Jianghu, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, to bring him north. At the same time, he read the information about the Colossal Aerolite Arrow in his mind. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow was a set of saint-grade martial tactic. Its power was far beyond any of the martial techniques that he had mastered. It could pierce through thousands of steps without missing a target. This was the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. If I want to cultivate this Colossal Aerolite Arrow, I'll have to break through to the Emperor Wu stage first. Apart from that, I'll also have to refine a set of saint-grade bow and arrows. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. According to the memory that I've recovered, as long as I have the materials, I can refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon now. The sword in my hand is a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Apart from that, there seems to be a spirit weapon that's even more powerful than a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in my spatial ring. I think it's called a royal grade spirit weapon? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he quietly took out a sword from his spatial ring. This sword was completely dim and lusterless, as if it had returned to its original state. This sword had indeed returned to its original state because it was not as simple as it looked. It was a royal grade spirit sword. In other words, it was a royal grade spirit sword. Once it was used, it could increase one's strength by 120%. Bastard! Can you tell the grade of this sword? Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba again. Brat, are you done yet? Isn't this a human rank mediocre saint weapon? Wang Ba's voice resonated. Initially, he was a little impatient. However, he could not help but exclaim when he saw the royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Brat, are you sure you're from the mortal continent? Wang Ba's voice resonated again. It was filled with suspicion. He had no choice but to be suspicious. Chapter 1264. It's only a human rank mediocre saint weapon? Duan Lingtian was disappointed when he heard the first part of Wang Ba's words. However, he completely ignored the second part of Wang Ba's words. According to my memory, I can only refine a human rank mediocre saint weapon like this even if I break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed as he looked at the royal grade spirit sword in his hand before he put it away. A quasi-royal grade spirit weapon on Cloud Continent was equivalent to a human rank primitive saint weapon in the Dao martial saint land. A royal grade spirit weapon was equivalent to a human rank mediocre saint weapon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the saint weapons in the Dao martial saint land. Since I can only cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow after I break through to the Emperor Wu stage, I'll refine the bow and arrows after I break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Tian made up his mind. He wanted to refine a set of royal-grade spirit bows and arrows to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow. A royal-grade spirit weapon was also a human-rank mediocre saint weapon. It could be used to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow. As time passed by, Duan Tian completely retracted his thoughts. He no longer thought about anything else as he cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique and comprehended the 2 profundities. His strength was increasing with every passing moment. Although the speed of improvement was not fast, the improvement was not small as time went by. Duan Tian was the only exception. The other 9 people, including Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong En, the 3 Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's direct disciples, were also cultivating with their eyes closed. Perhaps, this was one of the reasons why the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu brought the group of people to the hidden fog island with his own strength. He wanted to give them more time to cultivate and comprehend in peace, so that they could improve their strength as much as possible. After all, the purpose of the trip to the hidden fog island was for the hidden fog martial competition. In the hidden fog martial competition, the performance of the people he brought would affect his reputation and Ling Xian Peak's reputation. He had no choice but to care. It had to be said that as an existence at the 4th level of the Emperor Wu realm, the speed of the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu Yonghui was very fast. It only took him 10 days to bring Duan Tian and the others to pass through the northern area of the inner land of Cloud Continent that was shrouded in snow and entered the Ruoshui River. The Ruoshui River surrounded the inner land of Cloud Continent. It was also the dividing line between the inner land and the outer land of Cloud Continent. The Ruoshui River in the north was snowing heavily, but the surface of the Ruoshui River was as calm as before. There was no ice, and there was no violent turbulence. With Yang Hui's speed, it only took him a few days to bring Duan Tian and the others across the Ruoshui River and entered the northern outer continent of Cloud Continent. The northern outer land was undoubtedly even colder. The heavy snow continued to fall mercilessly. However, when it reached the top of the group of people led by Yang Hui, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. The white snow that landed on the invisible force was constantly pushed away. However, before it was pushed away, the pure white snow still piled up into a thick layer. The invisible force on the group of people looked like a gigantic eggshell when it was set off by the falling white snow. This was the force of Yang Hui, the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. It was the force that guided Duan Tian and the others to move forward. Apart from guiding them forward, this force also blocked the wind and snow completely. No matter how cold and harsh the environment outside was, it could not affect them. Half a month later, the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu Yonghui brought Duan Tian and the others to the border of the northern outer land of Cloud Continent. When they arrived, the snow and ice stopped, and the weather became warmer. Standing in the air, all they could see was a vast and boundless ocean. Looking from afar, the ocean and the sky were the same color. At this moment, Yang Hui intentionally slowed down. "We're at the beach." The group of people, including Duan Tian, woke up one after another. They temporarily stopped cultivating and focused on the boundless ocean in front of them. Even someone at the 1st level of Emperor Wu stage would need half a year to leave Cloud Continent and head to the hidden Fog Island, one of the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Tian recalled what the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu said earlier. However, with the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's speed, it's much faster than someone at the 1st level of Emperor Wu stage. We should be able to reach the hidden Fog Island in a few months at most. Duan Tian thought to himself. The group of people looked at the boundless ocean in front of them and lost their interest. The ocean in front of them seemed to have never changed. There was nothing new about it, causing the group of people to lose interest immediately. Let's continue our journey. Upon seeing this, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu Yonghui said nonchalantly and continued to lead the group of people to the north. He had stopped earlier because he wanted to use another way to tell the group that they were leaving Cloud Continent soon. At this moment, under Yang Hui's lead, the group of people officially left Cloud Continent and entered the boundless ocean. Their destination was the hidden Fog Island. Master. After leaving Cloud Continent for some distance, Yang Hui's 3rd direct disciple, Zhong En, could not help but ask, "I heard that there's an ocean that completely separates the overseas Saint Islands from Cloud Continent after leaving Cloud Continent for some distance." The heaven and earth energy there is completely different from the heaven and earth energy in the ocean around Cloud Continent. The heaven and earth energy in the overseas Saint Islands won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon.
Is that true?
Zhong'an looked at Yang Hui with bright eyes when he reached the end of his sentence.
It won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon? Upon hearing Zhong'an's words, the group of people, including Zhou Di and Song Ting, shifted their gaze to Yang Hui. Their eyes were filled with curiosity as well. Even Duan Lingtian was looking at Yang Hui.
According to the message my cheapskate father left behind in the voice transmission Jade Slip, he only said that when martial, Dao, and devil cultivators fight in the Dao martial Saint Land, they won't mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon.
Duan Lingtian's heart jolted.
But according to Zhong'an, as long as we leave the ocean outside Cloud Continent and arrive at the overseas Saint Islands, the heaven and earth energy there won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon? The heaven and earth phenomenon was formed when a martial artist from Cloud Continent attacked and mobilized the heaven and earth energy. On Cloud Continent, anyone could know a martial artist's actual strength through the heaven and earth phenomenon formed when he attacked and mobilized the heaven and earth energy. For example, the strength of the ancient mammoths, ancient horned dragons, and ancient black dragons was comparable to the strength of the ancient mammoths, ancient horned dragons, and ancient black dragons. They would all appear in the form of the heaven and earth phenomenon, also known as the silhouette. However, after leaving Cloud Continent and entering the overseas Saint Islands, such a heaven and earth phenomenon would no longer appear? If that's really the case, the heaven and earth phenomenon can be considered as one of Cloud Continent's characteristics. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he could not help but think to himself.
That's right.
Yang Hui nodded in the face of Zhong'an's question. However, there's still a distance from here to the ocean. With the speed I'm bringing all of you along, we should be able to cross the ocean in a month's time.
Master, can you wake us up a month later and let us see it?
Zhong'an asked with bright eyes.
Sure.
Yang Hui glanced at Duan Lingtian first. When he saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to be interested as well, he nodded.
Zhong'an's face was instantly filled with excitement.
The remaining 9 people, including Duan Lingtian, Zhou Di, and Song Ting, also had a look of anticipation on their faces as they looked forward to the arrival of a month later. Ever since they were born, they had lived on Cloud Continent where they could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon when they attacked.
To them, the heaven and earth phenomenon had long become a part of their lives.
However, now that they found out that no matter how they attacked in the ocean outside Cloud Continent, they would not be able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon.
Everyone wanted to test it out to see if it was true.
If they did not test it out for themselves, it would only be a rumor to them and would not be taken seriously. In the next month, the 10 of them, including Duan Lingtian, cultivated their respective cultivation methods calmly and comprehended their respective profundities to improve their strength.
A month's time passed by very quickly.
At this moment, Yang Hui, the spirit-profound Emperor Wu, who was leading Duan Lingtian and the others, slowed down until he finally came to a stop. Duan Lingtian and Zhou Di were the first to wake up when Yang Hui called out to them. Subsequently, Zhou Di woke up his 2 junior brothers, Song Ting and Zhong'an. The rest of them were also woken up by Zhong, and Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked around. All he could see was a vast ocean. The ocean and the sky merged together, making him feel as though he was in a blue world. The white clouds in the sky were the only decorations in this blue world.
Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past.
Yang Hui withdrew his energy. Waves of sea breeze blew past, causing everyone's robes to flutter loudly. At the same time, the fishy smell of the ocean entered everyone's noses along with the sea breeze, causing them to smell the rich scent of the ocean.
Master, have we left the ocean?
Zhou Di looked at Yang Hui and asked respectfully.
Yes.
Yang Hui nodded nonchalantly under everyone's watchful eyes. At this moment, everyone's eyes, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. At the same time, waves of origin energy began to rise from their bodies. It was as though they had transformed into balls of milky white flames that soared into the sky. Duan Lingtian's origin energy surged. After a while, he lifted his head and looked above him. Above the void, there was only silence. The heaven and earth energy did not seem to be moving at all. There really isn't any heaven and earth energy. If there isn't any heaven and earth energy, let alone the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but be shocked. After withdrawing his origin energy, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the others. He realized that if it was not for his spiritual energy, he would not have been able to see through their cultivation bases.
Chapter 1265. Nothing is too strange in the colossal world.
After leaving Cloud Continent, I can't see the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy anymore.
After confirming it, Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim to himself.
Just like the others, he was used to fighting alongside the heaven and earth phenomenon. Now that he had left Cloud Continent without the heaven and earth phenomenon, he was not used to it.
Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked.
Even the 9 people, including Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong En, who were Emperor Wu's direct disciples, were shocked when they regained their senses.
This is amazing!
After leaving Cloud Continent and coming to the overseas world, the heaven and earth energy didn't form the heaven and earth phenomenon. In other words, no matter how powerful one is in the overseas world, one won't easily expose their strength due to the appearance of the heaven and earth phenomenon.
What a magical overseas world! Many people whispered among themselves. They could not help but exclaim.
The 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, only regained their senses after a while. Each of them felt as though they had entered a brand new world. This brand new world shocked them from the bottom of their hearts.
Soon, spirit-profound Emperor Wu, Jianghu, made his move again.
A majestic and vast invisible energy swept out from his body and guided Duan Lingtian and the rest to continue their journey.
Overseas Saint Island. Hidden Fog Island. That was the destination of their trip.
Their goal was to participate in the Hidden Fog Martial competition held on the Hidden Fog Island. At that time, they would encounter many powerhouses from Cloud Continent like them.
With our speed, how long will it take to reach the Hidden Fog Island?
Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at spirit-profound Emperor Wu, Jianghu.
About 2 months, Jianghu replied.
Yes.
Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Subsequently, he closed his eyes again.
Although he seemed to be resting, he had actually begun to cultivate and comprehend his 2 profundities. Just as Duan Lingtian and the rest were getting closer to the Hidden Fog Island, the inner land of Cloud Continent was not peaceful either. Originally, only the southern area of the inner land of Cloud Continent was stirred up by the Lingtian sect. Subsequently, the people from the inner land of Cloud Continent discovered that the ancient Han clan that had always kept a low profile had also joined in.
They were even willing to be Lingtian sect's lackey.
The powerhouses of the Han clan went all out and swept across the inner land of the Cloud Continent. It only took them 2 to 3 months to make more than 80% of the first-rate forces in the inner land willingly submit to the Lingtian sect. For a time, the name of the Lingtian sect spread far and wide, and it became a household name in the inner land of Cloud Continent. It was no longer limited to the southern region of the inland. It was worth mentioning that when the powerhouses from the Han clan were willing to be the pawns of Lingtian sect and intimidate many first-rate forces in the inner land for the Lingtian sect, another ancient clan had intervened. According to the ancient clan, as a reclusive ancient clan, the Han clan should not have caused such a big commotion on the Cloud Continent. Just when many people thought the 2 ancient clans were going to fight, the ancient clan suddenly gave in. Not only did it give in, but it was even willing to be the pawns of the Lingtian sect along with the Han clan. For a time, the name of the Lingtian sect spread across the entire inner land of the Cloud Continent. It even spread to the outer land at an extremely fast speed. In the history of the Cloud Continent, there had never been such an exaggerated sect. I heard that the Lingtian sect was originally a low-level first-rate force in an inconspicuous corner in the southern region of the inner land of the Cloud Continent. It was transformed from a low-level first-rate force called the Yinyang sect.
I've heard about it too.
However, I never thought that this force would rise so quickly and so exaggeratedly. The 2 ancient clans on the Cloud Continent are existences that even the Emperor Wu powerhouses and the Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent are afraid of. They're actually willing to be the pawns of the Yin sect and follow it everywhere. How unbelievable! I really don't know why the two ancient clans are willing to be the Yin sect's pawns. After all, even the Emperor Wu powerhouses and the Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent might not be able to make the two ancient clans submit to them. Similar discussions were spreading everywhere in the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Anyone who heard of the Ling Tian sect would be interested in the Ling Tian sect. There were even many talented martial artists who wanted to join the Ling Tian sect. The Ling Tian sect was a powerful force that could command the two ancient clans. It was enough to make anyone yearn for it. Another half a month went by. At this time, all of the well-known first-rate forces in the inner land of the Cloud Continent had become the vassals of the Ling Tian sect. Apart from having to hand over a large amount of origin stones every year, they also had to give away some genius disciples. At the same time, the Ling Tian sect moved their base to the central area of the inner land of the Cloud Continent. It was a taller mountain peak. This mountain peak was bigger and wider than the previous Ling Tian peak. This mountain peak was originally the base of an upper-class first-rate force in the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Since the acting sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Han Xuanai, took a liking to it, the Han clan took it for themselves and gave it to Han Xuanai and the Ling Tian sect. From now on, this will be the new Ling Tian peak. After the Ling Tian sect moved to this new base, Han Xuanai ordered everyone from the Ling Tian sect to gather and announced calmly. Her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. At this moment, apart from the three little fellows by Han Xuanai's side who maintained a calm expression, the rest of the people were overjoyed. They could not suppress their excitement. Of course, at the same time, the group of people looked at Han Xuanai with reverence. It was reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was this yellow-clad young girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old, who led the three little monsters by her side to defeat the first-rate forces in the southern area of the Cloud Continent. Then, she even made the ancient Han clan work for the Ling Tian sect. That was not all. Lingxian Peak was not far from the Ling Tian sect's new encampment. Ever since the owner of Lingxian Peak, Lingxian Emperor Wu, left with 10 of his most outstanding subordinates, the atmosphere in Lingxian Peak was not as good as before. It had always been lifeless. It was only until the news of the reward from the Ling Tian sect spread to Lingxian Peak that Lingxian Peak became lively again. Among them, some people said they wanted to see our Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader, but their original intention was to sneak into our Ling Tian sect with ill intentions. You said you know where our Ling Tian sect leader is. Why should we believe you? As the middle-aged man finished speaking, he asked indifferently. So long as I see the person in charge of your Ling Tian sect, I'll naturally make him believe me. Nan Gongyi said. On the way to the Ling Tian sect, they found out about some things and found out about the origin of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian sect. He came from the southern outer continent of Cloud Continent. The southern outer continent was the common hometown of them and the Duan Ling Tian sect's sect leader they knew. Due to this reason, they confirmed it at that time. The sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian sect, was the Duan Ling Tian sect leader they knew. They were the same person. However, Duan Ling Tian sect leader did not know what happened and suddenly lost his memory. He even forgot his own name until he met them by chance. After that, they went to Lingxian Peak with Duan Ling Tian sect leader. Although the three of them did not become Emperor Wu's disciples or followers in Lingxian Peak, the treatment they received in Lingxian Peak was not inferior to the 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu under Emperor Wu. The 2 of them were able to enjoy all this because of Duan Ling Tian sect leader. Because of this, they sighed in their hearts more than once. As long as it's gold, it will shine no matter where it goes. Follow me. The leader of the Ling Tian sect's disciples, the tall middle-aged man, looked at Nan Gongyi deeply before he glanced at Nan Gongchen and said nonchalantly, "All of you, continue to patrol." Before he brought Nan Gongchen and his brother away, the middle-aged man looked at the other Ling Tian sect's disciples and ordered,
Yes.
The few Ling Tian sect's disciples accepted the order respectfully and left immediately.
Both of you, please.
After the middle-aged man called out to Nangong Chen and his brother, he took the lead and flew out. However, the direction he flew was opposite to Ling Tian Peak. Nangong Yi immediately frowned and asked, "Where are you bringing us?"
Both of you might not know.
Our Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader is usually not on Ling Tian Peak. She's usually cultivating in a valley that's thousands of miles east of Ling Tian Peak.
The middle-aged man said. So that's how it is.
Nangong Yi came to a realization. Then, he and Nangong Chen followed the middle-aged man and headed east. However, when they were thousands of miles east, Nangong Chen and his brother realized that they had entered an endless desert. They looked around and could not even see a mountain, let alone a valley. This was a place where even birds would not shit.
You lied to us.
At that moment, Nangong Chen and his brother finally reacted. Nangong Yi looked at the middle-aged man angrily and shouted coldly.
Both of you, I'm not lying to you.
The middle-aged man stood at the side and looked at Nangong Chen and his brother nonchalantly.
He said, I'm just fulfilling my duty.
Only when I'm certain that you know where our Ling Tian sect leader is, can I bring you to see our acting sect leader of Ling Tian sect. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Nangong Yi's expression softened a little.
Since that's the case, there's no need for you to do that.
We're friends with your Ling Tian sect leader, Duan Ling Tian.
Wait.
Then, Nangong Yi told the middle-aged man about his encounter with Duan Ling Tian who had lost his memory. At the same time, he told him about Duan Ling Tian's characteristics.
It's really the sect leader.
The middle-aged man's eyes lit up immediately. His breathing quickened. At the same time, he looked at Nangong Yi and asked anxiously, "Where's our sect leader?" "You just have to confirm that the person we're talking about is your Ling Tian sect leader," Nangong Yi said nonchalantly. "As for where he is, I'll naturally tell your Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader in detail when I see him." At that moment, he became more cautious.
The Ling Tian sect's disciple in front of him gave him a feeling that he had to be on guard against him.
"If you don't tell me this, I won't bring you to see our Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader." The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Perhaps you know our Ling Tian sect's missing sect leader, but you might not know where he is. I have to remind you that our acting sect leader is very busy. If you see her and don't tell me where the sect leader is, she'll kill you in a fit of rage." "You don't have to worry about that," Nangong Yi said confidently. Seeing how confident Nangong Yi was, a trace of undetectable greed rose in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes. However, he still pretended to be calm as he said, "Both of you, I think it's best if you tell me where our Ling Tian sect leader is. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the acting sect leader." "Humph. You're finally showing your foxtail. I think you're the one who's greedy. You want the reward of 1,000 supreme grade origin stones, right?" From the beginning until the end, Nangong Yi, who was standing next to Nangong Yi with a cold expression on his face, snorted coldly as he mocked the middle-aged man. "If we don't see your Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader, we won't tell you where the Duan Ling Tian is." Nangong Yi also looked at the middle-aged man cautiously. At that moment, he was completely certain that the middle-aged man in front of him had the intention of finding out where the Duan Ling Tian was from them. Then, he would go and claim the reward of 1,000 supreme grade origin stones from the Ling Tian sect. Ha 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 ha. When the middle-aged man heard the words of the Nangong brothers, he could not help but laugh out loud. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. "I can't believe both of you still managed to find out." The middle-aged man looked at the two Nangong brothers and smirked. "However, do both of you have any other choice now? If you don't tell me where our Ling Tian sect leader is, I'll kill both of you immediately." When the middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly with killing intent. "We're friends of your sect leader. Do you dare to kill us?" Nangong Yi's face turned grave. "In this godforsaken place, how would the sect leader know even if I kill both of you?" The middle-aged man said nonchalantly, "Humph. You're just a mere Ling Tian sect's disciple, and you dare to say that you'll kill us? What a joke." Nangong Yi snorted softly. At the same time, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. The sky above his head trembled as the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon, revealing his 6th-level martial monarch stage cultivation base. The 6th-level martial monarch stage is indeed shocking. Unfortunately, I'm not a disciple of Ling Tian's sect, but an elder of Ling Tian's sect. We'll reach the hidden fog island in about 10 days once we enter the area shrouded in fog. Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, Jianghu, immediately noticed Duan Ling Tian had woken up. 10 days? That's fast. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Overseas Saint Island. Hidden Fog Island. It would only take about 10 days to reach the destination. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's mood was more or less affected. After all, this was his first time leaving Cloud Continent in his life. We've been away from Cloud Continent for so long. Did any demon beasts attack us along the way? Duan Ling Tian asked Jianghu. He was curious about this. How is that possible? Jianghu said, there were at least 10 demon beasts with a cultivation base at the Demon Emperor stage who wanted to attack us along the way. I killed 3 of them and the rest retreated in fear. Retreated in fear? Just when Duan Ling Tian was stunned, he noticed the calm ocean in front of them suddenly shook. A gigantic creature left the ocean at lightning speed and rose into the sky, blocking their path. It was a demon beast the size of a small hill. It stood there and gave off an immense pressure. This demon beast was completely black. Its body was covered with regular scales. Its 4 sharp claws were like an eagle's claws. From afar, it looked like a gigantic bear standing there. Even its head was similar to a bear's. This is a Stygian scale bear, one of the demon beasts unique to the overseas Saint Island. This demon beast's strength is comparable to a 1st-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist. Its brute force is amazing. However, although it has the strength of a 1st-level Demon Emperor stage martial artist, it's different from an ordinary 1st-level Demon Emperor stage martial artist. The Stygian scale bear's intelligence is extremely low, and it can't transform into a human. Yang Hui's words entered Duan Ling Tian's ears when he was studying the demon beast that was the size of a small hill. Stygian scale bear? Duan Ling Tian nodded in realization. His eyes narrowed suddenly. This was because he noticed the Stygian scale bear was moving. Its mountain-like body was charging towards them. Its speed was so fast that it was not affected by its seemingly cumbersome body at all. This is a Stygian scale bear. I encountered one half a month ago, and I killed it with one strike. Brother Ling Tian, do you want to try? Due to its low intelligence, it can't transform into a human. This Stygian scale bear is different from ordinary demon emperors. It doesn't know how to use spirit weapons. Yang Hui did not seem to be nervous when he saw the Stygian scale bear charging towards them. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian. 1st-level demon emperor stage? Doesn't know how to use spirit weapons? In Duan Ling Tian's memory, let alone demon emperors, even demon monarchs and void transformation stage demon beasts who could transform into humans were no different from humans. When they fought, they would also use spirit weapons. Leave it to me. Duan Ling Tian moved away from the protective shield formed by Yang Hui's energy and charged towards the Stygian scale bear. In his opinion, a 1st-level demon emperor stage demon beast like the Stygian scale bear that did not know how to use spirit weapons was not a threat to him at all. In fact, he was confident he could kill it with one punch without using any spirit weapons. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. Duan Ling Tian's body moved. The 5-colored energy on his body skyrocketed and formed a rainbow as he charged towards the Stygian scale bear as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. Roar! At this moment, the Stygian scale bear noticed Duan Ling Tian who was charging towards it. It lifted its head and roared loudly. Its sharp claws whistled as the wind whistled. Its sharp claws were as fast as lightning as it charged towards Duan Ling Tian who was charging towards it. Faced with the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of dodging. Instead, He charged forward calmly as though he was willing to put his head under someone else's guillotine. Even Jianghu, who had seen many things in his life, was shocked when he saw this. Courage comes from skill. Such a thought popped up in his mind for no reason. Seeing that the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws were about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up slightly. In the next moment, 9 dragons protection. In an instant, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body stirred and left his body without reservation. It merged perfectly with the 2 profundities that he had comprehended. Fused profundity. Sword profundity. Duan Lingtian's body emitted waves of 5-colored energy with a sharp aura. When the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws were inches away, it transformed into 5 5-colored divine dragons that circled around Duan Lingtian's body rapidly. Almost at the same time, a layer of 5-colored light shield appeared around Duan Lingtian's body. The Stygian scale bear's sharp claws that contained extremely terrifying energy finally landed on the shield. Boom, 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 boom. The Stygian scale bear's sharp claws landed on the 5-colored light shield around Duan Lingtian's body. In an instant, a series of thunderous explosions rang out, accompanied by waves of shock waves that swept out in all directions. With Duan Lingtian and the Stygian scale bear as the center, the shock wave spread out and swept out. In addition to the surrounding air being sucked out, even the surface of the sea beneath their feet was pushed down by the shock wave. When the surface of the sea was pushed down, the seawater was pushed out in all directions, causing a huge wave to form. Roar! When the shock wave gradually weakened, the Stygian scale bear roared again. This time, the roar was filled with extreme anger. This anger originated from Duan Lingtian. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was unscathed after being hit by its attack, the Stygian scale bear was completely enraged. It raised its pair of sharp claws again, as if it wanted to attack again. What? You're not convinced? Seeing the Stygian scale bear's actions, Duan Lingtian smiled and had no intention of stopping it. Soon, the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws landed again. This time, its strength was even stronger. It used almost all of its strength without holding back. Boom, 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 boom. A thunderous explosion was heard again, causing an even more terrifying shockwave. Accompanying these loud noises were the continuous sounds of air explosions in the air, as well as the sound of stormy waves being squeezed out from the surface of the sea. What a powerful defensive martial skill! Jianghu's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. At this moment, he had already stopped moving. Inside the protective shield formed by his energy, Zhou Di and the other 8 people were cultivating without being disturbed. Inside the protective shield, they could not hear anything outside. Although the shockwave that swept out with Duan Lingtian and the Stygian scale bear as the center caused the protective shield to tremble, it did not break through. My 9 dragons protection can be considered to have entered the mastery stage. Once I enter the perfection stage, I'll be able to condense 9 divine dragons to protect my body. Just now when he said those words, it was actually just a casual remark. In his opinion, he only needed 1 attack to kill the Stygian scale bear. Who would have thought that the Stygian scale bear's scale armor would be so terrifying? It had blocked almost all of the attacks for it, and it did not seem to be injured even after receiving a full-force punch from him. Roar! The Stygian scale bear roared. It seemed to know that it would not be able to escape if the human in front of it did not get rid of him. Hence, it pounced on him again. Faced with the Stygian scale bear's claws, Duan Lingtian looked at the Stygian scale bear calmly. 9 dragons protection. Once again, 5 divine dragons appeared around his body. They moved quickly and transformed into a 5-colored light shield. Boom, 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 boom. The Stygian scale bear attacked Duan Lingtian crazily. It attacked with its claws again and again. The lightning-like attacks fell like rain on the 5-colored light shield that rose around Duan Lingtian's body. However, its attacks only caused ripples on the 5-colored light shield. It was as though it was tickling the Stygian scale bear. What's he doing? Jianghu simply stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Even his robes didn't flutter in the slightest. He looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing there in a daze. He could not help but feel puzzled. After a while, he got his answer. Gale Thunder Finger. Duan Lingtian, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly moved. He lifted his hand and pointed a finger at the Stygian scale bear's chest that was attacking him. To be more precise, his finger was pointing at a spot where the Stygian scale bear's chest and neck met. There was a gap there that was not covered by the scales. The gap was very small. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it. Gale Thunderfinger was an offensive martial skill that came with the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. It was only an Earth-rank martial skill, and Duan Lingtian had not used it for a long time. However, when it was cast by Duan Lingtian, it was like a gust of wind, and its momentum was like a rainbow. The fused profundity replaced the wind profundity. The sword profundity replaced the thunder profundity. As soon as he pointed his finger, the two profundities followed him like shadows and landed on the small gap between the Stygian scale bear's chest and neck. They cut through the gap like tofu. Spurt. When the finger landed, blood splattered everywhere. During this process, Duan Lingtian did not feel any resistance. When his finger pierced the Stygian scale bear, several finger forces shot out from his fingertips and twisted wildly in the Stygian scale bear's body. Instantly, the Stygian scale bear's mountain-like body trembled violently. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by shrill cries, the Stygian scale bear's voice became softer and softer until it finally disappeared. The Stygian scale bear's huge body fell from the sky. Inner core. Seeing that the Stygian scale bear was about to fall into the sea, Duan Lingtian made his move. He lifted the Stygian scale bear with one arm and took out a spirit sword with the other hand. He stabbed the Stygian scale bear's wound. What happened next was simple. Using the Stygian scale bear's wound as a starting point, Duan Lingtian tore open the scales on the Stygian scale bear's body along the small gaps between the scales. He took out a pill that was shining faintly. It was the Stygian scale bear's inner core. After taking out the profundity fragment from the Stygian scale bear's body, Duan Lingtian allowed the Stygian scale bear to fall into the sea with a loud bang. It set off countless waves. In the distance, Jianghu had a shocked expression on his face. What a powerful observation. He saw through the Stygian scale bear's weakness in just a few breaths of time. Jianghu could not help but sigh when he recalled the scene earlier. He still remembered. When he first went out to sea and encountered the Stygian scale bear, he spent more than an hour to find the Stygian scale bear's weakness. However, the purple-clad young man nearby only spent a few breaths of time to find it. It was so fast that it was shocking. After putting away the spoils of war, Duan Lingtian returned to Jianghu's side and asked curiously, "Are the demon beasts in the overseas all-powerful but can't transform and have low intelligence?" "Of course not." Jianghu shook his head. "In the overseas, demon emperors like the Stygian scale bear are the minority. Most of the demon emperors are similar to the demon emperors on Cloud Continent. For example, the Emperor stage demon beasts we encountered along the way were all like the Stygian scale bear that I killed. The other Emperor stage demon beasts can transform into humans and have intelligence that's not inferior to humans," Jianghu explained. Duan Lingtian nodded. "I see." Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Duan Lingtian had not fully recovered his memory. Otherwise, he would have learned about this from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. After all, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had left Cloud Continent before. Although he did not go deep into the overseas, he had stayed there for a period of time and encountered many overseas demon beasts. There was no lack of demon emperors among them. Soon after, Jianghu continued to lead Duan Lingtian and the others on their journey. As they got closer to the hidden fog island, Duan Lingtian did not continue to cultivate. His mind was completely immersed in the memory that he had recovered in the past few months. He realized that the memory was extremely rich. First, he recalled some of his previous experiences. He recalled most of the memories from when he left the southern outer land of Cloud Continent and crossed the Ruoshui River. Crossing the Ruoshui River, subduing the Gold Thug, annihilating the Berserk mongrel rodent clan, breaking into the Yinyang sect, establishing the Lingtian sect. The memories from when he crossed the Ruoshui River grew like bamboo shoots after the rain and took root in Duan Lingtian's mind.
Everything seemed to have happened yesterday.
Tianwu.
Soon after, he remembered Feng Tianwu, the girl who had always been by his side. He could not recall her origin. She was imprisoned in the Lost Stone Forest. He also remembered what happened to him in the Lost Stone Forest. He remembered the Devil Seal Tablet as well. During the battle in the Lost Stone Forest, the Devil Seal Tablet devilified him and fought fiercely with Emperor Wu until his consciousness was completely annihilated. He remembered all of this. So, the Devil Seal Tablet was left in the Lost Stone Forest. Tianwu is also in the Lost Stone Forest. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly with killing intent.
Brother Yang.
Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Hui and took the initiative to greet him. Yang Hui looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion.
Brother Lingtian, what's the matter?
Brother Yang. I'd like to know if Emperor Wu from the Lost Stone Forest will bring people to the Hidden Fog martial competition this time?
Duan Lingtian asked.
Of course. Chapter 1269.
That's good.
Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction when he found out that the owner of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, would be coming.
At the same time, the cold gleam in the depth of his eyes grew stronger as though it was about to devour someone.
What's wrong? Brother Lingtian, do you have a grudge against Emperor Wu? Yang Hui could not help but ask when he noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. When Yang Hui saw that Duan Lingtian did not say anything after he nodded, he realized that he did not want to talk about it.
Therefore, he did not ask any further. However, he could not help but remind him. Brother Lingtian.
Emperor Wu, Shi broke through to the 4th level Emperor Wu stage earlier than I did. His strength is not to be underestimated. 4th level Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself.
Although his expression did not change, his heart could not help but sink.
Although he recalled what happened in Lost Stone Forest back then. However, the strength he displayed after he was devilified and Emperor Wu's strength was extremely vague in his memory. Now that he heard Yang Hui's words, he had a certain understanding of Emperor Wu. Yang Hui led the group and continued on their journey. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, began to ponder to himself. Back then, when the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was held at Lingxian Peak, his cultivation base had already successfully broken through to the 6th level martial monarch stage.
Naturally, the reason he broke through so quickly was all thanks to the rebirth pill and the destruction before reconstruction.
However, the increase in his strength was not only in his cultivation base. The fused profundity and sword profundity that he had comprehended had also greatly improved. According to his estimation, the rapid improvement of the two profundities should be attributed to the soul remnant energy from the Devil Seal Tablet suppressing his soul. His soul had been in danger of being destroyed, but it had turned out to be a blessing in disguise. He had obtained an indescribable qualitative change and sublimation. It had been a few months since the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was held at Lingxian Peak. Although he was in a hurry, he did not delay his cultivation. Furthermore, along the way, the spirit profound Emperor Wu Yang Hui was the one who brought him and the other 9 people. He did not expend any energy at all. As a result, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage.
As for the 2 profound meanings he had comprehended, his fused profundity and sword profundity had both risen to the 5th level.
The sword profound had caught up with the fused profound. All of this was due to the sword Dao comprehension accumulated in Duan Lingtian's mind. The sword Dao comprehension originated from the word sword in Duan Lingtian's hometown. The word sword was left behind by a self-proclaimed sword saint,
Feng Qingyang.
While Duan Lingtian was secretly estimating his current strength, a light bulb suddenly lit up in his mind, and a name appeared in his mind. It was the name of the self-proclaimed sword saint. The memory of the word sword began to flash in his mind as he recalled it. I was wondering how my sword profundity could rise so quickly and even catch up with the fused profundity. So it's all because of the word sword. After recalling the memory, Duan Lingtian's heart was suddenly enlightened. At some point in time, Duan Tian closed his eyes again.
He knew very well that with his current strength, he was far inferior to Emperor Wu, who was at the 4th level Emperor Wu stage.
If he wanted to defeat Emperor Wu, he still needed to improve his strength.
Therefore, he quickly immersed himself in his cultivation and did not let go of any opportunity to cultivate.
Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. While cultivating, Duan Tian and the rest were getting closer to the Hidden Fog Island under Yang Hui's lead. As the overseas Saint Island, the Hidden Fog Island had many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent. These Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses' strength was not inferior to the famous Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent. There were 3 people who were the most powerful on the Hidden Fog Island. They were the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. The 3 of them controlled the Hidden Fog Island and had many disciples under them. Although there was no distinction between disciples and followers, there was a clear hierarchy. Core disciple, inner island disciple, and outer island disciple. These 3 types of Hidden Fog Island disciples were treated differently. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition this time was personally organized by the Hidden Fog Island. Apart from inviting the disciples of the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent, the outstanding disciples of the Hidden Fog Island would also participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. At that time, the powerhouses below the age of 70 on the Hidden Fog Island and the Cloud Continent would have an intense competition. Currently, there were only 3 months left before the Hidden Fog Martial Competition would begin. However, the Hidden Fog Island was already bustling with activity. The Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who left the Cloud Continent and rushed to the Hidden Fog Island had already arrived on the Hidden Fog Island with 10 of their most outstanding disciples. On the Hidden Fog Island, they were warmly welcomed by the Hidden Fog Island. These Emperor Wu powerhouses, Demon Emperor powerhouses, and their disciples were all arranged to stay in a secluded mansion. These mansions were sparsely located on the south side of the Hidden Fog Island. The south side of the Hidden Fog Island was lush with greenery and fresh air. Moreover, it was filled with rich heaven and earth origin energy. It was a good place for cultivation. Almost everyone who was interested in the Hidden Fog Island knew about it. The rich origin stone reserves on the Hidden Fog Island were hidden underground on the east side of the Hidden Fog Island. The cultivation environment on the Hidden Fog Island was also affected by the origin stone reserves. Due to this reason, the east side of the Hidden Fog Island was the best place for cultivation. It was the cultivation place of the 3 island masters, the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples, and the inner island disciples. The outer island disciples were not qualified to set foot in there due to their low status. The outer island disciples were usually distributed on the north and west sides of the Hidden Fog Island. The Hidden Fog Island was surrounded by beautiful scenery and lush greenery. It was a natural scene. However, unlike the surroundings of the Hidden Fog Island, there was a huge city in the middle of the Hidden Fog Island. It was also the only city on the Hidden Fog Island. Hidden Fog City. In the Hidden Fog City, apart from the guest elders of the Hidden Fog Island, there were also Emperor Wu powerhouses from the Cloud Continent. Of course, apart from these people, most of the people in the Fog City were the natives of the Hidden Fog Island. These natives were the descendants of the Hidden Fog Island's disciples since the Hidden Fog Island was established. Their descendants who were talented had all become the Hidden Fog Island's disciples. Those who were not talented stayed in the Hidden Fog City to do some business and settle down. Many years had passed, and the Hidden Fog City had developed quite well. It was extremely lively. The south side of the Hidden Fog Island was the place where the Hidden Fog Island entertained their guests. Currently, the martial emperors and demon emperors from Cloud Continent, as well as the 10 most outstanding disciples they brought, were all arranged to stay here as long as they came. Junior sisters, it's your first time on the Hidden Fog Island, so I'm afraid you haven't been to the Hidden Fog City, right? How about I bring you around? In a spacious mansion in the south of the Hidden Fog Island, a middle-aged man in casual clothes was staring at the 2 young ladies in front of him with greed in his eyes. Beside him, another middle-aged man had a similar gaze. His eyes were filled with greed and desire as he stared at the 2 ladies in front of him. Their eyes were filled with lust, and perverted lust. They had lived on the Hidden Fog Island for most of their lives, but it was their first time seeing such beauties. Moreover, they saw two of them at the same time. It made them feel that their trip was not in vain. The two ladies in front of them were so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was as though they had stolen their souls. The two ladies' appearances could be said to be peerless, and they were devastatingly beautiful. Although they were equally beautiful, the auras of the two ladies were completely different. The lady in the light purple robe had a faint seductive aura. It was as though she could turn all living things upside down. She was like a red rose. If the lady in the purple robe was a red rose, then the other lady would be a pure snow lotus. She was a pretty girl from a humble family, and she was pure and lovely. Both ladies were beautiful in their own way. That's right.
Junior sisters, with us accompanying you, I guarantee that your trip to the Hidden Fog City will not be in vain, the other middle-aged man said. He did not hide the fanaticism in his eyes at all. Although these two middle-aged men were dressed in casual clothes, there was a token made of an unknown material tied to their waists. Each of them had the word, "Inner," engraved on it. If there were natives of the Hidden Fog Island here, they would definitely recognize that this was the token that the Inner Island disciples of the Hidden Fog Island carried around with them.
It represented their identity.
The Inner Island disciples of the Hidden Fog Island were on par with the ordinary disciples of Emperor Wu on the Cloud Continent in terms of strength.
Thank you for your kindness, senior brothers. However, both of us have just arrived, so we're planning to rest for a while.
We don't plan to go to the Hidden Fog City for the time being, the lady in the purple robe said slowly.
The purple-clothed woman said unhurriedly. She seemed polite, but in the depths of her autumn eyes, there was a bit of disgust. She disliked the two middle-aged men in front of her. If that's the case, we'll come back another day, one of the middle-aged men said. After a while, the two middle-aged men turned around and left. The moment they turned around, their faces turned solemn. They had come to the Hidden Fog City more than 10 times recently. However, they were rejected every time. Their patience was almost exhausted. If they were ordinary women, they would have used force if the soft approach did not work. However, the two women they had their eyes on were the direct disciples of Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent. Although they were not as strong as them, they did not dare to use force, unless they wanted to die. The two of them were merely Inner Island disciples of the Hidden Fog Island. Even if they were killed by Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent, the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island would not stand up for them. If any intruder was discovered by them, there was only one outcome: death. On the way, Duan Lingtian and the rest learned about the Hidden Fog Island from one of the Inner Island disciples. This included the 3 most powerful island masters in the Hidden Fog Island, a group of Emperor Wu stage and Demon Emperor stage guest elders, as well as some permanent residents of the Emperor Wu stage. Of course, they also heard that there were many weak natives in the Hidden Fog City. The Hidden Fog Island is closed to the outside world. Apart from some powerful Emperor Wu stage and Demon Emperor stage powerhouses, the rest of the natives have never left the Hidden Fog Island from birth to death. This place is simply like a paradise. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian and the rest also learned about the division of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples, Inner Island disciples, and Outer Island disciples from the Inner Island disciple. If the Hidden Fog Island was compared to the cultivation place of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouses on the Cloud Continent, in that case, the Outer Island disciples of the Hidden Fog Island were equivalent to Emperor Wu's disciples. The Inner Island disciples were equivalent to Emperor Wu's disciples. Core disciples, on the other hand, were equivalent to the Martial Emperor's direct disciples. The participants of the Hidden Fog Martial competition this time aren't only people from Cloud Continent, right? People from the Hidden Fog Island are participating as well? Yang Hui's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, could not help but ask in surprise after learning about this from the Hidden Fog Island's Inner Island disciple. Yes. The Inner Island disciple nodded. However, our Hidden Fog Island is the same as yours. There are only 10 people participating. The Hidden Fog Island is so big, but there are only 10 people participating in the Hidden Fog Martial competition. These 10 people must have extraordinary abilities, right? Someone asked again. Of course.
The inner island disciple nodded as a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. There are no less than 20 core disciples in our Hidden Fog Island. The 10 people who are participating in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition are the 10 most outstanding core disciples in our Hidden Fog Island.
Boom.
The inner island disciples' words were like a bolt from the blue to Duan Lingtian and the rest. They were so shocked that they could not regain their senses for a long time. There were no less than 20 core disciples on the Hidden Fog Island? One must know that the strength of a core disciple on the Hidden Fog Island was equivalent to Emperor Wu's direct disciple on the Cloud Continent. The 10 people selected from the 20 core disciples on the Hidden Fog Island were undoubtedly the elites among the core disciples. Among them, there were probably many powerhouses like Emperor Wu. At that moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Zhou Di who could still maintain their calm, the 8 people including Song Ting and Zhong and who were both Emperor Wu's direct disciples had a grave expression on their faces. At this moment, they finally realized that they would encounter a group of formidable opponents in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the rest settled down in a spacious mansion with the help of the 2 inner island disciples. There were many independent courtyards in the mansion. It was more than enough for the 11 of them to occupy a small courtyard each. Master, the Hidden Fog Martial Competition will begin in 3 months. If you and your disciples feel bored during these 3 months, you can go to the Hidden Fog City for a walk. The 2 inner island disciples said to Yang Hui before they left. Yang Hui nodded. If that's the case, we'll take our leave first. The 2 inner island disciples turned around and headed to the east of the Hidden Fog Island after bidding farewell to Yang Hui. Their mission was to receive an Emperor Wu powerhouse and the people he brought with him. As soon as they completed their mission, they could return to the east of the Hidden Fog Island to report. After reporting, they would no longer need to receive Emperor Wu powerhouses and his subordinates from the Cloud Continent. Other inner island disciples would receive the remaining Emperor Wu powerhouses and his subordinates who had yet to arrive. Not only are there natives of the Hidden Fog Island in the Hidden Fog City, but there's also Emperor Wu powerhouses who came from the Cloud Continent to settle down here.
Interesting.
Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and muttered to himself, I'll take a walk in the Hidden Fog City in a few days. I'll also experience the Hidden Fog Island's culture. However, as an overseas Saint Island, the cultivation environment on the Hidden Fog Island is incomparable to the Cloud Continent. I feel like there might even be a supreme-grade origin stone mine under the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Lingtian speculated to himself as he sensed the rich heaven and earth origin energy on the Hidden Fog Island. A supreme-grade origin stone mine. All the origin stones produced by such a mine were supreme-grade origin stones without exception. There were even some supreme-grade origin stones with extremely high quality. Such a origin stone mine had never appeared on the Cloud Continent before. Although supreme-grade origin stones would appear on Cloud Continent, the supreme-grade origin stones on Cloud Continent were all from high-grade origin stone mines. The production was extremely small and could not compare to supreme-grade origin stone mines. However, even if he guessed that there was a supreme-grade origin stone mine under the Hidden Fog Island, Duan Lingtian was not interested at all. In his opinion, the supreme-grade origin stones were merely a currency used to trade and a material used to inscribe inscriptions. As long as he had enough, he did not care how much he had. Since there might be a supreme-grade origin stone mine under the Hidden Fog Island, then, the Hidden Fog Island is a treasure land. There must be many rare minerals and medicinal herbs here. I'll make a trip to the Hidden Fog City in a few days to see if I can gather the materials to refine a royal-grade spirit bow and arrow. As long as I have the materials, I'll be able to condense the royal-grade weapon fire and refine a royal-grade spirit bow and arrow when my cultivation base advances to the Emperor Wu stage. By then, I'll be able to use the royal-grade spirit bow and arrow to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow that father left for me. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Subsequently, he closed his eyes again and cultivated in peace. Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. While he was cultivating, he did not forget to comprehend the 2 profundities. While his cultivation base was improving rapidly, the 2 profundities were improving as well. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian woke up.
I'm only half a step away from the Emperor Wu stage. Give me some more time and I'll definitely be able to break through successfully. The moment Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, a gleam flashed across his eyes. He was brimming with confidence. He had begun to break through the bottleneck of the Emperor Wu stage during his cultivation this time. He was only one step away from successfully breaking through the final bottleneck. Once he broke through, he would be like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate and soaring into the sky. Now, I'll make a trip to the hidden fog city. Is that true? Such an increase was twice as good as the heaven-rank advanced martial tactic that he mastered. Humph! When you arrive at the Dao martial saint land in the future and cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic, you'll naturally know that I'm not lying. Wang Ba snorted. Why do we have to wait until we arrive at the Dao martial saint land? Didn't you call yourself a saint stage powerhouse or something? Don't tell me you've never cultivated a saint-grade martial tactic before? Duan Lingtian asked one after another. When Duan Lingtian reached this point, he wanted to continue but was interrupted by Wang Ba. Boy, I know what you're thinking. Don't you want me to teach you the saint-grade martial tactic? Unfortunately, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Wang Ba said. Humph! Saint stage powerhouse. You're not even willing to teach me a mere saint-grade martial tactic. How stingy! Duan Lingtian snorted and said with dissatisfaction. Boy, I'm not being stingy. You should know that the saint-grade martial tactic is different from the mortal-grade martial tactic. Mortal-rank martial arts could be taught to others through verbal communication. However, the saint-grade martial tactic can't be taught. If you want to cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic, you'll have to go through the saint token. Wang Ba said. Saint token. Duan Lingtian was puzzled. At the same time, a thought flashed in his mind, and a jade token appeared. It was the jade token that his cheapskate father had left him. There's a set of saint-grade martial tactic in the jade token. Could it be that the jade token was the saint token? Soon, as Wang Ba continued to speak, Duan Lingtian knew he had guessed correctly. The jade token that his cheapskate father had left him was the saint token. The saint-grade martial tactic usually exists in the saint token. If you want to cultivate a certain saint-grade martial tactic, you'll have to obtain the saint token that contains the saint-grade martial tactic. Wang Ba said, because of this, even if I know more saint-grade martial tactics, I won't be able to teach you. You'll only be able to cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic if you obtain the saint token. As long as you infuse your spiritual energy into the saint token, you'll be able to read the saint-grade martial tactic in it and cultivate it step by step. When you've cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic in the saint token to its peak, the saint token will be useless to you. Wang Ba continued to say. Is there a need to leave the saint token until the saint-grade martial tactic is cultivated to its peak? Duan Lingtian frowned. Doesn't it say that as long as I infuse my spiritual energy into the saint token, all the information about the saint-grade martial tactic and the saint token will be integrated into my mind as though it's taking root and sprouting? Where did you hear that from? Wang Ba said disdainfully. You must have been fooled. Boy, I'll teach you a good lesson today. No matter how high your comprehension is, it's impossible for you to absorb all the information about the saint-grade martial tactic in the saint token at once. Everyone has to rely on the saint token step by step to cultivate according to the information regarding the saint-grade martial tactic in it. In the era I came from, it was rumored that no matter how high one's comprehension was, it would still take 2 to 3 years to completely absorb the information in a saint token that contained the lowest level of saint-grade martial tactic. Of course, when he fully absorbs the information in the saint token, he'll have cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic in it to its peak. Wang Ba said. Can't he first memorize the information about the saint-grade martial tactic in the saint token before he slowly cultivates it? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened, and his tone was filled with urgency. Impossible. Wang Ba said firmly, when anyone reads the saint token with their spiritual energy, they'll only be able to see part of the information about the saint-grade martial tactic. They'll only be able to see the information after they've comprehended and cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic successfully.
In this way, step by step, when you've completely read the information about the Saint Grade martial tactic and the Saint token, you'll have cultivated the Saint Grade martial tactic to its peak.
Wang Ba explained patiently. There should be exceptions, right?
For example, some Saint tokens can read the information about the Saint Grade martial tactic in one go, and memorize it in one's mind before one can cultivate it slowly.
Duan Lingtian asked. It's impossible for there to be such a Saint token. Boy, I don't care who told you this. I only know that you've been fooled. Wang Ba said nonchalantly. Fooled? Duan Lingtian did not comment on Wang Ba's words.
However, he had no choice but to believe Wang Ba's words. The problem was, he had indeed memorized all the information about the Saint Grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow, in the Saint token that his father had left for him without missing a single word.
Although he had not officially started cultivating the colossal aerolite arrow yet.
However, even if he threw away the Saint token that contained the colossal aerolite arrow, he would still be able to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow successfully. This was because all the information about the colossal aerolite arrow had been imprinted in his mind the moment he infused his spiritual energy into the Saint token. It was as though it had taken root in his mind.
He could not forget it even if he wanted to. Could it be? Could it be that only I have this special ability? I only need to infuse my spiritual energy into the Saint token to successfully memorize the information about the Saint Grade martial tactic in it? In the end, Duan Lingtian could only make such a guess. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. This was because according to Wang Ba, it was almost impossible for such a situation to happen. It'll be great if I can get another Saint token. I can verify if I really have this special ability or not. Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
If he really had this special ability, no matter what Saint token it was in the future, as long as his spiritual energy could reach it, he would be able to take all the Saint Grade martial tactic in it for himself.
Just the thought of it made him excited. Ha! Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and suppressed the excitement in his heart. This was because the silhouette of a big city had already appeared in his sight. It was faintly discernible behind the faint gloomy fog. It was like a jade palace in a fairyland. So this is the hidden fog city?
Just as Duan Lingtian was studying the big city that was faintly discernible in front of him, he saw three beautiful figures that were also covered by the fog in the distance.
They were heading straight to the city in front. It was obvious they were the three women who were going to enter the city. Their backs. Why do they look so familiar? Chapter 1272. The two familiar silhouettes gradually disappeared into the hidden fog city. Duan Lingtian only snapped back to his senses when he saw them. Who are they?
Duan Lingtian frowned with confusion written all over his face. At the same time, he tossed everything else to the back of his mind and chased after them. It was as though he wanted to see who the two familiar silhouettes were. He had a feeling that the two silhouettes were very familiar. If it was just the silhouette that gave him a familiar feeling, he could say that he was seeing things or that he was overthinking. However, the appearance of the two familiar silhouettes seemed to be telling him that it was not a coincidence. Perhaps, he really knew the two beautiful ladies. At the very least, he knew them in the past and they seemed to have a special relationship. At this moment he could even feel it clearly. His heart had begun to tremble unknowingly. The trembling became more and more intense as though his heart was about to jump out of his chest. However, when he arrived in front of the hidden fog city and entered the city, he did not see the two ladies again.
They seemed to be from the southern island as well. In other words, they and the green-clad lady must be brought here by some Emperor Wu or Demon Emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian speculated secretly. A few days ago, when he had just arrived at the Hidden Fog Island, he had heard about it from the two Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples who had received them. The southern island was where the Hidden Fog Island received their guests. The Hidden Fog Island's recent guests were the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent, as well as the disciples they had brought to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. The Hidden Fog City was extremely lively. When one entered, it felt no different from some of the bustling big cities on Cloud Continent. It was packed with people everywhere.
Duan Lingtian walked around a few times but to no avail. He could not find the two ladies who gave him a familiar feeling. Forget it. If they're here to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition, I'll see them again sooner or later. I'll know if I know them or not by then. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, there was still some time before the Hidden Fog martial competition would begin on the Hidden Fog Island. I'll walk around and see if I can gather the materials needed to refine the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set. I'll definitely be able to break through to the Emperor Wu stage before the Hidden Fog martial competition begins. At that time, as long as I can refine the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set and cultivate the Saint Grade martial tactic, the Colossal Arrow Light Arrow, my strength will definitely improve. Ever since Duan Lingtian found out how powerful the Saint Grade martial tactic was from Wang Ba, he was eager to cultivate the Colossal Arrow Light Arrow as soon as possible. As long as my strength increases, I'll be able to obtain a good ranking in the Hidden Fog martial competition. A good ranking means I'll be able to obtain more Saint Stones. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. As long as he obtained the Holy Stone, his path would be much smoother after he broke through to the Emperor Wu realm. After all, the Saint Stone was an item that could speed up the cultivation speed of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. It was extremely precious and was a priceless treasure. His heart was filled with desire for the Saint Stone. At that moment, Duan Lingtian quickened his steps to prepare the materials. At the same time, in a medicine store on the side of the main road that Duan Lingtian was about to pass by, 3 beautiful figures stood there. 2 women who were as beautiful as flowers were accompanying another green-clad woman. The lady in green was looking at a pill bottle that contained pills. Sister Fei. It's just as you thought. Those 2 annoying fellows really didn't dare to flirt with us after we called Senior Sister Sue. The pretty girl from a humble family, who appeared to be pure and lovely, said to the purple-clothed girl beside her. The lady in purple smiled lightly when she heard that. Her smile seemed to be able to charm everyone, causing everything around her to pale in comparison. In order to get rid of the 2 annoying flies, she had purposely brought along their senior sister from Yuhan Valley, Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Su Rong. Because of Su Rong's presence, the 2 flies did not dare to approach them, let alone flirt with them. The purple-clad woman was none other than Li Fei. The pure and innocent lady standing next to her was Kerr. Suddenly, Li Fei's gaze subconsciously swept over the outside of the medicine shop. There was a purple figure walking past in a hurry. She did not see it clearly as she was not prepared. However, although she did not see it clearly, her delicate body could not help but tremble. Bad guy. That was because that figure was simply too familiar to her. That figure had appeared in her dreams many times in the middle of the night. It had haunted her so much that she almost went crazy. Sister Fei, did you get the wrong person? Why would young master? Kerr glanced outside the medicine shop, but she did not see the purple figure who had just walked past in a hurry. She thought Li Fei was hallucinating because she missed Duan Lingtian too much. In her opinion, although her young master was outstanding, it was impossible for him to be here. Where was this place? The Hidden Fog Island. As an overseas saint island, the Hidden Fog Island was located outside the North Sea of Cloud Continent. Even if a powerhouse like Emperor Wu traveled through the North Sea from Cloud Continent to the Hidden Fog Island, it would still be risky. A powerhouse like Emperor Wu with an ordinary ability might even die on the way. This was because there were many ferocious demon beasts in the North Sea. Among these demon beasts, there was no lack of demon emperors. It was all thanks to the protection of their current master, Martial Emperor Yuhan, that they were able to come here safely. Her young master was here? If she did not see it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, Kerr's soft long hair fluttered in the wind, setting off her almost perfect face. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a fairy who had fallen from the sky to the mortal world. Sister Fei. When Kerr snapped back to reality, she noticed that Li Fei had left her side, left the medicine shop, and chased after her. Kerr immediately chased after her. As their senior sister, Su Rong was the first to react to the sudden departure of the 2 girls. She quickly caught up with Kerr and saw Li Fei at the same time. She was shocked to see that her junior sister Li Fei, who was usually well-behaved, was blocking someone's path. It was a man dressed in purple. He stood there as still as a mountain. That back. Looking at the back of the man in purple, before she could see his face clearly, Ker's delicate body began to tremble violently. At this moment, she was rooted to the ground. Her legs seemed to be filled with lead, and she could not move an inch. She was very familiar with the back of the man in front of her. Bad guy, it's really you. At this moment, Li Fei, who was blocking the way of the man in purple, ignored the surrounding onlookers and slowly walked towards the man in purple. Her beautiful face, which could be said to be capable of causing the downfall of a nation, was filled with uncontrollable joy. In addition, there were also tears of joy flowing down her face. How many years had it been? She finally saw him again. Her man, the man that she, Li Fei, had chosen for her life. She could give up everything for him, including her life. Bad guy, you. Why are you here? After a while, Li Fei arrived in front of the man in purple, who was Duan Lingtian. She stared at Duan Lingtian and asked in a trembling voice. Who are you? As the voice sounded, the smile on Li Fei's face froze. It completely froze. This voice came from Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of her. Currently, Duan Lingtian was looking at Li Fei with a perplexed expression. This woman gave him an extremely familiar feeling, but to the current him, she was an extremely unfamiliar woman. You don't recognize me? In an instant, Li Fei's face became extremely pale. Her delicate body, which had just stabilized, began to tremble violently again. 2 lines of tears fell from her face, like a pear blossom in the rain. She never expected this. Seeing the man of her dreams again, he did not seem to recognize her. Did he forget about her? At this moment, Li Fei only felt like her heart was being twisted by a knife. Intense pain and discomfort spread throughout her body in the blink of an eye, making it difficult for her to breathe. Wah! Finally, Li Fei could not take it anymore. Her blood rushed to her heart, and she spat out a mouthful of congested blood. Her face became even paler, and she looked so pitiful that it made one's heart ache. Sister Fei. At this moment, Ker finally regained her senses. She hurriedly flew out and supported Li Fei, who was on the verge of collapsing. Ker. Baddie, he doesn't recognize me. Li Fei, who was supported by Ker, said in a trembling voice. It was as if she was shivering in the cold, and she could not even speak properly. Ker heard this, and her eyes reddened as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Before she could speak, Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He reached out and clutched his chest. His face was slightly pale as he looked at the 2 women in front of him. Who are you? Why do I feel that you 2 are so familiar? And why does my heart ache? Duan Lingtian's voice began to tremble when he reached the end of his sentence. Young master, have you forgotten about Ker as well? Ker's eyes turned even redder when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. 2 streams of tears flowed down her pure and lovely face. The onlookers felt a wave of heartache when they saw this. This brat actually made these 2 girls so sad. One look and I can tell he's a heartless man. A person like him who doesn't appreciate his fortune should be struck by lightning. Many of the onlookers glared at Duan Lingtian. They were filled with righteous indignation. I've lost my memory. While the crowd was criticizing Duan Lingtian, Li Fei and Ker looked at Duan Lingtian in despair. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei and Ker apologetically and said with a wry smile, Amnesia. Chapter 1273. At this moment, both Li Fei and Ker felt a huge difference in their hearts. This sort of drop was no different from ascending from hell to heaven. Their man had not forgotten them. He had lost his memory. Scoundrel, how did you lose your memory? Young master, what happened? Li Fei and Ker looked at Duan Lingtian and asked anxiously. When they found out that their man did not mean to forget them, the haze in their hearts disappeared. All that was left was worry. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled violently as he looked at the 2 women who were looking at him anxiously. He could tell that these 2 women who gave him a familiar and intimate feeling were worried for him from the bottom of their hearts. Their feelings were sincere, And there was no pretense at all. I used to have such confidence in the past? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian desperately wanted to recover the remaining part of his memory. That part of his memory was also the most important part of his memory. Although he had recovered most of his memory, he had not recovered the most important part. This included the two women who seemed to have an unusual relationship with him. Can you tell me what was the relationship between the two of you in the past? I feel that the two of you are very familiar and intimate. It's as if you're my family. Duan Ling Tian stared at Li Fei and Kerr as he asked softly. At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian himself did not notice that when he spoke, his tone had become gentle. Even his gaze was as gentle as water. We're your fiancés. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian expectantly as though she wanted to see if Duan Ling Tian would remember anything because of her reminder. Fiancés. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Wah! The surrounding crowd was in an uproar as well. These two outstanding women are actually his fiancés? Is there any justice in this world? This is the first time I've seen such beauties in my life, and there are even two of them. However, both of them are his fiancés? If I can replace him, even if I die in a month, I'm willing to do it. A group of onlookers looked at Duan Ling Tian with envy and jealousy, wishing they could replace him. He's junior sister Li and junior sister Ker's fiancé? Not far away, Su Rong stood there, staring at Duan Ling Tian. To be more precise, she was staring at Duan Ling Tian's back. Her emotions surged. As far as she knew, the reason her master, Emperor Wu Yuhan, took Li Fei and Kerr as his direct disciples was because of their fiancés. Of course, she did not know what her master was trying to do. However, she could guess that her master was trying to get something from Li Fei and Kerr's fiancé. Other than that, she could not think of any other reason. Both of you are my fiancés? After a long while, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. After taking a deep breath, he asked. Although he believed Li Fei's words, he still wanted to confirm it. However, he still wanted to confirm it because this was truly a shocking piece of news to him. It turned out that he already had a fiancé, and two of them at that. Yes. Li Fei nodded. Even though she had admitted that she was Duan Ling Tian's fiancés in front of so many people, her expression did not change. It was as though she did not care about the people around her. Kerr was much less thick-skinned. Her face was already flushed red as though it was about to bleed. After receiving Li Fei's confirmation, Duan Ling Tian did not know what to say for a moment. Although he knew that the two ladies in front of him were his fiancées, he could not remember anything about them. At this moment, he only felt that the two ladies were very familiar and affectionate. As for what they had experienced together, he could not recall at all. Let's find a place. Both of you can tell me about our past. Let's see if I can remember anything. Duan Ling Tian looked around. He felt uncomfortable being treated like a monkey by a group of people. He immediately looked at Li Fei and Kerr and said, I have many things to ask you as well. Li Fei quickly nodded. Although Kerr did not say anything, she obediently nodded as well. As usual, she obeyed Duan Ling Tian's words unconditionally. Many years had passed. Whether it was Li Fei or Kerr, although their strength had undergone earth-shattering changes, their feelings for Duan Ling Tian had not changed at all. Duan Ling Tian was the man they had chosen in their lives. He was also the only man they had chosen. Junior sister Li, junior sister Kerr. Is this the fiancé that both of you often talk about in the past? Right at this moment, a voice sounded, causing Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei, and Ku Er, who were just about to leave, to stop in their tracks. They looked in unison at the person who stood out along with the voice. Senior sister Su. Li Fei and Kerr quickly greeted the person who had spoken. Duan Ling Tian focused his gaze and saw it was a green-clad woman. She was the third figure he had seen outside of Hidden Fog City. Apart from Li Fei and Ku Er, she was the other person he had seen outside of Hidden Fog City. Scoundrel, she's senior sister Su. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian and introduced him. Senior sister Su. Although Duan Ling Tian could not recall the past between him, Li Fei, and Kerr, since he had confirmed that both of them were his fiancés, he did not dare to slight their senior sister. I only know that you're junior sister Li and junior sister Ker's fiancé. How should I address you? Su Rong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded at Su Rong. Duan Lingtian. I'll remember that. However, according to junior sister Li Fei and junior sister Ker, you should be in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. Su Rong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, why are you here? Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Duan Lingtian replied. I see. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Rong's eyes before she asked again, which Emperor stage powerhouse on Cloud Continent did you come with? Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian replied. Su Rong nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian before she looked at Li Fei and Ker. Junior sister Li, junior sister Ker. You haven't seen each other for many years. You should catch up. I'll explain to Master, Su Rong said. Thank you. Thank you. Senior sister Su. Upon hearing this, Li Fei and Ker's eyes lit up immediately. They quickly thanked her. All right. I won't disturb you two from catching up. I'll head back to the southern island first. Su Rong left after saying her goodbyes. After Su Rong left, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves. So, they're from Cloud Continent. And they're here for the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. They must be brought here by Cloud Continent's Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor powerhouses. At once, many people guessed the identities of Duan Lingtian and the other three. Rascal, let's go. Li Fei held Ker's hand and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. The three of them were about to leave when they were stopped by a loud shout. Stop right there. The loud shout was like a bolt from the blue. It shocked the people on the scene so much that they snapped back to their senses. Their eyes shifted to the source of the voice in unison. Two middle-aged men appeared along with the loud shout. The two middle-aged men walked in the air aggressively. It was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. Inner Island disciples. Many people saw the identity tokens hanging on the waists of the two middle-aged men. Their faces turned solemn as fear filled their eyes. It's you. Li Fei frowned. There was a hint of disgust in her eyes when she looked at the two middle-aged men. What are you trying to do? Ker's face turned grave. The two Hidden Fog Island's Inner Island disciples who appeared were the two Inner Island disciples who had been pestering them ever since they arrived on the Hidden Fog Island. Whether it was Ker or Li Fei, they hated these two Inner Island disciples from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, merely glanced at the two Inner Island disciples indifferently. His gaze was indifferent as though he did not care about them at all. I was wondering why the two junior sisters were so heartless to us. It turns out that they already have a fiancé. The two Inner Island disciples approached Duan Lingtian and the other two. They did not respond to Ker. Instead they studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. One of them said in a sarcastic tone, the two junior sisters are so beautiful that they're capable of causing the downfall of a city. I say, you're just a gigolo. What do you have to be their fiancé? The other person looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy and said sarcastically. The two Inner Island disciples had been following Li Fei and Ker ever since they left the southern island. It was because Su Rong was following them that they did not dare to get close to them. However, who would have thought that they would witness a scene that enraged them on the streets of the Hidden Fog City not long after they followed the two ladies to the city? The two beauties that they coveted already had a fiancé. Moreover, it was the same person. Especially when they saw that the two ladies' fiancé was just a gigolo, they could no longer suppress their anger. Jealous, they showed themselves one after another. What right did he have? He was just a gigolo, and his looks were not bad. How could he possess two peerless beauties? They refused to accept this. Moreover, these two beauties were the ones that they had their eyes on. They felt extremely humiliated. My two junior sisters. In my opinion, this kind of pretty boy is mostly good-looking but useless. If you're looking for a man, you should look for a man who can protect you and give you a sense of security. The Inner Island disciple who spoke first glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain before looking at Li Fei and Ker. He reminded them hypocritically. Who are you to us? What does it have to do with you what kind of man we look for? Li Fei sneered.
Chapter 1274. Kerr followed suit. She stood on the other side of Duan Lingtian and reached out to hold Duan Lingtian's arm. However, she was shy, so she did not lean on Duan Lingtian's shoulder like Li Fei did. For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt 2 waves of fresh fragrance assailing his nostrils, causing him to feel relaxed and happy. Kerr and Li Fei's provocative actions made the onlookers look at the 2 inner island disciples strangely, as if they wanted to know how they would react. The 2 inner island disciples' faces were as dark as they could get. "Let's go," Duan Lingtian called out to the 2 girls beside him softly. They then stepped into the air and prepared to leave. However, they were blocked by the 2 inner island disciples as soon as they stepped into the air. "What are you doing?" Li Fei asked coldly with a murderous look on her pretty face. She had finally reunited with her man and wanted to find a quiet place to ask him about his recent experiences. However, she was blocked by the 2 flies in front of her. It was hard for her not to be angry. Kerr's face was dark as well. "Scram!" Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 inner island disciples in the eye for the first time and said nonchalantly. Although his voice was not loud, it was filled with an unquestionable tone. "You've got quite the temper." One of the inner island disciples sneered and looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. "Boy, I'd like to see today. How can a gigolo like you be the fiancé of our 2 junior sisters?" "That's right. If you want to get the beauties, you'll have to prove to us that you have the ability." The other inner island disciple chimed in. "Who do you think you are?" "He's the man that both of us have chosen." "What does that have to do with you? Why should we prove it to you?" Li Fei sneered. "Young master asked you to scram. Didn't you hear him?" Even Kerr, who had always been good-tempered, looked extremely upset. She glared at the 2 inner island disciples and said coldly. For a moment, the onlookers looked at the 2 inner island disciples with strange looks. When the 2 inner island disciples sensed the strange gazes that were directed at them from the surroundings, their expressions turned even graver. The way they looked at Duan Lingtian turned even more vicious. "Junior sister Li Fei, you can't say that. There are many things that you don't know when you're in the situation. But as onlookers, we can see through you." One of the inner island disciples stared at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes and said word by word, "This gigolo doesn't deserve all of you. Don't be fooled by his appearance." Before Li Fei could respond, the other inner island disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with a smirk on his face. "How dare you ask us to scram? I'd like to see what you're made of to be chosen by our 2 junior sisters and become their fiancé." The moment the inner island disciple's words left his mouth, the robe on his body suddenly expanded. The origin energy in his body continued to rise and turned into a milky white flame in the blink of an eye. As soon as the milky white flame appeared, it turned into a multicolored energy. It was apparent that apart from unleashing his origin energy, this inner island disciple had also communicated and unleashed the various profundities that he had comprehended. He stood there majestically. "That's right. I'd like to see what he's made of as well." The other inner island disciple regained his senses and did the same. The energy in his body also surged and his aura was majestic. "He's the same as us. He's also a guest of the hidden Fog Island. If you dare to attack him, Emperor Wu behind him won't let you go." Li Fei's expression changed drastically when she saw that the 2 inner island disciples were about to attack. She threatened them coldly. Although the heaven and earth energy here would not form a heaven and earth phenomenon because of the energy that surged out from the 2 of them, she knew it. She knew very well. She was not a match for these 2 hidden Fog Island inner island disciples, and neither was Kerr. As for her fiancé, Duan Lingtian, although he could come here with a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, it was very likely that he was just here to join in the fun like them. Even if he was not here to join in the fun, he would at most be an ordinary disciple of Emperor Wu. He would not have the confidence to defeat these 2 hidden Fog Island inner island disciples who were comparable to Emperor Wu's disciples. As for becoming Emperor Wu's direct disciple, she did not dare to think about it. She and Kerr had encountered many fortuitous encounters along the way, but they were still on the 7th and 8th level martial monarch stage. They had not even reached the 9th level martial monarch stage yet. Subconsciously, she did not think that her man would be much more powerful than them. "Don't worry, junior sister Li Fei. We just want to spar with him. We won't take his life." One of the inner island disciples smiled. It was a bright smile.
The more Li Fei behaved like this, the more he felt that Li Fei was guilty. Li Fei was guilty because Li Fei knew that her fiancé's ability was not as good as his. He could not help but feel a little smug. Although we won't take his life. Fists and legs have no eyes. If we accidentally destroy his dantian, I'm sure that Emperor Wu powerhouse behind him won't be able to say anything. Another inner island disciple said. His words revealed an important piece of information. Even if he could not kill Duan Lingtian, he would destroy Duan Lingtian's dantian and turn Duan Lingtian into a cripple. In his opinion, as long as this pretty boy in front of him lost his cultivation base, Li Fei and Ke would definitely not acknowledge him as their fiancé no matter how good-looking he was. At that time, he would have another chance to get either Li Fei or Ke. Haha. That's right. The inner island disciple laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with pride. How dare you? At this moment, Li Fei and Ke let go of Duan Lingtian's shoulders in tacit understanding. They took a step forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind them. If you want to hurt my Li Fei's man, you'll have to step over my Li Fei's dead body first. The origin energy in Li Fei's body skyrocketed. Various profundities followed like shadows. She stared at the two inner island disciples coldly, showing off her heroism. Although Ke did not say anything, her actions undoubtedly showed that Li Fei's words were her words. A winner in life. A winner in life. This Duan Lingtian is a winner in life. Nobody knew when, but someone could not help but exclaim in a low voice. His voice was filled with envy. When Duan Lingtian introduced himself to Su Rong, many people in the surroundings had already remembered Duan Lingtian's name. Therefore, many people knew his name. He's indeed a winner in life. Not only does he have two peerless beauties as his fiancées, but his two fiancées are even willing to die for him. It's already a blessing to have one such woman in one's lifetime. However, he has two. How enviable! All the men in the crowd looked at Duan Lingtian with red eyes. Flames of jealousy were burning in their hearts. When the two inner island disciples saw Li Fei and Ke standing in front of Duan Lingtian resolutely to protect him, looking as though they were ready to fight to the death with them, their faces turned extremely grave. Would they dare to kill Li Fei and Ke? The answer was no. If they were in a secluded place, perhaps they could kill them to prevent Emperor Wu, who was behind Li Fei and Ke, from finding out what they had done. However, with so many people watching, they would not dare to kill Li Fei and Ke even if they were given 100 guts. Both of them looked at each other and saw the dilemma in each other's eyes. However, one of them's eyes lit up very quickly. He seemed to have thought of a way to deal with it. Li Fei and Ke's faces turned grave when they noticed this person's gaze. Although they did not know what the other person was thinking, they could not help but feel worried. What a gigolo! You're destined to hide behind women and live off them for the rest of your life. The inner island disciple whose eyes lit up immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and chuckled as he mocked him sharply. As if they had discussed this beforehand, the other inner island disciple added, "If I were you, I'd dig a hole and hide in it. As a man, I can't afford to lose face like this." If you ask me, he's not a man at all. The former continued to agree. As the two inner island disciples spoke, Li Fei and Ke's faces darkened even more. Bastards. Ignore them. That's right, young master. They're provoking you on purpose. Ignore them. The two girls immediately turned to look at Duan Lingtian and reminded him. However, although the two inner island disciples were provoking Duan Lingtian on purpose, the surrounding people's gazes all fell on Duan Lingtian at the same time. These gazes were filled with sarcasm, mockery, disdain, and disdain. No one looked up to a man who hid behind women. Coward. Trash. The two inner island disciples added fuel to the fire as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Their gazes toward Duan Lingtian were filled with contempt. To be able to reach such a level as a man, you can be considered the only one. If you ask me, you might as well hide behind the women. It'll be safer that way. The two inner island disciples saw Duan Lingtian standing there with his face unchanged and indifferent. They mocked him one after another and trampled on Duan Lingtian's dignity wantonly. They only had one goal. To provoke Duan Lingtian. To make Duan Lingtian take the initiative to attack them. That way, They would have the opportunity to destroy Duan Lingtian's Dantian and make Duan Lingtian a complete cripple.
You two. Are you done barking?
Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian made a move. He stretched out his pinky finger and picked at his ear unhurriedly as he said lazily, "This is the first time I've seen a dog that barks so loudly." Duan Lingtian emphasized the word dog in the end.
Wah!
Duan Lingtian was quiet, but when he did, the crowd was in an uproar. The gazes of contempt that were looking at Duan Lingtian now fell on the two inner island disciples at the same time, as if they were waiting to see how the two inner island disciples would react. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.